Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the final day, the championship day of the Challengers Major here in Dallas. My name is Bryce. Joining me here to kick this one off, Enigma.
Yes, sir. Looking forward to this. So many things to settle, of course. EWC qualification, Champs qualification, and of course, finding out who takes everything here at DreamHack. And can't be happier to be alongside yourself, my friend, for this one. And we're going to take a quick look at the bracket here. And of course, a confirmation of a lot of the journeys that we have run on through. So much of these we've seen up here on the main broadcast, but plenty played off screen. And an important one to note is one that went deep into the night last night, and that is that 5 Fears saw off Team Notorious in a Game 5 Round 11 to book their ticket on through to face the Team Orchid squad that also won in Game 5 against Cabal. And with that, it kind of dresses up the situation that we have here, because reminder that the top 2 teams here will qualify through to Champs. But the situation there is, if you are already qualified to Champs, what you gain is an extra slot for your region. So for Europe, you've only got 1 team left to steal away one of those. NA, you've already picked up one of those placings. So there's a lot of people right now that are praying that Team Orchid can make it all the way through, or that we see them falter, and that will get us another NA slot on for Champs.
Yeah, kind of an important one. Obviously, Team Orchid going to have a lot of EU support behind them, but it has been disappointing for Europe. Some of their big guns fallen pretty early in this tournament. It looks like Team Notorious didn't have the smoothest of run this event anyway, realistically falling early into that lower round. Barely beat Team War, and obviously you did say it fell late to 5 Fears, but that's old news. The big news of the day is just 3 more games, and we find out who becomes the champion of the last major of the year before the rest of the final tournaments kick off. And, well, it's double Omit so far looking the most likely.
Yeah, it is indeed. They are indeed looking terrifying. Omit in particular at the end there, looking like absolute final boss. But if we are going to see that European Revolution and get on through, then it's Team Orchid here that everyone's pinning their hopes onto. Mythics, Harry, Henry, and Bance. And of these 4 in particular, I think it's Henry that we're looking at here. Spoken about him before, often been passed around the top teams as like the 4th man, and just kind of hoping to fit him into a system. Whereas now that he's got consistent time on a roster, we're seeing him really step up. And of what we've seen of him on main screen, he's been the moment man for this team, stepping up and delivering when they've needed him to.
Yeah, and that's what they'll be looking for here as well. Obviously, they were disappointed to have not done it as well and going to this point. But realistically, yesterday started off so slow, Team Orchid, in the game that we saw them, that we were kind of surprised. Obviously, did fight all the way back. Potentially could have got the reverse sweep, but failed in that SnD. And now they find themselves sitting on main stage. First game of the morning up against 5 Fears.
Yeah, and this 5 Fears roster are terrifying, particularly in Hardpoint. Absolutely tearing everyone apart there, except for, of course, Omit, which, to be fair, that's no one's able to do that so far. Hixie, Abe, Exceed, and Fire. And here you've got a lineup of players, of course, Exceed, ex-player in the league, Hixie, ex-player in the league. For Abe, it's a young gun on his way on up, and Fire, another player who was once in the league. So a whole tale of different stories here proving why they deserve a shot. But for them, of course, it's not only this lineup ahead against Team Orchid, it's proving that they've then got what it takes to hang against Omit should they make it. So storylines aboard here when it comes to our main stage, my friend, and we love nothing more.
We certainly do. And, well, realistically, a lot of people looking for this game to get a bit of a benchmark on these 2 teams and how much further they could go forward. Obviously, we've already spoken about it a little bit. The Omits, so far, both in the winners' final. One of them had to lose and fall down. The other has gone through. But who joins them? Will it be an Omit versus Omit rematch? Or do one of these 2 teams have what it takes to get further forward? You can already see them on the main stage. Both of them just warming up, ready to jump into this first hardpoint.
Yeah, absolutely. And we know how important it is to start well in these series. It sounds like a very simple statement to make, but so often the team that takes map 1 goes on to win the series. Neslo exists, but it's not the easiest thing in the world to do, to rely on all the alternate modes. And the thing is, again, 5 Fears have been ridiculous in hard points of what we've seen against everyone except Omit. I mean, we were talking about the Cabal roster, right, as one of the potential dark horses. And I gotta say here, as we pull up this map set, that we look at that Skyline Hardpoint, and all I'm thinking is 5 Fears will be licking their lips at that one, because there's one thing that we can sometimes say about Team Orchid, and that is in bang-out situations, they're not able to keep up the pacing, and as such, that map 1 becomes a big worry for them.
It might be. It certainly might be. You're going to have to see whether or not they can kind of lock it down as we go through here. I always find that the Sunday teams play a little bit different to what they did Saturday. I mean, Team Orchid kind of famously not had the best of runs on a Sunday, I will say, but maybe this is where they do lock in and try and make a run forward. But the pressure's really on. This is an elimination game. You don't get any more chances after this. If you haven't felt great waking up in the morning, you need to shake that off and get to work.
Yeah, absolutely. You're right. It's Sunday. It's the high-pressure day. Lights are brightest. The stage will be the fullest. And, of course, we all turn our attention towards the top players and how they hang up against each other for all the reasons we mentioned before. But, again, the Skyline Hardpoint, you're right. If you haven't woken up, you haven't had your morning coffee or your Barocca or whatever it is that gets you going in the morning, you're about to find out. Because the Skyline Hardpoint, there's no faster map in our pool set here. So I'm looking at a couple of these players. I'm looking at, you know, Exceed, Abe, Hixie, and Fire, who have been so damn good in the hardpoints to really bring that pacing. On the opposite side of things, again, Henry has been so impressive, but he's going to need that support. There's been a lot of question marks over the year about Mythics and his LAN performances. That has been largely delivered on, but this would be a great opportunity to remind everyone just how good you are, the ceiling that you've got, and the chance that you have earned.
Yeah, he has looked very good so far. Will that continue? And I know a lot of kind of homegrown favorites now obviously switching to support the last European team left as well, but it is an uphill battle. Obviously you do still have Hixie sitting on the other side of that stage, but it's an interesting one. Truthfully, the biggest question for me has and will always be, is either of these two teams good enough to take on either one of the Omits? It is an Omit hill that they have to climb. This is just the first step before they get there.
Yeah, and it is indeed. Everyone knows that that's what you're looking at further down the gauntlet. The one thing I will say for Orchid, you did at least push Brooklyn to a game 5, so that's something to stand up and say that you managed to achieve. For 5 Fears, I feel like it was a bit more of a run over than that, but again, both Omits are the final bosses waiting at the end there. Rafi, no doubt, very happy indeed. We look at that Omit banner and the pipeline that they've produced in terms of putting talent into the league, and you can see why. Incredible recruitment strategy, an incredible mindset underneath that banner, and just the willingness, desire to grow and really make something of themselves every time you step underneath that team. So yeah, for both squads, it is get through this bit, check that first box, and then start to assess what everything else looks like. And we're going to get a quick look at our schedule here to confirm, of course, this is our elimination semi-final. Whoever makes it through here will face Omit Brooklyn in the elimination finals. And then it's all about Omit in the grands. Whoever gets there to settle it all.
Well, we will find out once these two teams get themselves locked and loaded, which I believe they should be doing any second now. You can see them on the stage. Last minute talk, last minute warm up for both of them. As the crowd starts to get in, I will bear in mind the doors only opened 30 minutes ago, so the players have had to get in here, get it up, do the videos, and get everything ready, which is what they are currently waiting for, and everybody else will be slowly but surely getting into the venue as well. So this will be the very first game anybody plays today.
Yeah, I mean, kind of impressive, actually, considering our players were only let in 30 minutes ago. I know that we tend to wait around for players a little bit sometimes, but actually today, all getting themselves locked in, loaded, ready to go. I'm seeing a couple of headsets shifted forward, a couple of players just looking ever a bit more ready as we get ourselves sorted out here. Of course, looking here at our man closest to the screen, Harry, looking at him, no doubt, and a lot of this team leaning on him and Bant, the veteranship that you have here, having been in the league previously. But for Harry as well, there's a lot of talk about, you know, he went into the league, it was a very difficult team to walk into, and a very difficult situation to walk into. A lot of people saying that you didn't necessarily take that chance, but also how much of a chance were you actually given? And if he is one of the top performing European players consistently, do we see him be handed another? No doubt, something that he's proving he deserves to get here.
Yeah, I think this is kind of the time to tell. Realistically, you know, with these teams, they're probably not going to get a major roster change into the league. So a good run here, and then obviously a good run if they can get further, will be essentially all they're playing for, and maybe just put their stock up for next year as well. We talk about that. It doesn't always work that way, kind of a long off-season most of the time. But it's always better to win than to lose in this, and it looks like we will finally find out exactly how it will go down to begin with. This is loading in. Skyline Hardpoint will be our first map, and we will find out the first team to leave us or to move forward.
And if we wanted a banger to start things off here in our elimination semis to settle who finishes top 4 and who marches on, guarantees at least top 3, and of course, if it is a North American team that goes on forward, if 5 Fears clutch this up, a 7th spot handed out at champs for North America. But we will break off then, off into Hill 1. Our loser semi-final is underway.
Here we go, straight into this first little fight for everybody. And now with the teams going back and forth a little bit around that first one. Bans gets a couple of kills off of the rip here, but this is going to be more than just a two-piece to open. They're going to be looking for as much time as they can.
Well, indeed, and you're going to see a flurry of kills here, but it's going to be Team Orchid who take the vast majority towards the end. You still get those P2 side spawns if you are 5 fears, but for Team Orchid, an opportunity to dive this point and begin to set things up, especially with Henry starting to hit that flank.
All right, let's have a see. They continue to just do this work. Somehow Bats is 6-0 and got 20 seconds into the hill. Probably the greatest stat line I've ever seen on him, if I'm honest. And that's what they're going to need to overcome 5 fears, who are certainly not a team to be ignored. Xie now doing the same thing, just trying to get as many points as possible before they get this P2 rotation, which they will be there first. It's going to be a spawn out. Team Orchid will not be there first and will have to go for the hard break.
Yeah, and Abe looking to play with a few cutoffs there, and the more he stays in kitchen, the deeper that spawn will be, unless Orchid just walks straight through the front door. Find 2, get the flip out for 5 fears across the opposite side of the map, and Abe now just trying to play spoiler alongside Exceed, but it's about when they activate. They need support from their teammates before they do.
Abe looking for a little bit of a fight and just cannot find anything going down, but Hixie doing as much as he can to delay this, and well, there's a couple of kills. It does put them on the back foot for just a few seconds. Orchid not really able to lock it down at all, and 5 fears continue to pile bodies into this point, and they've done a really good job to lock this away from Team Orchid.
Have indeed. You get that quick break if you're Orchid through the front door for that Mythic's double, but 5 fears answer straight back, and that's what you want to see here if you are supporting this North American squad. Then again, Orchid refusing to go away, even with just 5 seconds left. Harry decides to push on through, clean things up, and of course, entirely worth it because of where P3 lies here. You're only ever stone's throw away, can hit that quick rotation on over, and Henry with a beautiful 2-piece will hand his team the opening time.
Try and just hold it as long as possible. Bant staying alive and has a bit of a slowdown since his start there. Now going to be back to 10 and 5. Back into the point, trying to soak here. That trophy's already gone down, and Exceed just wall bangs it straight out of it. Really putting out all of the stops at the same time as Mythics has to backpedal. Isn't going to get much more either. And Lucifer basically just has to have a Voyer's point of view. He can't do an awful lot from back there with his team down.
Yeah, Harry there trying to play those cutoffs, but he's just not getting there enough to stop the cross. Mythics will find yet another double to break his team back on into the point, but it's all about, of course, controlling those bedroom side spawns. For Team Orchid, you don't want to get too aggressive. You got to make sure you're watching this top mid here, and Harry will fall 3 dead in the feed, and all of a sudden, it's all on Bants.
Bants gets another 2. Problem is, team still aren't going to be here. Spawn is going to be good for 5 fears. Bants is waiting, and this could just be terrible timing for him, but still going to make the kill. Beautiful. He's 14 and 7, and whenever you see Ben Bants kind of go off like this, it normally means his team are going to win the respawn, but it's still too tight to tell.
Yeah, needed a bit of support in that gunfight. Fire will find him, but what a hell of a start from Benjamin Bants. 2 in the feed, though, for 5 fears. We'll hand them bedroom, and it is quite early still in this hill, so an opportunity for them to take the lead here. All about Team Orchid's hit next. Mythics will find 1. You've got Henry starting to approach then in through the hedges. Surround this point, collapse. Harry trying to hit him through the front. That's 2 in the feed. Hixie finds 1, and that will be a swarm and a great break from Orchid.
Well, they managed to get into this point with 20 seconds left here. 5 fears might take a little bit of a swing. Just keep pushing them back here. We'll give them that optimal point onto P1 as well, but still, Mythics 15 and 8 is going to go down to the grenade as well. Able to get another one, and Henry just trying to put as many bullets forward as possible, and well, Henry says, all right, I know where you are, backs up with Lucifer and gets that one down. 5 seconds of scrap, and it looks like they're going to hold it, so it will be a lead here for them to begin with. As we go into P1, 20 seconds, it's not that big of a difference with this few points scored.
Huge kill from Bants there, by the way. Managed to push all the way out into the piano and find 1. He is eventually traded, but it's just going to provide a little bit of a buffer here for Harry to sit in on the hill. You've also got Henry pushed on up in kitchen. So, well, unfortunately, Henry just not really watching off to his right-hand side there. We'll get dove upon, but otherwise, a pretty solid setup. And as such, 5 fears break themselves back on in, have those P2 spawns, and looking to close this gap.
He's just sitting pretty for the moment. All good, but players every single side will be taken down before he can do any more. And this is looking like both teams really positioning for this P2. Bit of a P1 soak going on at the moment. It's going to be Exceed trying to get around the back. Not able to do it yet. Exceed's the player in point, but it is a difficult gunfight unless the player jumps out of cover, of course. And, well, made that easy in the end. 8 seconds to go. Rotation in hand for Team Orchid.
Just about finding Hixie. Just about cleaning this up. But actually, Hixie gets the spawn in. Incredible work then, because it looked like it was all lost for 5 fears. But you actually get 2 blue arrows spawning up right next to you. So it's on Mythics. What can you do? Answer is nothing. Bance is going to try and flood in through the front door. Finds one, but instantly traded. So 5 fears with a break at the perfect time. Not only close this gap, but now an opportunity to swap this lead on over.
Exceed finds Bance. And you're right. This could be a lead change. 5 fears in the better position. Mythics, though, with a massive 2, looking for it as well. Hixie going to be dancing around the back door, looking for it, but he gets cut down by Henry before he can do any more. And 30 seconds left of scrap time is not scrap time. There's a good half a hill, and Team Orchid will be happy to lock it down if they can.
You're right about how it's not scrap time. It's such an early break, but you get it straight back in here from 5 fears. Both teams unable to hold anything. Don't ask them to catch something, but breaking things, they're absolutely loving it right now. But Team Orchid will hold it yet again. 30-point lead re-established. What I will say, 5 fears seems to have just invested in a bit of a rotation here. Something that we've seen a lack of so far through this game. That really big setup come on through. 5 fears looking to try and put the first one together here.
Hixie trying to take a little bit of a fight and will win that one with the rest of his team on a 3 here. They're feeling very good. They spawn them all the way out. Team Orchid are not close. And right now, they're just trying to win these first couple of kills to get somewhere near to P3 to put the pressure on. And, well, that's a great crossfire by them as well. Exceed doing incredible work as he cuts down 2, looking for the 3rd. And that player isn't going to do an awful lot. I say that. And Henry, with the backward slide, finds it. But it's not going to be enough with the rest of the team down. 5 fears now on a cusp of a lead change.
Fire reads the spawn change as well to find yet another. 5 fears. With that first proper rotation that we've seen out of them, lock it down and do indeed go on a bit of a spree here. But for Team Orchid, you might well cut your losses, decide to set yourself up for bed. Can be a great hill as long as you get yourself into a setup. And Mythics finds 1, finds 2. Beautiful work onto Hixie. And that then should allow them a moment to breathe. And with that kill as well in the old hill, an opportunity to push out and send 5 fears to the opposite side of the map.
For being careful. This game just too tight to really count on, and it looks like a lead change again for Team Orchid. Mythics sitting down behind the impenetrable bath, but no one there to actually back him up, and well, they lose that one very, very quickly. Henry will find 2, but Abe continues a little bit of a reign of terror with his 3 streak. That got taken away too easily from Team Orchid.
Yeah, that just can't happen. Abe walks in through the front door. There's no one watching it. Just strafes in, finds the opening kill, and then picks up one in the back line as well. Will now get those spawns in too. So Abe changing the entire course of that hill. And all of a sudden feels like 5 fears have a little bit of momentum about them. Off the back of that great P3, break into P4. And it's all about Team Orchid just stemming this momentum for a moment, cutting off the bleeding, finding a way to keep this game tight. Otherwise, risk watching 5 fears suddenly ascend over that 200-point lead and look like they're disappearing off into the distance.
Well, that's been the problem. Like I said, they broke it too easily and they never really got it back. Abe hasn't died since he did it. And for Orchid, just one mistake could have cost them this entire map. Abe trying to throw that through as well, but since they have map control, he's not going to be able to do an awful lot. But the rest of the team's going through. Abe late to the party, but still in a good position. Will take down Henry very, very easily. Holding on to this P1 as it gets worse for Team Orchid. They just cannot get it going. Abe now on a 7, looking for an 8, looking for a 9. And it's all good for Abe over and over again. He has broken this game asunder and has not looked back since P4, and Team Orchid have been left floundering.
And take over moment from Abe right here. 9 in a row. Make it 10. Surely not 11 as Mythic lines up 12 off the top rope and gets support in. But what a ridiculous run this is to get your team on the cusp of taking map 1 of losers semis. The ex-Stallions man has stepped up for 5 fears here and no one can answer to him.
Now 12 for him. Alive for 2 full hills. Eventually will fall to Henry, but the damage has already been done. 2, 4, 6 going all the way towards the end here. And it will be 5 fears with a dominating start on the hard point. It was close until Abe turned it on.
You see him leap out of his chair there, and not many more times will that be deserved. And it felt like an incredibly close game, and one of those moments as well, you get that clean rotation from 5 fears into P3. It felt like they suddenly started gaining a little bit of momentum. Orchid try and answer back by saying, okay, you've got the momentum right now, we'll slow it down and set ourselves up for P4. Do a good job. It looked like they should have been pretty well set up. Abe just punches straight through the front door, finds a couple of kills. From there, never stopped, and onto an 11 spree that, quite frankly, was the difference maker here in map 1. Young man proving something there. And we said 5 Fears have looked really good in the hard points, likely to walk away with map 1. It was probably closer than they would have liked for the first 2 rotations, but you see why they've been so damn good, because the players in this lineup have the capability to just turn it up and hit a different level when they need it.
Yeah, and that was a different level. I mean, we spoke about Bans having a good start. Ends 20. Not the greatest from him, but realistically, if we're going to talk about it, P4 to P1 dominance. Abe on a 12 streak at the end, he wasn't having a good game. That's the crazy thing until that point, but ends up with not only the most damage in the lobby, but just drops the hammer in terms of kills from a streak that you will not often see repeated.
27 non-traded kills as an SMG on Skyline is unthinkable. This is supposed to be a map where you pick up one and die. It's all about how impactful you can just be in the right moments. It's a complete bang-out situation, and he finds a way to control the chaos. And, well, as you said, it wasn't a fantastic map from him, largely just trying to be impactful. We see here he's 25 and 23 despite the 2, so he's probably around even in that moment where he pops off in bed. But the spree that he rolls onto from there, insane stuff. Again, a young man who is coming up through the space. He picked up top 6 in Miami with the Stallions, top 8 in the most recent Elite. He's been one of those players kind of on the cusp. Can you step up to that next echelon, put yourself competing amongst the greats? As we see him celebrate on there. That feels like a bit of a statement moment from him, and surely a real confidence booster going into map 2.
Yeah, 100%. If there's anything to wake you up in the morning for your first game, it's pulling off that kind of streak at this stage of the tournament. Certainly something everybody will be talking about, and probably say hello to Reddit as well, because that was insanity. To just call game through 2 complete hills of unrelenting domination. To not only break P4, and that's maybe we didn't even talk about enough. He broke P4, got in, killed Mythics behind the bar. Nobody cut him down, stayed there for the rest of the time, and then didn't die all the way from P4 all the way into P1. It's only when P2 popped eventually got him.
Yeah, some players do just enjoy it when the pace steps up a bit. They feel at their finest when everything's flowing and they're shooting incredibly straight, and it's all about the gunny. That's where some of these players, especially young talents with incredible technical skill, shine brightest, and it's clearly where Abe loves to see himself right now. But again, it was a relatively slow map. I think there's often a conversation that you and me have. Yes, it's one thing to how are you performing and how are you doing when things are going well, but how do you bounce back when it's not necessarily going your way? And Abe clearly able to show that mental resiliency there, off to a not an awful game, but still very, you know, hit and miss here and there, but then steps on up. But we look then to map 2, the red card SnD. Very different, of course. Huge map, SnD, an opportunity for Team Orchid to start to dictate the pace. You're looking at your seniors here, your veterans, your leaders, to guide you through after a tough map 1.
Well, the bounce back will have to be legendary on the attack here, Team Orchid. XC backing down. XC going forward, though. He's going to try and catch somebody. Well, with no trophies onto this map here as well. Dangerous prospect to get the bomb down. That's why Orchid are being very, very cautious. I don't know if XC saw a leg. Players all around him. Do they get in here to check?
When he's actually going to get timing, and the bomb doesn't go down, you will be traded on out, but that will tell you everything you need to know. The fire then picks up yet another. So it's a 2v3. Mythics might slip the net here if he gets the timing, but unfortunately Bans dies elsewhere. So in a 1v3, bomb down, and they know exactly where it is.
He might find one. He will find Hixie. Problem is, still got to get that bomb down. They're going to know where he is as well. Going straight for it. Gives him an opportunity for the 1 versus 3. Bomb going straight down. Going to get straight out towards the back. They surely challenge him at the same time here. He does have a disadvantage in this fight. But he knows that he's going to have players the other side as well. Looks for the first. Mythic's not able to get it. Will be Abe who shuts it down completely. And that will be the first round to 5 Fears.
Yeah, great work out of Mythics to at least make it interesting, but for Abe and Fire here, you approach that correctly. One hit one side, one hit the other. You're a little bit worried sometimes about that being an isolated gunfight, but just the way in which they approached it. Abe, patient, throws a couple of shoulders, gives the information on over, and it just allows you to set up the timings there. Abe does what he did so well at the end of map 1. Comes out on top in a gunfight, but you can see those bullets in behind. Fire would have been there for the trade out regardless. So, relatively clean. Also, of course, that first blood. The best you can really start off with there if you are 5 Fears, but then the opportunity for Orchid to answer back with their own defense in round 2.
Let's see. Can Orchid fight back for it? Just that small cast, just exceed. Breaking down a little bit of their first initial break. It's cost them the first round. At the moment, just spreading out for information. Quite far up, though, Mythics. Is he going to play this aggressive, or is he just going to wait to hit the flank?
It'd be one of those moments where if 5 Fears sail on past him, don't pick him up at all. This could be one of those where you just wrap him through the back. He's got a big fight in the middle with fire, though, and that will spell the end of his potential for this round. And another first blood going the way of 5 Fears. Team Orchid is just trying to delay this plan. Abe will be caught by that stun. That will give all the information you really need. 40 seconds to try and plant, and, well, I'm not really sure what Bance is trying to do there.
There's a flying Bance, but you don't hit the bullets. It doesn't really matter what you do movement-wise. They're trying to isolate this one player. They're going both sides for him as well, but there is going to be backup. Somehow still staying alive in this 2 versus 3, but not for much longer. Henry already gone down. Lucifer's going to be very, very weak. Fire's going to chow, take him down as well. 2-0 for 5 Fears.
Yeah, just playing off the back of those first bloods, having that numbers advantage, and working from there. Fire, very heads-up rotation back on in just to check mid. Otherwise, I do think the Mythics would have gotten himself around the back of this setup, and that would have spelt disaster for a potential pinch onto his teammates. Great work so far from the boys in blue. For Team Orchid, it's just starting these rounds better. Can't really assess the rest of your game when you're constantly down a numbers disadvantage.
Well, let's see how this plays out. At the moment, adjustments will have to be made. Fire having a wonderful time. For Team Orchid, though, I did start slow yesterday and managed to bring it all the way to a map number 5. Realistically, that is not the most efficient way to win these games, but they'll take about anything they can get right now.
Yeah, you'd like to think that you'd make it a little bit easier on yourself, but we know Team Orchid do have staying power, at least. Seed here, just slowly creeping his way up, and Harry will have no idea he's there. Finds yet another first blood. Can you get away with your life, though? That's the important thing. The answer is no. Is at least traded on out.
Oh, and Hixie looking to shoot well. 2 versus 3. Again, Orchid find themselves in a disadvantage. No bomb, no real map control either. They are squeezed in. Going to start worrying about their flank a little bit. They don't have the information they need. The time is also against them. They're committed to A by the look of it. Although Mythics has gone real deep with the bomb, and, well, I'll tell you something. Bance might have magical moments, but this might be a step too far.
Yeah, it will indeed be a few steps too far. It feels like we're almost seeing 3 of the same rounds here. 5 Fears getting that first blood. Team Orchid seemingly probing for information, but not committing to any game plan. And I think that may be their undoing at the minute. I feel like I need to see a little bit of a change up. Next offense, let's get it over to B. Let's do something that shifts this 5 Fears defense around and just leaves them feeling a little bit uncomfortable. Because right now, it seems entirely in their grasp. This map. 5 Fears. It's a rinse and repeat. You don't really need to fix something that's not broken, and as such, don't overcomplicate it. Save any tricks up that you have up your sleeve for later rounds should they be required.
Mythic's trying to be aggressive, but he will be stun checked before he can do any more. Not what he really wants here. Going to be a bit nervous about sitting on the back of this ambulance. And while they've taken a lot of control here, Team Orchid, you can already see 5 Fears switching around the map, just trying to now hit B. Abe's going straight in for it as well. Doors banged. Henry will be screaming for his teammates. He wants 1 here. That's maybe the best he gets, but no, he finds 2. Stays alive. Barely even tickled by the bullets. And that has shut down 5 Fears off the back of Henry.
Incredible stuff from the young man, because he was indeed entirely outnumbered in a lot of trouble. Abe then for the 1v4. You find the first. Henry slides across, doesn't engage. And Abe, well, he might have an idea, but he is indeed surrounded. Going to get shot at from multiple angles. He's weak. He will be cleaned up. And that all just comes back to Henry, because I was about to compliment 5 Fears for committing on over to B. It's a different strategy that comes on through. It's also a case of like, okay, we've got the information. Let's just get on over to where we feel that suits us best. Big commitment. You just can't analyze, count for Henry popping off with a big 2-piece.
Well, we'll see. I mean, this the moment, it's just around. But you are right. Henry did fantastic. One would have been good in that situation. To find both, barely even be touched. But it just meant that Five Fears were always going to lose that round unless magic stuff happened. But can they continue to get more at the moment? Five Fears still the more confident team. And a lot of information gained on the outside. They've taken map control here, Five Fears, but it's a B push.
This is what I wanted to see. Change it up and commit to your play. Abe will be here and he'll be found by Bance. Orchid then with that first blood. And bar control and the opportunity to plant. The problem is because of the early work, Fire has got himself an RC and he's so close, gets up to the bomb, but connects with nothing.
And Bance already shutting it down, and this is a big hold for them now. There's just too many bodies. Exceed, we need to really thread the needle, and well, now it's a 1 versus 4. Backing off already. We'll find one. And there's players everywhere. They're giving him a couple of 1v1s, but with this little time, Exceed would have had to have already made that gunfight. And Orchid get another one back onto the board.
That's exactly what we wanted to see. Get yourself into a committed play. They find the first blood is a bonus, but also the fact that you survived the RCXD, that's insane. Fire's got to be wanting to watch that one back in theater mode or something. How the hell he connects with nothing considering the location his RC was in. Surprises pretty much everybody. And potentially even more so Team Orchid, who kind of look around as the dust settles, realize there's still a full 4, and just shut down the push coming in from the doorway. But that's 2 rounds on the bounce now for Team Orchid, as well as better changes, better plays in the opening parts of the round. So making those adjustments we asked for.
Oh. Henry,
that's not the best.
No, it's not, but Bance will get a double kill over the other side. They've been caught out for this one, and well, Bance was 0-4. He's now 5-4 in just 3 rounds. So much better kind of run here, and this is all going to be tied up. Exceed is sitting all the way back at spawn. There's not an awful lot of map left that you can really backpedal to as he sits on bus.
Well, Exceed moved on over to this AR. And right now, just hoping to find a freebie. Obviously, Team Orchid are going to do the right thing here and just sit back, play passive, burn through the time. All the things they're entitled to do on defense, and Mythics does the correct thing. Throws a shoulder, gives the information on up, backs off, we know where Exceed is, and we'll take it as a 2. Beautiful work from Orchid. Efficient stuff. Very different to how we saw them early on. Obviously, we don't see that Bance nade go on out. Going to assume that it's partly through a car bomb that comes on through out there, but either way, set nade. It's why we practice them. It's why you line them on up, whether for intel or for first bloods. Team Orchid now. 3 rounds on the bounce. 3 first bloods. And all of a sudden, it's all about how Five Fears stop this bleeding.
Oh, adjustments have been made by one team. It's now time for Five Fears to make their own. They were feeling very, very confident. But what can they do? How do they make this work? And as we go into it, maybe just a bit of confidence for Team Orchid that they've been sorely lacking.
This feels a little bit like the opening offensive rounds from Orchid. It leaves me a little bit concerned. Passive, not fully committed, although you do have at least 2 pushed on forward this time. It's not Mythics off by himself on an island. Five Fears technically would be outnumbered if this push comes on through. Henry does get the timing as Fire tries to check a little bit of everything, and Henry and Mythics will team up then to find themselves that blood. It's a quick rotation on over. They think that actually that's going to shift players to A, and they're correct to think that they'll be handed the bar for free.
Well, they're in at the moment. And keep an eye on Lucifer. He's playing late. I think they know he's here as well. He might get caught on the other side of it as well. He does. Move maybe a heartbeat too fast. But now down to a 3 versus 3.
I love the call. I think that that is the case. Harry just gets a bit itchy. Moves forward. Before Five Fears have begun their rotation on over, Henry's got a lot of work to do here. Hixie and Abe should get the intel. Does the right thing to back off and let his AR provide the coverage. Mythics with the work. These two have been a formidable duo through this round. Henry will be shot in the back. Steps on up, but allows Mythics to trade on out.
Abe, though, looking for a 1v2, but it's going to have to be very, very fast. And wow, if you don't finish your dinner on Mythics, you're certainly not going to get the dessert of Bance. And now, they take the lead 4 rounds in a row.
And that's just wonderful duo work by Mythics and Henry. They're playing around each other. It gives them so many kills where they're able to... For example, first one, you basically get a 2v1. Second one, you've got this situation where Henry's basically playing for information, a bait and switch, and sets up Mythics. And Mythics delivers, provides that cover. Third's a trade-out situation, but by then you've done so much damage as a 2 that it hands you the round. So beautiful work from them. We talk so much about this lineup and how you've got these 2 veterans, but of course the other 2 in that roster proving every bit that they deserve to be a part of this loser semi.
Mythic's holding fire, and the 5 Fears, all that confidence is sloughed off. Abe, though, magnificent map 1. The catalyst for map 2 potentially in this position. He'll be looking for timing.
He's just gonna let all the bullets ring out around him. Might get Harry. Does great work. Incredible patience. Activates at the right time. I'm a little bit worried that there's 2 players on the other side of that door, but they don't come on through. And Bance will watch him cross on out. So that first blood finally going back the way of 5 Fears after 4 rounds without it.
Let's try and stay alive, but this is an interesting one, and Abe gets a second. I said it was going to be the catalyst. He's now taken down 2 of the 4. Bance is trying to get in position, but not going to work out. Too many bodies looking over, and 5 Fears strike back.
It's easy to sit here as well and feel like that this game's in Team Orchid hands considering how good they've been through the last portion of the map. But because of the great work at the start from 5 Fears, they, of course, will tie this now up. And that's an offensive round coming on through. First blood, but you called it, my friend. You said Abe was in the position to be the catalyst. It's patient work from him. Just lets everything else kind of unfold. Sometimes you can be that player that steps up, gunfights go off, and you get a little bit itchy on your trigger finger. You jump into action too soon. We saw it in the previous round. And instead, he bides his time. He plays it well. And that gives his team all the opportunity they needed to get themselves back on the board.
Abe being aggressive one more time. He's trying to slip through. Does get stun checked. They'll know somebody's here, and for Abe, that makes things a bit more difficult. And hold on a minute, with all the aggression of 5 Fears, it's been caught in. Somehow Hixie takes down Exceed with the car bomb. And Bance doesn't know it, of course, but realistically, Orchid are here alone. There is going to be a flank come in, and that won't be the problem.
As you get stunned from the front here, you're thinking there's going to be more pressure, but yeah, someone's got to turn at some point. It will be Harry, actually, to check back. He sees his opponents. Hixie will find the kill, but that suddenly spells trouble for Mythics. He's aware you've got to punch out one side or the other here. Decide what you're going to fight. Otherwise, set up in a pinch, and it looks like you're just going to hunker down and try and cut off people as they come in through the doorways.
3 versus 3. Fire puts lots of bullets in already. And this really is a bunkering down. Team Orchid not moving, not grooving. Fire trying to find the first one through as well. Abe will find Mythics. Henry will find Abe. Already down to a 2 versus 2. Bance finds more. Henry Fire is going to be behind, but Bance knows. Calls it, turns, burns, and goes up 5-4 in the SnD. A little bit chaotic there in that final flurry, but the trade's just working out for Team Orchid.
Be thanking your lucky stars if you're Team Orchid with whatever happens in that first blood situation. Car bomb goes off late, picks up a player on the pinch on the rotation, and that just means that the numbers advantage goes the way of Orchid. That being said, they do a good job. Get the bomb down after that pickup onto Harry behind them. It would have been easy to panic. It would have been easy to try and flood out and take lots of fights. Instead, they get that bomb down, took themselves into corners, and demand 5 Fears cross the line they've drawn and invite them into only their grave. Orchid then with an opportunity to tie our series back up.
Well, this should be an interesting one. Right now, it's a big push coming in. 5 Fears about to hit this in numbers. I don't think Team Orchid have reacted to it. Well, they're here, though. Henry finds Exceed already. He's going to be traded down already. It's going to go the way of Team Orchid to begin with. They now have the numbers in the point. Unfortunately, I cannot see what's happening.
Team Orchid just trying to slow this right down, so much so. We are losing frames, but there's a big wrap coming in from Bance. Potentially on the pinch. And he could be the difference maker. Unfortunately, as I see very little We're not sure
1v1,
which
that's
way
all I
this has
know.
gone down.
Mythics and Hixie in a 1 versus 1. Oh, I've got it back for a second. Side show. Mythics will win it. Wins a 1 versus 1. I do apologize for that one. We couldn't really see on our end what was happening, but it is that take the S&D.
Yep. It's unfortunate the way it all goes down in the end, of course, but Team Orchid do answer back. And it was a little bit worrying at one point there that we were about to get an absolute rollover after the map 1. Map 2 just sees 5Fierce take that 3-map lead at the start. We spoke about how Team Orchid would need to find adjustments, find better starts to the rounds. And from there, every time they found a first blood, they saw it on out to clean up the map 6-4. Of course, we don't see that final fight, but for Team Orchid, as we take a look here at the scoreboard, Mythics 11-6, fantastic performance from him, 1100 damage, but not to be outdone. Bance, part of everything that they were doing, 1300 of his own to top the lobby.
Well, they get it done in the end. A little bit nervous for them as well, realistically. The way that started off, you thought it was going to be a blowout for 5Fierce, but a fight back in abundance. So much damage from Bance in the end. Mythics also having a good time. Abe, I thought, could have turned that game around. Started being very, very aggressive. Unfortunately, it looked like Team Orchid were aware that could be a possibility, and once they stun checked him on 1 round, they were ready for it.
Yeah, no, absolutely. It's the one thing, like, how deep is your playbook? And for 5Fierce here, it felt like they had a couple of things up their sleeve, but once the Orchid made the correct adjustments, felt like they shut down everything that 5Fierce had about them. It took them a while to get going, but Orchid did some great things in the end. We saw that commitment. We saw those first bloods. And also, one of the things we saw was a flourishing duo, a bit of a partnership between Henry and Mythics, in particular, taking over rounds at points, and just great work to play around each other to shut down any sort of counter from 5Fierce. So, beautiful work again from those two. Not to, of course, count Bounce and Harry out, but wonderful stuff that will see us tie things up. And a reminder, there is so much leaning on this tie for Team Orchid. If you punch on through 2 grand finals, that will get P7 Red a qualification spot for champs. If you don't, 5Fierce will then guarantee, regardless of if they get to the finals or not, an extra champ spot for North America. So many different eyes on this.
Now, waiting and hoping for something to change for either region, really. But we'll find out. I mean, this being a 1-1 already could be tight. I mean, that was a tight hard point until Abe took over for 2. And went to this, it did come down to a little bit of a 1 versus 1. Hixie just lost out on the timing here. This is the one we didn't see, by the way. Our broadcasting system this side, it had a little bit of a wobble, I think is the best way to put it. So we kind of, we missed a little bit, but this is how it's gone so far. Skyline 250 to 154, and Red Card Search and Destroy a 6-4 to Team Orchid in the end.
Yeah, indeed. And 250 to 154, if you're just tuning in, that was a much closer map all the way through the first 2 rotations. Very neck and neck indeed. And then, well, as you said, Abe had his moment and called game very, very quickly. But also incredibly close in the red card SnD. But 5Fierce White went up 3-0 in that and were clawed back to a very impressive Team Orchid squad. So very much so a tale of both teams landing, exchanging blows at the minute, feeling each other out in these matchups, and then having moments where they run it on through. So it's all about looking at that map 3, that vault control. It's always our swing mode. It sits bang in the middle of it. And when we sit there and go 1-1 here, it's an opportunity for us to find out who will enter the second part of our best of 5 leading and who has all the pressure on them.
Certainly will. Well, they're going to see the control after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action from challengers here at the Major. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challenges at the Major. We're now into one of our lower games here for elimination. Only a few teams remain. One of these will be taken out. The other will go into the lower finals. Right now, all tied up, Enigma.
It is indeed at one apiece, and as I've mentioned a couple of times, so many permutations around this, because for this event, you end up with the first team, the team that wins everything, gets guaranteed EWC, top 2 guaranteed champs, and well, what will happen in this situation? Extra spots for your region. We'll break all that down to finer detail later on, but what it is that we've got to focus on with a clearer microscope here is going to be this series. As you said, one apiece. We're moving into that vault control. And this is one of those maps where, especially with the new spawn, especially with the new patches and the way it comes on through, it's very offensively favored. It's what we've seen up here on the screen. So for me, I start to look over towards this Five Fears team. They've been very good in hard points all the way through the tournament. We saw how good they were in that map 1 when they got things going. That starts to worry me a little bit if you are a Team Orchid fan and a European fan, because high pacing just sometimes doesn't suit them. And what they need to do if you are this Team Orchid squad, especially on vault control, you see so many teams, they'll overinvest into defending A, and then there'll be a transition quickly from the offensive team from A to B. Orchid must call their timings correctly, and when they give up A, set themselves up for B and slow things back down.
Well, let's find out who walks away with this one. Like I said, a little bit of a tense game between them. Obviously, they walked into the venue first of everybody, went straight to that main stage and got set up, and they know they are fighting for survival. Neither team wants to have, even though this is still a very good placement, it's not good enough for the competitors. They want to go further, they want to go higher. Obviously, that and the extra slot for EWC. So some people from the regions also watching.
Yeah, absolutely. It's a case for this Team Orchid lineup in particular. You got second in the first Open of the year. You then only get top 8 in Miami. So it's a bounce back from that. It is better, but this is definitely a lineup of players that expect to be fighting in grand finals. They won't accept falling here for top 4. And as you've mentioned there, it is so many more things just on the line here. There's opportunities for not just themselves, but also playing for your region. So it is a complicated one for all players up there. For North America, of course, you've already guaranteed yourself 1 extra champ spot. It's about if you can take them all. As we line up our vault control here, a reminder of the fact that Five Fears, the aggression, especially with the new spawns, I feel this suits them. All about smart plays, the fundamentals of control from Orchid that will keep them in this tie.
Oh, here we go. Straight into it as well. Orchid on the attack. Pretty standard opening, straight into A. This is going to send a player as well, but that's a big nade from Exceed to take down Mythics. That's already staggered this break a little bit.
Indeed. Also, keep an eye on a big wrap there, and actually several in the feed. It's just going to be Henry, and as he's cleaned on up, you're going to end up in the worst possible spot if you're Orchid. Thankfully, Harry will get you out for a moment, and that will give you a little bit of breathing room, but need an opportunity to set up a bit of a wave here if you are Orchid, and as Five Fears start to put so much pressure on your exits from your spawn, you're not going to get that opportunity.
At the moment, they're really not doing an awful lot. Fire's just having fun. Everybody just jumping into his gun. I don't think anybody's actually fired a bullet back into him in the last couple of gunfights. And again, no damage. Fire just having everybody run into his sights, and not doing an awful lot. They've managed to get onto B. They've got somebody through, but they're going to have to come on off it as well. Fire now going to be on 7. Five Fears. What an opening.
Indeed, by 7 lives as well. Mostly off the back of the work from Fire, but also just the complete lack of answer from Orchid here. Mythics trying to find some progress up the B street. We're going to have Henry dillying and dallying and touching the point, just trying to hope that his teammates can arrive in support, and that will be the moment the Mythics will step up to answer the call. 3 kills in the feed, so an opportunity then to stack this B point. Look at the Blue Arrow swarm to try and retake this, but you're spawning so far south that you're going to end up giving up at least 2 ticks here, surely, and that will be an incredible pickup for a Team Orchid squad that have been bullied so far through the round.
Yeah, no trophies there really did cost them as well. Luther is going to go for it again. He's going to try and stop this clock here. Realistically, the rest of his team coming off of this respawn. There's just not enough bodies, not enough bullets, and not enough time for them to get the perfect setup for it as well. Henry going down. He's going to go straight back to B. They're going to try and push this B again. They know it's really their only chance.
Put all your eggs in this basket, Henry. He read it correctly, but the timing was off. Turns and still finds Hixie, though. And it's a trade fest on the point, but it comes on through. You get the extra 60 seconds. You will be down 8 lives, sure, but that hands you a lifeline in the round.
Can they lock this down in one? Very difficult for them to do so, especially with losing a couple of kills already. And, well, they have some time, but they don't have the lives. They don't have the mistakes to make. Bance will now just try and play around this point and find some kills to allow his teammates to come back into this game.
You do get
they might stack
bodies.
This.
Yeah. Bodies here to at least get the ticks to come on through. Bance here making progress. Henry's going to push on out towards line, try and control it. You get player hop on up from mid, 3v11. This second tick somehow comes through. You've saved so much of your round. Henry will trade this on out. Mythics is still up. Well, all on Mythics in a 1v9. And while the round seems unassailable, that 5 ticks coming on through is incredible considering how poorly they started.
Yeah, I'll be honest with you, that's the silver lining here. No, they did not win the round, but to get 5 ticks from where they were is miraculous. And if they can do a little bit better on the defense, all is not lost. But yeah, the lives just cost them in the end. I mean, allowing Fire to just get 7 off the rip with absolutely no trade. Normally, you will see them be very aggressive here, Team Orchid, but just did not pan out for them this time. What can Five Fears do? If they get this attack, it could be a wonderful time for them.
Just an incredibly slow rollout is the difference maker, as you say there. But answering back opportunity. It's a weird one, though, as well. We were talking about this. Offense is almost favored now with the way the new spawns work. 5 ticks is good and all, but it's also a case of, do you want defense if you get to round 5? I don't know. For Henry and Co. A case of trying to make this defense as clean as possible. But it's not the same rollout we saw last time around. The kills are a bit more back and forth.
Oh, back and forth, back and forth. Ixie still soaking time, still having a great time as well, but we'll lose that gunfight. Bance trying to stay alive into the middle here. Exceed having a little bit of a look, and well, Elizabeth jumps in to get the trade going as well. But players in the spawns, that is always going to be the issue on both sides of this. Everyone is now everywhere.
Harry had the read that someone was behind him, but doesn't get the timing. Hixie will find him. That's nades up into the cat. Will be picked up by Abe, though. Keep an eye on him, of course. Map 1 kept himself around even, then suddenly exploded in the back half to run that riot across the map. Will have the potential to do it again. This is what I'm talking about. This moment here. Chalk up A, set yourself up, cut off the exits, and try and just give yourself a foundation to play out from for this B point. They make the correct calls, but there's a lot of time for them to have to try and hold on to this.
Oh, Fire still having a really good time. Seed also going for the player that was in the spawn, and A pushing forward. If he gets through into this one, it's a massive push for him as well. Takes down Bance with ease, and I'll be honest with you, in this kind of position, with this amount of bodies, it's very difficult to dig them out, and this might be over.
Takes through. Fire finds one. Door will open in behind. A huge 2-piece from Henry out of the water side. Will leave Exceed on his own at Palms, just hoping that his teammates can spawn in and do something. But Henry squeezing up by Trophy might stop these players being able to get on over. No, he is at least cleaned on up. For Team Orchid, a worrying moment there. You made so much of the correct calls to stop that A to B transition, and then for some reason invested into A again, when what you need to be doing is just making sure this B point's protected.
Oh, Bance really played his life there very, very well. It could have been a disaster after Exceed was kept alive, but Abe's found 2. Game still on. Five Fears continuing to take the map pressure away from them. Respawn coming in from Team Orchid. And Five Fears just continuing to push this tempo. They have a slight life lead. It's allowing them to just be very, very aggressive.
Need a couple of kills for free here. Harry will get one. Mythics, though, with a hop, skip, and half a jump, just about gets out of the way. Tries to contest to stall the progress. Finds 1, finds 2. Not quite sure how, but Mythics will take that life advantage and splinter it. So now, with Bance pushed up into Trophy, an opportunity for Orchid to see this on out. It's been a, well, unorthodox defense at points, but it's certainly working for them. Down to the final 30 seconds.
Gotta be careful. You can see Fire trying to get around the side as well, pushing those spawns. Could be Bance in the backfield as well, looking for a kill at the same time. He's going to go down. 7 versus 7. A mistake from either side will cement this round. Fire trying to get it as well, but it is going to fall at the same time, and only going to be 2 bodies onto it at the same Abe trying to hold this one down. If they make a mistake here, Team Orchid, it's going to be over for them. And Abe tries to make the mistake for them. Hixie jumps back onto the point. They're still good as a 4 versus 4. Somebody needs to get up here and help him. Nade's already throwing out as well. Their third tick is coming in. They've got to contest it. They're going to be behind it. At the same time, Henry tries to stay alive. More players pouring into this one. It's a 4 versus 3. Hixie gets another. A 2 versus 3. Hixie staying alive with the point. Bounce will not get there in time. And 5 Fears win their attack.
It's just refusing to go away. The endless amounts of pressure. You have a moment there where Mythics picks up 2 in order to give his team an opportunity to get back on the point. But Hicks with the instant trade. Bans it was, I think, with the 2, but Hicks with that instant trade and dives straight onto the point. He doesn't wait. He doesn't slow it down. He's not asking for his teammates to get there. He just hops straight on the point and continues to have Orchid scrambling. And that defensive line that we asked for multiple times in that round just never really came about. We never saw solid foundation happen. And as such, they will see themselves 2-0 down in this one. And with how good 5 Fears looked at the start of the break-off in the defense last time round, a repeat of that would surely spell disaster for Orchid in this map.
Just not having it the way they want it to go. And again, I think Abe, that 2-piece, it just kind of flipped it around. And, well, the confidence overflowing from this man, and will continue to push it. Another bad break here for Team Orchid.
And these rollouts on the offense just aren't going their way. Henry is going to attract a lot of attention over at B, and what he's hoping to do there is move these blue arrows around, pull the 5 Fears players in his direction, and then hopefully help his teammates out at A, but everyone else dies around him. Mythics might slip the net in through mid. Henry will find one, Harry with another as well. So an opportunity to dive this B point, and this was what was successful for them last time. This is what got them into the first defensive round.
Got players pushed up. Mythics going to try and hold this one for his team. They push this as well, and that's a little bit of bad timing. And shuts it all down, and now Orchid will have to start again from 1 tick. They are down in lives. They've burned a little bit of time. They have not felt confident on this map for some reason today.
It's not looking comfortable at all. The pace at which 5 Fears are playing at is leaving Team Orchid scratching their heads a little bit. Endless pressure, and Exceed, this is an example of it. Going to get himself into trophy. The shots are awful. Exceed, you are not going to want to watch that one back, but Hixie will at least clean the point on up. But that pressure was there. That was my point.
They're going for it again. It's the same play as last time. Everybody onto B. Get here fast, get here quick. They're stacking it. They've got 3 into it. That trophy doing work again. Henry trying to get the player out towards the outside, and does so, and it's going to be contested one more time. Nobody able to get through, and the trades go against them. And it will not be the Cinderella story. Team Orchid cannot pull that one out. And they have got their backs against the wall.
Exceed. On those shots are much better. Finds the kills. Makes it a 3-0. Nice and tidy. And the thing is, to be completely honest as well, it felt a little bit like a recap of round 1 there, where even if Orchid had managed to see that point off and get themselves the extra 60 seconds, they're so far behind in lives. The odds they would have had to have overcome a Cinderella story, it would truly have been. 5 Fears looking incredibly good. Every time it's a map mode combo that requires high pace, pressure, and the ability to just slay out in waves, they step up and deliver.
They really do. And you can see how happy 5 Fears are now looking. Really took them down on that vault control. Staying not really there. You can see for Team Orchid, just a disappointing stat line all across the board. On the other side of it, Hixie 22 and 14, Fire 23 and 13. A lot of assists, a lot of damage flowing through 5 Fears, and that puts them up in this series 2-1.
Yeah, it's interesting looking at Hixie at the minute, because I had a conversation with him in Madrid after I think he was aware that he was going to be dropped. He hadn't had a great time in the COD League, and I had a conversation with him, and he said he was going to go back into the pit, change his role up a little bit, and prove that he's able to slay, because he's often been looked at as that glue player, the guy that will pull a team together and be the one who baits himself in first and sets up the rest of the team to succeed. And he said, you know, I feel like I have the ability to step up and slay out with the rest of the players there, and I want to have an opportunity at doing that. And, well, I will say, of what we have seen of 5 Fears, he's certainly been a huge part of that conversation, none more so than the slaying prowess shown here in our map 3.
Well, we're going to find out if there is anything left for Team Orchid on this next respawn. They've not won either one, and it has been very comfortable for 5 Fears. Is this the end of their tournament?
If you're P7 red right now, you're praying not. Because if this does end the way it's currently looking, then North America will take 7 spots for champs. The way it all breaks on down, if you are unsure, top 2 from DreamHack. If you already qualified, you get your spots for your region, which started off as 5 NA, 5 EU, 2 LATAM, and 2 APAC. So as such, if the top 2 teams are North American, you would have 7 North American to Europe's 5. Now, what that would do right now for Europe, you already have Notorious, Orchid, P7 White, and P7 Black all qualified. If Orchid were able to get themselves through this series and into Grands off the next hurdle that they will have to overcome as well to get there, then that would get P7 Red on through. I'd love to sit there and do the math about who may or may not qualify in North America, but you guys rotate your rosters so damn much that I'm just not going to bother. Just know that the number of slots would be 7 if you get another team on through.
Well, at the moment, we will find out, because this is all coming down to this hard point. Five Fears, their respawn has been better, and they only need to continue along that same vein to move forward in this tournament and knock out Team Orchid. They're ready. They're loading in. Absolute focus is now a must.
You're out of your 9 lives. If you are Orchid, we've seen a lot of teams, Orchid being one of them, scrape on through in game 5s. To get there, it's gotta be perfect. Saw off Cabal last time. The Five Fears got here themselves in a game 5 round 11, so they're no strangers to clutching up when required. We break away then in the hard point. Map 4. Five Fears with the opportunity to march on Orchid to stop themselves finishing up top 4.
Oh, here we go. This could be everything for them as well. Orchid got a slight advantage in terms of the early slaying, but Abe staying alive to the point and actually getting a few. It is a bit of a wipe for them as well, as now Orchid spread around the map looking for the players.
One job here for Bance to find Pixie, who's pushed on through into P2. We're still 30 seconds left on this hill. Bance does indeed find the very important kill, but you are going to be contested by fire as well. Important to just stay alive in this moment. You are the deepest player. You do get the spawns come on through at least. So a great bit of work from Bance to keep that P2 rotation on. That being said, Five Fears, they're here to contest this early.
Hicks gets up there quickly, but Fire takes him down. That's a wonderful trade from Fire. Really does open up this P2 for them. Also looking for a big kill. Fire again. Huge shots coming out of them, and that takes P2 control firmly into Five Fears camp.
Yeah, Orchid there. We'll hope to have it locked on down, but Five Fears hit such an early wrap. Caught them by surprise and Fire with some of the most ridiculous shots. Something that we've seen multiple times in this series already. Abe now trying to hold down the stairwell. We'll put a nade out. We'll connect and also take Henry with him via a car bomb. And to be honest, no matter how many times I play this map, I forget that that's there.
This is the key as well. And at the moment, Team Orchid not having the greatest of time. Not able to get into P2 at all. We've seen this before, though. It is more than a little difficult off the rip to do so if you do not get that initial fight, and not even going to be able to really fight for the scrap time here. Nobody close. They're going to have to put all their eggs into the basket that is going to be P3.
It is at least a rotation this time from Orchid, though. Last time I got to tune in with them on Hacienda, they were so bad at this P2 to P3 rotation. Would give it up quite handedly, but Mythics is aiming to change that storyline as he finds 2 kills here. Top Spiral to find a lot of control around Arches. All that's going to do is force Exceeding Co in through well, but they find 2 kills to start to break this.
We're trying to just get away from it as well, but this is going from bad to worse. Hixie already slamming them, and they cannot find a kill. Team Orchid are faltering every single step of this. There's less than a slow start and more of an awful start. 85 and 23. Eventually they get back into this point by a few seconds, but it always feels like Team Orchid are the lesser team in these fights.
It just reminds me so much of map 1. We saw that Orchid, they couldn't hold anything. The one thing they could at least do that kept it interesting throughout most of the map was break. They've struggled to do that, not managing it at all at P2, and then it's only a late one at P3 that will reward with them with very little. So the rotation is on then. Hixie looking to try and... Oh, he might find his way through the back if he gets in round wine here. If he does get the timing, he can splinter this setup, at least finds one, and won't be traded. Eventually cleaned up, but that turned a lot of arrows. And Orchid then, without an ideal situation to set themselves up and try and hold on for once.
And my goodness, do they need it. If they can somehow lock this in, it will be a reversal of fortune, but 3 players going down. Mythics now having to fight the entire team of 5 Fears. And, well, hope burns brief in the heart of Orchid. They have not made a big go of this one. They will try it one more time. They know the points are up for grabs.
5 Fears here, just happy to make the contest of this. Exceed finds one. Henry with 4 on the point. Explodes into life after a slow start from him, but having an impactful moment that will hand scrap time over to Orchid at least. Cut it down to around a 30-point lead here and give them a route in towards P1. Never mind.
Here's the key, though. Going in the second rotations, the gap isn't as big as it could have been. And that's what they'll be relying on. If they can get a good rotation, they can restore this game. 30 points will be the difference. Back on the P1 goes 5 Fears. Band's up top. He's actually going to go for this Chow here with a pistol, and we'll find it, but obviously being down in there, it's basically a little bit of a killing field. You don't expect to survive very long unless your teammates clear out all the angles.
Yeah, this is one of the things for Orchid right now. Feels like you are just seeing a player dive the point, hope for the best, and what you need is this control of your top corridors. Not easy, of course. Better easier said than done up here on the desk, but Henry trying to control the cross, finds a Bance explodes on up to provide support, and will therefore keep himself in the point. Bizarrely enough, this is arguably Orchid's best hill so far of the map. But now it's all about that rotation. Last time 5 Fears went on this rotation early and broke Orchid before they could even get the point.
Well, somehow, some way, we are looking at a much more even game. At the moment, it will be Team Orchid into P2 first. Henry holding this first bottleneck. Knows there's going to be 2 players against him. Will be calling out for reinforcements, and they will come through onto the different angles. They are fighting every single angle out of this towards the back here. Vance tries to help his teammate out, and that's what Orchid are doing correctly at the moment. The teamwork is allowing them to hold this through the trades.
Yeah, you're absolutely right about teamwork. It's also that not getting over egregious on those chows around the rock. You're able to just throw a shoulder, try and delay that push as much as you can. Last time Fire was just able to splinter you so easily because you were willing to give the fights for free. Don't get that. You also get yourself backed up deeper, but now the entire 5 Fears team are punching the front door.
Oh, and Henry now on a 6 streak just won't die for anybody, and Bance cleans it up at the same time, and this is unbelievable. Team Orchid, it looked like they were down and out for so much of this and have managed to not only take the lead, but put up probably one of the bigger leads we've seen in this hard point.
Bounce back, ask about resilience, grit. How much do you want it? And Orchid wants every bit, and Henry wanted every bit of that fight to find 7 and a Hellstorm, and we know how useful those can be for later hills. But Exceed finally stems the bleeding, stops the rotation, slows it back down.
There we go, pushing them out here. You can hear the Hellstorm in the distance. It isn't going to catch anybody, but does give them the breath to get through. And somehow Lucifer drops one onto Henry's head. That's not what they wanted. Lucifer, though, manages to redeem himself, trying to just keep his teammate alive into this point with a contest. And they've broken in, and they are now going to be onto this point.
I think as well, I don't even think it was... No, it wasn't Henry's. It must have been Mythix, who's had himself a bit of a game here on that Hellstorm. Doesn't kill anybody, but it just sends that 5 Fears defense running for the hills. And as such, Orchid mop up everything. So that rotation that I'm often so critical of for them from 2 to 3, they've pulled it off here. 50-point lead in hand. And for 5 Fears, I guess you just got to cut your losses here. Get yourself over to 4 and try and just stop this momentum that Orchid have built.
They're over there so far. Going to lose a player from Mythics on that rotation. They're going to try and get every single angle. At the moment, 5 Fears holding the door. 2 players going to be in top. This is a little bit one-sided here for Team Orchid. They don't really have the positioning to make an effective push quite yet as players go out for it as well. But there we go. That's what they're waiting for. Hellstorm coming in, and he's going to find one as well. 2 going to go down, but still the trades are erupting out towards the middle here. Henry going for a reach out, a massive reach out to give him the advantage onto this next point. And, well, they go down to Exceed, but Bance gets Exceed because they had the numbers. And they are back into this again here, Team Orchid. This is a complete turnaround. Why do they always start so slow on the respawns?
It feels like Henry and Mythix have finally come alive. Henry finds that 4-piece earlier on P4 and hasn't looked back since. And for Mythix, he's flourishing under the lights. The confidence flowing indeed. But Abe is here to answer back with 2. We know that he can take over when required. Exceed will say, no, I don't like my teammates doing that, and drop a nade on his head for some reason. But with that, Team Orchid go over the 200-point marker, a 70-point lead. And if they can combine the 1 into 2, just like they did in the last rotation, it will force us onto that game 5.
And this is like a completely different team subbed in for that second rotation. unfathomable what we've seen so far, but it is not over. Five Fears still have a way back into this. Still trading around the map. Nobody getting on that P1 point yet. They know they want the kills first.
My Fears have invested earlier into this rotation, by the way. Pushed on through Rock already. Abe just looking to control the spiral, aware that Orchid adjusted last time, shut down their row. They're trying to make sure that they don't have to do one. And that kill from Abe should give you plenty of presence. I'm keeping an eye on the minimap here because spawns could be all over the place, but Abe will find Harry. Important kill to help Five Fears set up here and try and get back into this.
Well, another big P1 from Five Fears. Thought we got it last time. This time it's Five Fears soaking it for all they're worth. They'll get on for 12 points, but realistically, it is not going to be about this P1. It's not even really going to be about those 12 points. It will be about this rotation. If Five Fears hold it, it's game on. If they don't, Team Orchid will walk away with his hard point. Bant is waiting. He needs his teammates to make some kills. He's going to go for it regardless. Looking for it at the same time. Bant is not able to get that second kill, and Henry goes for the reach out, and it's too little too late. Five Fears have the first hold.
You do have a moment to breathe though here, and Harry potentially gets over egregious. You just need to let your teammates get into this fight before you activate. You have time here if you're Orchid to set this up and retake. Bants tries to swim his way in, but Michael Phelps, he is not. Fire cleans him on out. You've got two players trying to push in through Spiral if you are Orchid, but if you lose these here, you got to start to assess how much you invest into this and how much you just decide to set up for the rotation, because last time that P2 to P3 was so much better for them than over-investing here.
Fire just staying alive. That's all they're going to want to do. Realistically, Team Orchid do want into this point, but how much do you sell? How much do you go for it? Bans is trying to find a kill at the same time, and, well, they've got nothing out of it. We said P2 will be influential, and it has been. Off to the races, off to fences, off to Destiny potential. XC gets cut down on that rotation. It is going to be Team Orchid that will have this first hold. They only need 23 seconds.
They do, but we've seen how their holding can be at times and how good Five Fears instead have been at breaking. So it's about who crumbles first. In this one, Mythics will be backed on down. You just need the 10 seconds if you're Orchid, but Five Fears are coming.
Looking for it as well. He's trying to get every single kill, but Lucifer cannot find it. Trade's already gone down. And they still have the tick. Five Fears, if they hold this flawlessly, will win the game. Team Orchid just needs 7 seconds. This is going to be tight. The contests are coming through at the same time. Fire going for it, and Henry cuts him. And they've got enough bodies here. Hixie will now have to get back into the point for the contestant. He's not going to be able to do so as Mythics finds his second. And Exceed will dive to try and make a hero play. It will be not enough. The Hellstorm does not travel through time, and we are going to a map 5.
And Henry has himself a map again. I don't know how the scoreboard is going to look, but the impact that this man has when he suddenly shows up is something we cannot overstate. He has that fork down on that P4. It turns into a run from him that not only hands him over the cruise and so much else, but the utility is one thing to talk about. It's his ability to rotate, pick up kills on that. Then this Orchid squad make the correct adjustments, set themselves up earlier and deeper for P2. Don't throw lives away, which suddenly sends Five Fears into a spiral. But to come back to Henry, even in those final moments there, just as Five Fears are looking to push it deeper on this map, he turns and burns on fire to clean up the final points.
And now we're going to a map at the flow of that hard point, because realistically, Team Orchid, I was counting them out. I was counting them out for the first few hills. It didn't look like they were really ready to rumble with the team that is Five Fears. And then somehow they caught a blaze, took the lead, put up a commanding lead, tried to throw it away on P2 again. They weren't able to break it. That definitely has been the money hill for these teams here. But they get enough points to put them far enough ahead that Fences cements it. And now, as we go towards the map 5, it's anyone's game.
It's indeed, and, well, we get ourselves a banger. You and me were talking about this last night. I feel like every series that you and me have cast have mostly been one-sided, if not in the series, then in the maps, but being blessed a little bit here in our losers semis. Orchid and Five Fears putting on a show, and it feels like all the way through we've seen different players take over at various moments. Abe in map 1. I feel like in that map there, although, again, Henry's scoreboard won't look incredible, it's his impact, it's the moments. Mythics was flowing with confidence as we get a look at these highlights. Reminder to just dock your cap and note down his name. Because he, when he gets going, has a ceiling that few others can match. I guess, my friend, we look at that SnD that's coming up next, and we saw how that last SnD went. Started off slowly if you were Team Orchid, eventually went on a spree through the middle of the map, and then closed it out off the back of that. My big fear, of course, is if you start off slowly again, will you have the opportunity to build yourself back into it?
That is potentially the question. I mean, it's going to be a difficult one, realistically, for both these teams. At the moment, Orchid, obviously, it's not... I'm trying to put this in the correct context. It's not inconsistency in the fact that it's a bad thing. It's the fact that they just start so slow in so many of these respawns. You think they've got it locked in and solid, and almost like they have a mid-game pep talk over and over again. The same thing happened on the Search and Destroy. The Skyline, they never got it back. The Vault Control was great for them yesterday, terrible today. I don't know what I'm expecting out of this team. 5 Fears are solid. And if you are going to be Team Orchid, you're going to have to be more consistent to beat a solid team.
Yeah, the one thing to note here as well is the odds stack ever more in 5 Fears' favor when they've been here before, winning the Game 5 Round 11 last night on Hacienda. So they know what it takes to clutch up. They know what it takes when the lights are brightest, the pressure's the highest, how to close out this matchup. For Team Orchid, I feel like that slow start of map 2, it's even more imperative that they don't get off to it and leave 5 Fears in a position where they can just close it out and send themselves on through to the finals.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, for this now, everything is kind of up in the air, but we'll find out. We're going to go to a quick break. When we come back, though, we will have map 5 here from Challengers. Don't go nowhere. We'll see you soon. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers Major. We have a Map 5 alert. It's going to be 5 Fears and Team Orchid that have gone the distance to bring us to one final S&D. The loser will go home. the winner will continue on to face Omid in the next round. This is how it's gone so far, though. 250 to 154 on Skyline Hardpoint. Abe took over with a 12 streak to end that one. Then Red Card Search and Destroy. Poor start from Team Orchid. They went down 0 to 3, and then fought their way back with 4 consecutive rounds. Vault Control was all going to be 5 fears. However, Team Orchid didn't really turn up too well on that one. They did fight very well around B, but that's about it. And Hacienda Hardpoint, again, a slow start from Team Orchid, but they found their feet and managed to carry the win.
Yeah, absolute barn burner. We look then to that Hacienda for game 5, and there's a couple of different things here. For Team Orchid, I think it's been a case of you needing individual players to pop off in moments to give you so much of your progress through this series. But then again, in map 2, we saw smart adjustments. It's just that slow start that concerns me. If you get off to it here, we've already seen 5 fears clutch up in the game 5 round 11 last night against Team Notorious. They could well be setting themselves up to do it all over again. They've got a deep SnD playbook on this map. That being said, Team Orchid have also been very good here through this tournament. So it's a case of unstoppable force, immovable object. Something must break, must falter under the pressure. And as you said, move on to fight for top 3 and beyond, or to fall in 4th. And everything that rides with that around champ spots, EWC, etc. I can't think of many challenger events, Bryce, where the pressure has been as high.
You are right. And the players, will they let it affect them? That's going to be the question. We've seen the fist bumps go out. We've seen the players get ready to load in. And the fly through is here. And that can only mean that Hacienda SnD is just about to kick off between these two squads. Both of them desperate for it. The last SnD was won by Team Orchid. Can they get another one? Or will 5 fears finally grab it?
Last time out, it was all about the first bloods. I know that sounds pretty straightforward, but it's rare you see 6 to 4 in round count, and that be off the back of a first blood every single round. So look for that here, especially defensively. If you are picking up first bloods defensively, it helps you so much considering the size of the map and how spread thin you can be.
Ixie looking for it and doing well so far. 2 versus 3. We'll just point out the team names at the top. They are wrong at the moment. 5 fears. It's Hixie, Abe, Exceed, and Fire. Team Orchid is Vance, Henry, Mythics, and Lucifer, and that's going to be the end here. It will be 5 fears who technically take round 1.
Yep, 5 fears indeed coming out on top there. Hixie just finding that first blood, shutting down the progress up top. And I think it's a quick rotation that comes on through that's quite impressive there. You get the information, you're aware of where the remaining Orchid players are, and they don't waste any time, and that's just something that we're seeing a lot in their game. It's the quick decision making, the pressure that they continually apply, and whether or not teams can stand up to that. We saw Orchid do it in the last SnD. They got off to that slow start, made the adjustments that were required to set the pace back down. 5 fears coming out here and making an early statement.
Here goes adjustments. Bance has been running through mid fountain pretty consistently onto this one, but Mythic's already taken down Fire, and Bance is going to try and take advantage of this to see if he can find something. It takes a lot of map control away from them, but it is a vulnerable position. And he takes out Mythics and almost gets the second. Not going to be advantage still here to Team Orchid.
He will be found as well. A 1v3. Exceed. Skynate to try and delay that A plant. That could land beautifully. It won't matter though. There's Mythic. Sorry, Harry. Sticks around for a little bit too long in mid. And Exceed just not expecting it. So ties up. Defense is on top. First blood's on top. And that's a better start in the SnD this time, because last time they had to go down 3-0 before they began their comeback if you were Orchid. So reminder very much so. Here to play.
Well, this is all tied up, and I am hoping to see it really go the distance. It's been a pretty good game so far. Let's hope that everybody is on their A game for this.
Patience from both sets of players here. Popping out the stuns, finding information, throwing some shoulders. Moments like that. Abe and Bance calling it a draw and going their own ways. And the thing is, that suits the defensive team. Orchid, sorry, 5 fears will have to make a decision at some point. Decide where they're committing this bomb to.
So far, burn a lot of time for this. Hixie trying to get a bit of information. They don't have a lot here, Five Fears. They have not really stretched this map out. Team Orchid already going all the way around as well. They might get a first kill. Exceed will do so. Hixie trying to put the pressure on towards platform. They've kind of made themselves into a little bit of an issue here. Now a 2 versus 3. Down goes Hixie as well. A 1 versus 3, and Fire knows that he's got many men against him.
Many men indeed wishing death upon Fire.
Oh, just staying down.
Yeah, for a half moment, but yeah, it was never going to go anywhere. Cleaned on up. And again, just holding strong. I think the most impressive thing there, if you are Team Orchid, is you find the first defense of this Hassi. It's just the patience, the willingness to slow, again, everything back down. It's where they're at their best. As we get a beautiful shot of Harry applying some lit bomb.
That was a little bit to do with the fact that they just never really had map control. All the way through that, you could see Five Fears, they were hoping that somebody would essentially jump out and give them that first blood. When it didn't occur, Orchid were very, very comfortable in taking all that map presence away from them.
Vance might have found Fire with his pants down and does indeed get himself that kill in office. Could slow it down if he wishes, but says no such thing. Finds 2. And another first blood going the way of Orchid here. And that will allow them to start to push on forward to this A plant. And oh, Henry hits everything, fully aware of the escape route that was on there. And wasn't going to allow Hixie it for free.
Fence has been blown to smithereens, and Hixie's got splinters in his ass. It just couldn't really do much more. But here comes the pinch. Has to be perfect timing. Need to win the gunfight for Mythics B Succeed. And Hixie alone and injured. And they will now throw him shoulders all day.
25 seconds. Unlikely. And even less probable now. As Hixie is cleaned on up. Orchid then, far better start than last time. But again, in that map too, we saw a sizable lead handed to Five Fears away before Orchid made the adjustments, before they got themselves back into the game and came out on top 6-4 winners. Both of these teams had to overcome Game 5s to get to this point of the tournament last night. And for Five Fears, it was a Game 5 round 11 against none other than Orchid's rivals, Team Notorious. So despite the 3-1 lead and the feeling at the minute that this is quite one-sided, opportunity awaits for Five Fears to make a couple of adjustments and find better purchase at the start of these games.
This is a big beat hit, and both teams have really called it correctly. Here we go. Everybody into the blender, everybody into the fight as Henry slips underneath. Bans gets another one as well, and that has not worked out for Team Orchid. A 2 versus 4. Not a trade to be found. Exceed running for his life. Bomb down Rock as well. The only player out of this is Fire. Can he find anything? No. Double Chow comes on through. And now it's a 1 versus 4 for Exceed.
Who currently does not have a single kill to his name. Pants is going to get aggressive here. He wants everything. Cleans it on up. You see those nods. You see those looks towards each other right now. We're in control of this. We're playing on our terms. Again, going back to that first blood conversation, but just how much they're willing to slow things down, particularly on the defenses, and force Five Fears to run at them. On a map like Red Card, those opportunities to bottleneck and isolate some of those fights. For Hacienda, you've so many routes, so much to consider. Just taking your time and burning down the clock is giving Orchid the leg up in these rounds.
Where do they go from here? You already see RCXD going out for the information. Vance has been hit with a stun check. So slow them down for a second. I think that RCXD got taken down as well. The information might be just enough. They're going out towards A here. Vance might try and catch somebody who pushes. Being careful with his life. Vance always on an island in SnD.
At the very least, what it does, it keeps a lot of noise over there, so Five Fears stick around. That being said, Mythics gets a little bit over aggressive here, and Henry hasn't gotten the bomb down, so all the information, all the timing, all the advantage that you just gained, well, it'll come to nothing. But are we considering potentially wrapping this bomb back on over to the B site? It would be an easier site to control with a numbers disadvantage. especially if you plan for office side. That being said, you have no intel right now if you are Orchid.
Well, it's info now, and Bance has found one again, brought it back to 3 versus 3. They've burnt so much time for this, and realistically, Five Fears don't know where they are, and Orchid also kind of confused themselves. They're having to check all the corners here. Henry going slow, eventually going to get towards it again. Bance again finds Hixie, and he's going to find Exceed. Benjamin Bance could have an ace here in this round after losing the first blood.
Well, just as the round looked out of reach for Orchid, he just decides to do it all himself, winding back the clock for 3, and my god, you see the looks here. We've watched Bance over the years. When he's getting himself like this, feeling himself up there on the stage, you know it's looking different. It's looking like a tough task for Five Fears right now.
Yeah, nobody's ever questioned Bance's brain. Over and over again, he finds a way to make the right play. No idea how he found them. Timing, a little bit on his side, a little bit of luck, and an awful lot of patience from Team Orchid. That normal play does not pan out 9 times out of 10. But that time it did. And look at the streaks, 5, 2, and 4. They have got so many kills here. They need one more round to progress.
I'm curious about if, yes, Bance does have an RC. Harry needs an assist for one himself. Pop a trophy or something, but well, you're gonna see a complete plan here. But Henry will find Hixie, Bance will find A, Mythics finds fire, and it's a 1v4 for Exceed.
Exceed finds one, tries to get out of it. 84 health in a dream, not going to get that second kill. It will be Benjamin Bance. 11 and 3 in this final SnD. A 6 streak. 5 for Lucifer and he's 6 and 1. It looks anemic in the face of this. But Bance having a dance around that bomb site. And that was a blowout.
We didn't see that coming. Again, we saw Five Fears look so good on this last night, eliminating Team Notorious in around 11 with the tournament hanging by a thread. Have looked so good through so much of this tournament on SnD. In fact, in map 2, it was just a complete flip from Team Orchid in terms of the adjustments made that meant that they didn't come out on top there. But huge credit, of course, over to Orchid. And I think that round 6 sums it up so much. You have Bance making all that noise over towards B. They decide to move the bomb to A then, and they lose a player in Mythics getting over aggressive. Instead of panicking, instead of trying to get the bomb down, instead of just throwing their lives away, what they instead decide to do, let's slow it back down, assess where the dust goes, and clean, make an adjustment based on that. Yeah, so we're expecting of Bance to pick up a 3-piece? No, not exactly. But what you do is you give yourself an opportunity by just staying alive, just moving that bomb around, and keeping Five Fears on their toes. Incredible patience and persistence all the way through this.
Well, they might start slowing some of the respawns, but the fact they allowed Bance to keep doing what Bance does best on that map, and there's going to be some VOD watch from the Omit players, because that is unbelievable how he keeps finding space towards the mid-map here. Funny enough, Studdy actually said this before. He goes, if they allow him to do it, they are going to get slammed. And, well, they allowed him to do it, and they got slammed. So it's going to be as it has been written. And now only going to be Team Orchid and Omit Brooklyn and Omit left in challenges.
We've mentioned it multiple times, but so many players from Europe are going to be keeping an eye on this, because if Orchid can do it, if Orchid can see off Brooklyn and get into the grand finals, they qualify an extra squad from Europe into champs. Of course, they have ambitions of their own to Orchid. Not only getting to champs, but getting themselves to the Esports World Cup. And now, you've got a big checkbox in front of you by the name of Omit Brooklyn. And, well, to nobody's surprise, Omit looking fantastic at this tournament. Their main roster, of course, looking final boss in the finals, but Brooklyn looking every bit the squad that could go there and give us an absolute bloodbath for the victors in the end.
And there we go. This is how it all panned out. 2 SnDs and a hardpoint they had to snatch from the jaws of defeat. And while it probably wasn't a pretty win for Team Orchid, a win is still a win for them. And that moves them on to face Omit Brooklyn in the next one. The team that they lost to in a map 5 just yesterday.
Yes, indeed. I think we got to cast on over that. I think in the end, unfortunately, it was a little bit anticlimactic, but Orchid kept things interesting. I think the one place where they are struggling to keep up sometimes is in the hard point. So if they can come out, stick up a solid map one, and well, with Bance looking the way he is doing today, then miracles may happen. You may well see them come out strong and not have to lean on a game 5 yet again, which seems to have been the tale of European teams. So many game 5s going the way of Team Notorious and Orchid through this one. You will see Orchid progress yet again off back-to-back game 5s. But my lord, it only gets tougher from here.
It certainly does. 3 teams remain. We will say goodbye to another one in this next game coming up after the break. Don't go anywhere. More action from Call of Duty Challengers at the Major.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to challenges here at DreamHack, where 3 teams are about to become 2. I'm Enigma. I'll be one part of the duo running you through this losers finals, but alongside me, of course, is Study and my friend as we take a quick look at the bracket here and see that it's Omit Brooklyn against Team Orchid. How excited are we for this one?
Oh, I'm super excited for this one because they already had a duel off in winners round 2. It was Omit Brooklyn able to edge them out in the game 5, had a little bit more ice in that final SnD, but Team Orchid today, at least in their earlier series, this is 5 Fears, they show that even when they look like they're down and out, they can always fight their way back in.
No, absolutely. Bounce back, some resiliency. Definitely the story of Team Orchid managing to take down 5 Fears. And it's been game 5 story for them so far. That loss to Brooklyn, then followed up by victories against Cabal and 5 Fears to put them in the position that we are in. We get to take a look here at our maps and modes. Team Orchid will be starting things off here on Hacienda Hardpoint. Red Card SnD up next. Then it's off to Vault Control, Rewind Hardpoint, and the Hacienda Surge. Taking a quick look at the teams here and the map mode combos. Anything that stands out to you, my friend?
Yeah, I don't really understand how Benjamin Bands keeps getting away with this. Like, the fact that this guy was a champion back in Black Ops 4 on a map like Hacienda, he knows the map in and out. We see him continuously making plays. In their previous series, they dominate on the Hacienda Hardpoint by winning a majority of their rotations. And then in the game 5 on the Hacienda, he goes and drops chopsticks on the map, just continuously just getting lost. So I don't really like the ban system here from Omit Brooklyn, allowing those maps to slip on through, but they do have some success as well on the Hacienda Hardpoint. And one of the series that they played earlier on yesterday, they were able to dominate this map by just simply winning rotations as well. So the battle of the Rotos is going to be everything in map 1.
Absolutely, and we've seen some evidence from both teams about what that looks like. I think for Brooklyn, their hard points, apart from against Omit themselves, they're relatively strong and consistent. But when it comes to Team Orchid, on the other hand, I think that we're seeing them able to rotate and able to break. It's just their holding that we have a couple of questions about. Of course, map 1, imperative to great starts for both teams. Take a quick look at the rosters here. Of course, for Brooklyn, it's Brack, SnD, Prolute, and Yuli. And for me, and potentially for you, my friend, I bring it over to you. A couple of questions here, maybe around their consistency.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing, man, because we saw a series yesterday between Omit Brooklyn and someone else where Yuli just did everything that he wanted to do. But after that series, it was just like lackluster, basically going 20 and 20 every single map, and you cannot have that, especially on the Championship Sunday. With a star-studded lineup like this, Brack, who has been in multiple situations throughout his entire career, in Grand Finals, in Losers Finals, in Challenges, he's got to understand what he needs to bring to the team today. His AR alongside Prolute needs to be felt, especially on maps like Hacienda and Rewind. And then SnD, who's always like the X factor for this team, in my opinion, because he has the ability to just take over games with the pressure that he applies with his SMG. If he can find that consistency early on versus Team Orchid, then they're going to stand a pretty good chance at not only getting through this series, but having a better showing versus Omit.
Yeah, absolutely. A roster stacked with talent. I mean, Brack and SnD finished 3rd under Omit in Miami. Yuli was 2nd with Team Moore, so it's players that know plenty about getting through to the deeper stages of tournaments and what it takes to get on through there. And of course, looking as well at Brack to step it up a little bit when it comes to the SnD. You mentioned himself, his experience. We expect him to do a little bit better than he showed at points yesterday, giving his life on up for free. Opposite side of things, of course, Bance, Harry, Henry, and Mythics. This is a much better showing than the top 8 they achieved in Miami. Still doesn't match the 2nd they got in the first Open of the year. But for this roster, plenty to prove, but also to gain a qualification spot back into European hands. We get off and underway here. Map 1, Hacienda. We're off and away.
Yeah, let's get it on, baby. Omit Brooklyn trying to have that rematch versus Omit. They're able to get through this series. And Yuli's the guy that I have circled. He can have a hot start, and it's basically going to be a GG, but already Henry was continuously frying. Off of the previous series that he just played over 5 Fears, he loves himself some Hacienda, and Team Orchid so far soaked up 20 seconds uncontested here at the P1.
Yeah, I think if we had to pick a standout player for Orchid so far through this tournament, at least from what we've seen, Henry would have to be that player. So many questions about him in the past, but thriving in the system that he's in right now and so impactful in the moments when he steps on up. P1, as you would expect, largely just being traded out on, and although Team Orchid walk away with about a 15-point lead here, Brooklyn will happily accept the rotation in for 2. Then again, that's if Prolute can actually get there. He's got a little bit of a shimmy, a bit of a dance on at the rock. Takes 2 to tango, and it's down to 1 as Brandt cleans it up.
Yeah, it's a big opening kill there from Vance because, you know, his teammates are applying the pressure through the backside. So if we walk away with a majority of the trades, it's already going to be 2 players spawning all the way across the map. And off the first attempt for Team Orchid, the break is successful. Now you can continuously grow up this score, and Brooklyn is trying to find their way back in.
The line is drawn by Orchid here. Brooklyn will find 2, one of them being over by doubles and an opportunity to push through, but Bance finds 2 to shut this down. Looked incredible in the last series, continuing that here, but Proloop finds a kill in the back, and that could set up a pinch on this hill for Brooklyn.
Yeah, it's cool and all to be pushing the pressure through the back end, but there's only 20 seconds remaining here at the Garage HP. So now you're able to technically find the break, but you do not have the spawns and the rotation over towards New. It's going to be a speed run. Try to get some control up top. Plat Brack is going to be information gain. He also finds a kill, but at least sets up Henry there for the trade. Team Orchid have the numbers to be fully set up off the roto, but SnD still making problems from top control.
Potentially a case of Brooklyn investing too late into that P2, which doesn't hand them the rotation, but they also make things difficult for Orchid, who has been egregious of 4 rotations on this map before. And then again, SnD here to continue to apply pressure, and that's 4 dead. They will be sent packing, and the red arrow spawning down the bottom right-hand corner there. They'll be able to hit this from well, but that will be preferred for Brooklyn as you get Brack here trying to control the top arches.
Oh, yeah, that's why they're not going to hit it from well. We got to attack this from a different angle because all 4 go down at the right time. At least for Omen, Brooklyn have all the information that they want. They've been able to fight their way back into this game over some great time here at the P3. There's only 1 player standing, and he's forced to reposition himself a little bit or go back for the ego chow. Benjamin Bance lines up a double and allows his team to still contest it to the end.
Continuing to roll back the years here, Bance. No one's ever questioned his intelligence on the map. Sometimes it's about whether or not he can keep up in the gunfights, but having some great moments over these last 2. 2 more kills come through for Orchid, which is going to allow them to rotate on over. Proloop here to try and stop the rotation, but it will be a trade-out situation for Orchid, and the Europeans will lock things down to retake the lead and try and set up here on a P4. And as Brooklyn look to try and push through the middle, it's red, cleaned up. They might have to just hit this from the front.
Yeah, you got to hit this from the front. You have the opening kill that goes out through top open, so you're going to make it a 3v3 on your approach. But the stuns and nades, you were banking on them to make some kind of impact, and SnD's just going to send it on in. And unfortunately walk right into him again of Mr. Benjamin Bance. Now Proloop, last man standing, is able to pop a double, but still not soaking any time.
Finds M2 and buys enough time for his teammates to arrive as well, and with that, Yuli will flood on through the middle. So great work from Proloop here to give you some sort of break. It's not necessarily going to result in much other than just a contest for now, but you will take it, and Bance finds a few more around this hill. 11 and 11. It doesn't look pretty on the stat sheet, but very impactful with what he has delivered on so far.
Oh, yeah, the stats are incorrect. Right there was Henry who actually popped that double, and there's nothing we can do about Codcaster still being broken almost 8 months into the title. But at the end of the first set of the hard points, Team Orchid were winning a majority of the rotations. The money hills, they got them basically locked in, and now a 30 points difference. Omen Brooklyn trying to at least alleviate the pressure through the middle side of the map, but you also don't want to give up Orchid all this time again at P1.
So glad you said that about Codcaster, by the way. I thought I'd absolutely blacked out, so at least I know that I'm still in the room. Orchid here. Themselves a nice 50-point lead there. They're about, but standing with a beautiful 2-piece means it's all pressure on Bance for the rotation. What can you do? He just needs to buy time. Stun goes out, will connect. Nade will do plenty of damage as well, but, well, you find one, kind of, as you line Yuli and SnD up, and at least manage to slow this rotation for Brooklyn. A couple of kills might actually let Orchid straight on through. Not sure exactly where Brooklyn are trying to go with that. Felt like it should have been in their hands, but beautiful work from Henry. Correct this time. 15 and 9, get his team in for P2.
Yeah, Brooklyn just got to cut their losses right there. Like, there's no reason why SnD should be sprinting up through Spiral, giving up his life for free. Also not checking both sides of the street before you cross it. And now you instantly lose the rotation over towards New, and you're forced to try to find a break again. The pressure gets shut down through the middle of the map. Now everyone else trying to get something done through the front side, and this has been picture perfect from Team Orchid to blow the game wide open.
2 more in the feed there. Will be red. Henry got a lot on. Timing couldn't have been much worse, but at least gets the information. But Yuli will find 2. Yuli will find 3. Mythics won't get there to trade out either. 4 down, but all off the back of Yuli. You said it. You circled him. He's the man of the moment and could be hugely impactful. And how important that break could be, because Team Orchid were seemingly disappearing off into the distance there.
Yeah, that's a massive break right there from Yuli. To catch the timing onto Henry with the nade in hand and then walk through Spiral steps and pop a 3-piece. Allows his team to soak up that final 20 seconds, still keep themselves in this game, and still are in a position to battle for the rotation over towards New. You're just going to be outnumbered. Benjamin Bance and Henry combined for the last 2 kills on that side of the map, so Team Orchid have the spawns towards the back end. But with that player in Mythics spawning all the way out towards Well, he has a free pinch, and now you know they're on both ends.
Rack looking to hit this from plat. When it's in here, just trying to shoulder, just trying to stay alive, hoping for support in through the flowers. You do get it. Still comes through from Henry. Bance staying alive as well. It just means that right now you're approaching this 200-point marker. I just do feel like this isn't the map one that we had written out on our script. Brooklyn off to the slow start. Orchid well and truly showing on up. And Henry will find two with the pistol. The man that we've spoken so much about over these last 2 days, having himself a hell of a game to start off the losers finals.
Oh my god, and now Lucifer, the demon on the opposite side, lining up the other two. And now Team Orchid are fully set up off the rotation to potentially close out the game at the Money Hill at Rock. You only need 34 points. If you are Brooklyn, we need to find some consistency. We need to get the gunnies hot because they are coming out so slow, and it's not looking good.
You can do it here if you're Orchid. We've had a lot of questions about your ability to hold, but you've been better in this map. Mythic's just playing a little bit of a bait and switch. Will allow his teammate to trade on out. Just 10 points required then as Brooklyn size up. One last hit. You find 2 kills on the way in, but Henry with 2, and supported by Vance, stays alive, and SnD breaks for 2. Just an opportunity then for Brooklyn to delay this game a little longer.
Yeah, you only need 8 seconds if you are Team Orchid. You can do whatever the hell you want now. You can even change the game mode in your mind and turn it into Search and Destroy to value your 1 life. If that is the case, but Hellstorm does get invested. You're still trying to potentially close out the game here. Mr. Henry in the hard point only is able to get 1, but now you can no longer win it here at the Rock time. With all the kills going your way off of the exit, you're going to be early set up in towards the P1, and you only need 5 to close out this game.
Henry does indeed get into new as Harry just tries to continue to shimmy and play his life over by the Rock. Doing great work there, which allow his teammates to set up on P1 and finish it off here. Map 1 going convincingly to the Europeans. We're taking a quick look in with Brooklyn there. Shell shock surely after that one. We talked about how Orchid are often slow to roll on out. How Omit Brooklyn have looked great in the hard point so far. Flip everything on its head, ladies and gentlemen. Orchid came to play. And you said it yourself, Benjamin Bance, how does he keep doing it? How does he keep getting Hacienda? He and Henry looking particularly great out there.
Yeah, they dominated that map, number 1. You can already tell, like, early into the game, as soon as we end that first P1 and you go into P2, Brooklyn are fully set up, but just too aggressive in certain angles, and you're dying off the rotation, now spawning all the way across the map. It was just a way better game plan there from Team Orchid to control what they could, soak up a lot of time whenever it was needed, find breaks whenever they was needed, but dominate off the rotation towards the Money Hills. That was the biggest difference maker. If you're Brooklyn, gunnies need to start getting hot. No one goes positive on their end. Everyone's around 10 to 14 non-traded kills. That's not good. With no one breaching either over that 3K damage mark, like, that was just a sloppy opening hard point there for Moment Brooklyn. Now looking for the bounce back on a red card SnD.
Most certainly sloppy. It's all about just whether or not Brooklyn sitting and watching on here. Came out slow. Orchid, of course, had the warm-up opportunity off the previous series. And Henry and Bance, well, they took full advantage of that. An impressive performance indeed. Map 1 will go the way of this European lineup. It's so much riding on this one, not just for the 4 players involved, but everybody watching back home as well. There was a couple of moments through this map where it felt like, and I've been critical previously of Team Orchid for the lack of ability to rotate, particularly P2 to P3. Feels like that they shock up P2 and then half rotate to P3, get caught. No such thing here. Felt like that they were just very happy to cut their losses when needed or seize that break opportunity at the right times.
Yeah, it's easy because if you're the team initially to start off this hard point and you're soaking up the first 40 seconds of it, who cares if you get broken in the final 20 because you're going to spawn all the way across the map and set up properly over towards that next HP. You go 40 for 20 every single time, you're going to have a scoreline that looks similar to that. 250 to 128 on the opening Hacienda. If you are Team Orchid, you are feeling happy as hell now because I feel like ever since I've been watching this team throughout this entire weekend, SnD has been their bread and butter. When you count these guys out, when they have slow starts in hardpoint, they always have a response in Search and Destroy. And now on a map like Red Card, where you potentially had the opportunity to watch what Omid Brooklyn were doing all day yesterday, which was their split setups, not really having aggressive routes, and consistently getting caught. You can understand where your openings could potentially be on a map like Red Card.
Yeah, fundamentals absolutely on point in map 1 for Orchid, and fundamentals is how they've been so good at SnD through this tournament. It's largely playing around those first bloods. I think of the last series, every single first blood they picked up converted into a round win, something around that. It's a ridiculous rate of conversion. So Orchid here looking to do the same thing on this red card SnD. And you said it yourself, a lot of opportunity to watch back some tape. We know that this Orchid setup is a good unit, been together a very long time, and should have an established playbook. You and me got to tune in with them yesterday here on this map, and got off to slow starts at points, and then made adjustments, did the right things to just make sure that they then counter what their opponents were doing, to which there was very rarely an answer.
The thing that's going to scare me now for Omid Brooklyn on this map is because yesterday versus Omid, they consistently allowed Craze to get behind enemy lines. Now you're going up against Benjamin Bance, who loves to play with a similar play style. So hopefully you do not allow him to be as impactful as he has been so far in this game mode. As we're already into round number 1, 30 seconds have been wiped off the game clock, and both teams taking a slow and steady approach.
Patience going to benefit Brooklyn here, of course, being on defense. Seems like they're quite happy to give up the bar for now, and actually going to get a little bit aggressive. Yuli trying to counter this Patience with aggression, and Bance. Well, no, sorry, Henry. Killfeed still lying to us here, but Henry comes out on top with 2. SnD will try and flee. Shouldn't have gotten away with his life, but will at least be sent packing for a moment. The 2v4, and as Harry continues to make noise here, bomb's on its way to B.
Oh, yeah, I love this play call. All right, screw it. We don't even have to child a gunfight to get the objective down, so let's just rotate over with our numbers and get the bomb down in towards Cafe. You're going to allow Lucifer to be the player working on this late pinch. If teammates are giving him the information, and he most likely just got his knife out because he's going to have a freebie and right in front of him.
Pinch comes in through. You find one. It is a nice little turn and burn from Proloop, but all it will do is make the round look a little bit more respectful. You got to go back to Henry. That 2-piece off the start. Patience there from both squads. Omid Brooklyn get a little bit itchy on defense and say, you know what, actually, we think we can counter this and find a gap. And Henry shuts all of that down to give his squad the advantage. But you mentioned it yourself, my friend. That adjustment, that decision to change the bomb plan, huge in their success.
Yeah, and I just don't understand the defensive strategy right there from Brooklyn. You had every single player over towards A side, and no one was in a position to watch a cross or anything to allow them to see them that they are pushing right in front of you. Like, someone has to put themselves in a position to watch over towards Hedge, because they can't get the jump on you when you are 4 stacked on one side of the map. But fortunately, it doesn't work out. Team Orchid are able to respond and take the opening round. And already into this round, they're just playing with the utmost confidence. They know the play is going over towards B. Mythic's working on the late bench.
Henry, what can you do in this position? Well, Yuli will slide past. You should have been traded. Somehow stays alive. It will only be for a moment, but it will at least delay the bomb plant for now. Allow the rest of your teammates to arrive en masse. So SnD tucks himself off into a corner, but down 2v3 for Brack, and SnD trapped in a wolf's den. And you won't find any ways out. SnD, not even a kill on the board. So Orchid clean on the retakes there. And again, I go back to Henry. His teammates are doing the right thing, sure, but to stay alive in that moment and find a kill on top, so important to ensuring your boys could get there.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing. It's just getting a kill before dropping. You make it a 3v3, and at that point, you know, we don't really have the numbers that we want on the side of Brooklyn to instantly work this objective. And at the same time, Mythics on the opposite side pushes right through Sage, gets behind enemy lines, and basically secures around there for his team. Takes the super long route on the bottom side of Garage, wins a one-on-one through long area, and just keeps the numbers in favor of Team Orchid. Can currently do no wrong in this series, up 2-0 in the Search and Destroy, up 1-0 in the series. And now we're going right back to the slow and steady wins the race kind of play style on the offenses.
Making noise here over B. Yuli's going to tuck himself down in a corner, spotted by nobody. Will get the first blood, but instantly traded. So not the same kind of first blood that we've seen out of Orchid twice now. Bomb is down for a moment. Will have to be retrieved. That stun literally lands on it. Outrageous stuff. Couldn't have predicted it better.
Oh,
Nade's perfect, though. Finds Harry. Vance here trying to throw a couple of shoulders on this heady. It's obviously so difficult to counter. But I feel like Harry here has got a lot on watching this pinch.
Oh, and Lucifer's going to get some really bad timing, or it's actually going to be Henry get some really bad timing. And now Benjamin Bance left in a 1v3 is going to be spotted. Brack's going to give the information and not going to commit on the gunfight because time is still ticking, and you got to kill all 3 of us and get the bomb planted if you want to stand a chance. But finally, Brooklyn are able to stabilize on the map and secure their first round.
Yeah, Brooklyn there managed to do a wonderful job of just nading in through that bar doorway. shutting down the ability to plant that bomb. Credit goes over to Yuli for doing the similar thing to what Henry managed in the previous round. Surrounded, shouldn't have come away with anything really, but gets a kill and also drops the bomb, which left Orchid figuring things out for a moment. There's a hesitation. No one's seizing that bomb as we get a lovely shot of Prolute's belly.
I just think right there, when Yuli finds that opening kill, that's onto a trophy player. So that's what only allows, you know, the nades to be as impactful once it turns into a 3v3 for them to take down SnD. So that makes it easier there for them to secure that round. But now back on the attack for Brooklyn. We're sending it fast as hell in towards the B site. Henry again finds one, makes it a 3v3 though.
We've already got this pinch coming on through if you are Orchid, but Mythics almost gets over-aggressive here. Bomb will go down. Stun's great from Brack. It will connect, but unfortunately you're also going to take damage. Nade's going to be cooked. I think one is sent back in return. We'll call it a draw for now. If you're Orchid, you've got to set this up. You've got to go.
Brack going to be able to line up the freebie onto the second player on the pinch. Now Lucifer, last man standing. Knows that with 20 seconds left, I'm not going to really stand a chance at securing this round. So this is going to be Omid Brooklyn tying up the game at 2. Love the early aggression. Instantly hit it towards the site. And even with Henry still finding a kill, you instantly work that objective and finally put someone in a position to watch the full pinch. Post plant set up perfect. Tie game now.
Practiced so well there, by the way. Fully aware of the fact that that pinch is coming on through and just slows and delays and works for so long to allow his teammates to burn through the clock and eventually puts Orchid in the spot of you must go. We all know how that tends to stack up. Orchid then with a great start, finding 2 rounds in a row, but 2 losses now means Brooklyn in the ascendancy. It's all about these defenses. Can you counter the patient play from Orchid without getting over aggressive in your own right?
Prolute's going to be aggressive over towards Hate to gain some info, some presence over towards the head side. But he does have an RC car to work with. Might want to back on down, potentially invest it to continuously allow that game clock to dwindle on down. But still, Team Orchid, again, slowly working their way up to hedge. Yuli's going to gain some info and find the opening kill.
Honestly, I thought he'd been spotted there, but the fact that he gets that for free and gets out with his life. More trouble for Orchid. Probably going to save that RC at this point. Oh no, Prolute has used it? I heard something blow up. Turns out it is the RC. Orchid here just finding nothing thrown shoulder. Although you do get Yuli. Not sure how that comes through for free. But 30 seconds on the clock, Orchid have got to go. And we've seen that this has gone against them in the past.
Yeah. If you're Henry, you got to cross over towards this site sooner rather than later. Prolute is not going to be able to spot you on the cross, but gains the information with that extra shoulder. The bomb is being planted. Prolute trying to stop it and is in a position to do so, but good cover fire there from Lucifer to allow Henry to get out.
Bance as well on a little bit of a rewrap will find Prolute. Bracket top window here as well has been spotted and, well, sticks around for far too long. Cleaned on up. So 1v3 for SnD. What can you do? Bottom stage. You do find one, but with only 20 seconds on the clock, looking relatively insurmountable, bar a generational breakdown from Orchid. Gonna try and hop it. He's not even gonna get to do that. Orchid have their eyes all over this. For SnD, it's just about getting a little bit of a bonus out of it. You find Bance, you fake the hop, you clean everything up, and that's probably as good as you could have done if you were SnD.
No, without question, man. Let's just end out potentially to earn ourselves some streaks going forward into the search and destroy, but a perfect round there from Team Orchid, even though they did get picked off early on. Like, if you're Yuli in that situation, 4v3, there's only like 40 seconds left on the game clock. They have to get the objective down. There's no reason why to get called out around that mid-map area, because if you would have had a 4v3, your retake would have stand a better chance of successfully walking away with that round. But you make it a 3v3. You get the objective planted. Prolute's not able to stop it. And then Benjamin Band's doing Benjamin Band's things, just being the island player. Swings all the way around the back end to give them early numbers. Close out the round.
3 opening rounds of the map all went via first blood. The last 2 have actually gone against it. The team's making adjustments here, countering as such. SnD will get one of those nades in. We've seen how good he's been at cooking them already. Yuli's just going to lie in wait over at benches. This is very widespread from both teams, particularly Brooklyn. Yuli here essentially looking to surprise, make a bit of noise, keep attention over on him, but the bomb is all the way over here at A.
Yeah, and there's no reason why Team Orchid needs to change their setup at all, because you have a player pushed up towards bottom stage. Benjamin Bance again in a wrap position, finds that opening first blood. Now you know you fully can't commit over towards A, but that is the bomb carrier. So 30 seconds to go. You got to start to move if you're Brooklyn.
Brack's likely going to have to push in for this by himself. Bance, it isn't Ames, but it's an Ames against an Ames, so... And Bance! Oh, okay. All right, okay. Ready then. We're going to want to watch... We don't want that one back. It's all good. It's fine, because your teammates have activated elsewhere, and the early work from Bance to find the first blood's enough, but I've got to pass it over to you, my friend. Brooklyn's attack there felt like that they had absolutely nothing going for them.
Yeah, absolutely nothing. They were just banking on potentially showing some space or no space, no information gained outside of Team Orchid, but they had everything covered. They make their adjustments on the defensive side. They said we're going to double stack over towards B. Benjamin Bance, if you can put yourself towards bottom stage, A is pretty much locked in. So with time dwindling down, the pressure on Brooklyn, you have to get the objective planted. The bomb carrier just gets caught in a very tough position and doesn't really allow them to have a recuperate on top of it. So now Team Orchid up by 2. These slow and steady rounds have been catching Brooklyn off guard every single chance they have gotten it. So Brooklyn is just going to switch up the pacing, all out aggression through the middle of the map, and I don't know what the hell that challenge was.
Yeah, it does not matter how much we try and analyze that. That's just poor from SnD. Hands one over for free. Another first blood in the column for Orchid. Brack here going to try and do the work at the bar, but 2v4, it's unlikely to be pretty. Cook nades could give you a way back into this. That should land pretty flush, but doesn't catch Henry, who's getting the bomb down. And that will mean for Brack and Proloot here, a very difficult situation. Even more so now, an Orchid with a fantastic offensive round. But it feels like one that, or at least at the start of things, handed to them from some reckless aggression out of SnD.
I just don't understand who the hell is making play calls on the side of Brooklyn, because every single round for Team Orchid on the attack has been slow and steady wins the race. This time it's just like, all right, we're going to send it through the middle of the map. But it's the same thing on the side of Team Orchid. Every single thing is being watched. They have hedge control. They have been presence. They're making sure no one's pushing through that B site. And you're just running right into them. This is not looking good for Moment Brooklyn. They are coming out super flat today. Strategies are not the best. And realistically, I don't know how they're going to be able to fight back into the search and destroy with the decisions that they're making.
There's a new decision out of Orchid, actually. Mythics get aggressive here. Alongside Henry to try and catch Omit Brooklyn out entirely. Brack may have a sniff of this, but otherwise, he doesn't. It's a huge pinch coming on through, and now you're trapped if you're Brooklyn. Between a rock, a hard place, a crossfire, a graveyard for Brooklyn. Cleaned up. Diffusal coming on through, and as simple as you like, Orchid will storm into a 2-0 lead.
Oh, man, this is not looking good for Brooklyn. I know that they were looking forward to potentially having that rematch versus Omit, because they also probably felt like we could have walked away with that one. We should be the squad sitting in that grand finals nice and comfortably, but just right now, nothing is working for them. Sloppy as hell in the hard point. The strategies in search and destroy simply were not working. And this is where the adjustments need to come in very, very quickly, because you're going up against a very hot Team Orchid right now, who, like you said earlier, played a previous series versus Five Fears, goes all the way to the distance, so it just has the blood flowing. It has the momentum in the right space. But for right now, Team Omit Brooklyn, they just look like they have yet to wake up today. Very, very sloppy Call of Duty so far in the first 2 maps.
Has been indeed. Of course, I mean, I feel like there's quite a few things we could talk about. For example, SnD jumping out mid-map and getting gun. There's nothing that we could ever compensate for there. But we will, of course, hand our flowers over to Team Orchid, who have taken map 1 through some solid fixing of their rotations. The map 2 through playing again around those fundamentals. You're going to see 6 first bloods in that column for them. 3 for Henry, which is incredible work, especially in moments like this where he just stayed alive and became such a nuisance for Brooklyn. But in particular, I think Bance is a player who's showing just how good he is, not just because he's able to contribute to the first bloods and whatnot, but often playing as the island player. It's a difficult role, yet he does it so well.
Yeah, he continues to shine in that role, man. You know he's most likely going to be the IGL as well for these strategies that are developing on the map for Team Orchid. Just like, all right, this is what they're showing me. let's just take space here. I'll late pinch it if we find that opening kill. And so far, that has been the recipe for success, to always keep the opposing team on their toes. So now Team Orchid can currently do no wrong in the series. You're up 2-0. You did play a vault control in your previous series and got the hell beat out of you.
Yeah.
And if you're Omid Brooklyn, this is where you're just banking on this bathroom break to really play a big impact, because we just need to hit the hard reset and realize we deserve to be in this position. We're not playing like it.
I mean, I guess I come straight back to you with that one. You make an important point. We get a break here, and we've seen a couple of teams manage to get into the back, come on out swinging in the third map. We know how important vault control can be. It's not just the map in the middle of our series, and often to stop a 3-0, it can very much so be a swing mode on top. If you're in that team right now, you're in that locker room, you know, the coach by Arturo, I know that we're both huge fans of him. What is it that you're saying to each other? How do you get over the fact that you're looking so bad right now, and how do you light the fire to get your afternoon underway?
I think the first thing I'm saying is, guys, what are we doing? Because we are not looking like the team that we were yesterday. Second of all, I'm saying these guys that you're playing against are terrible. It's as simple as that. You guys have been able to already beat this squad in winners round 2. And right now, it's just not been looking the same, because you can't really find consistency in your gameplay, consistency in your slaying, or just the strategies that you're calling out on the map. You just got to hit the hard reset. Like, you're down 0-2, but we've seen so many times where teams rely on this control to potentially be the spark for them. So for Brooklyn, it's just like, we just need one map underneath our belt, and then we can start to do something.
And the consistency of Brooklyn was something that you highlighted, my friend, coming into this series as their potential undoing. It has been so far, as they stare down the barrel of third place and elimination. But you do, of course, have that control. Reverse sweeps exist for very good reason. Vault controls tend to suit aggressive, high-paced teams, and we know that Brooklyn is certainly that. Can they light that fire and get themselves going? Or are Orchid putting themselves on through to grand finals and picking up that extra qualification spot for Europe for champs? Find out after the break. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to challengers here at DreamHack. We're in lower finals, and you're currently looking at a 2-0 series so far from Orchid, looking ridiculously good through maps 1 and 2. You are reading those scores correctly. But before we came into this series, my friend, you pointed out Vault Control, and you said that it would be point swing map regardless of where we were at this point. Talk to me about why you think it's so important, not just, of course, because Brooklyn trying to hang themselves into the series.
Yeah, because control is usually the swing map. Like, you just want to get into this even though you're down 0-2. You feel like the first 2 maps weren't really going in your favor and in favor of Team Omen Brooklyn. In this series, when you talk about the veto systems, they decided to be Team B. So opening up on that opening hard point, that was a preferred map in favor of Team Orchid. The same thing could be said for the Search and Destroy, even though, like, if you're Brooklyn, you have played so many red cards throughout this weekend, and you really haven't found a lot of success on that map. That was their pick, but now on the second half of this series, when you get to that rewind hard point, that is what they're looking forward to getting to. If you can just get through this control where your ARs need to show their dominance. Yesterday versus Omen, they struggled. Prolu and Brak could not find consistency in their gameplay. And on a map like Vault, where you need to win long distance gunfights, especially around that B point, you need to make sure your ARs are firing on all cylinders.
Well, indeed, we are getting a fly-through here of red card, and while it is a gorgeous map, we of course don't play control here. We are off to Vault, ladies and gentlemen, and it's a map that certainly suits aggression, and aggressing is certainly something that Brooklyn have been good at through this tournament. For Orchid, it's often been about how their A-B transitions go. Sometimes, especially defensively, timing that incorrectly and having no defensive setups. Not getting it right here. And 2 kills will get them started. But Brak will answer back here to get some presence on to B, and that will start to see Orchid move around the map.
Oh my god, Lucifer, aka Mr. Mythics, already finds 3, working his way through the overextension ad pool. And what was the struggle for Team Orchid earlier on today was the slaying on a Vault Control, but so far, at least off the breakoff, it has been picture perfect. You're walking around with the majority of the trades. You're currently up by 1 life, but a lot of map control in favor of Brooklyn. They find the initial 2 kills. First segment already going to be guaranteed at A. And if you really screw these spawn kills, let me just go continue to work on this objective.
Absolutely. Stack the point. It's called so often for a good reason, as Yuli does clean up here in a bit of a ring of rosies. Mythics and answers back with his own kill. So even in lives, Orchid has been stopped for some time as slow progress continues to be made. But that'll be 4 dead, and an opportunity then for Orchid to break on forward. And with trophy control as well, you end up in a situation where Brooklyn spawning, just trying to look for a way out.
Yeah, that's just unacceptable right there if you're Brooklyn, because you find every single kill. We should already have an extra minute added to the tally, but thankfully, off of the respawn, you're able to synchronize 3 at the right time. You can reinforce your way back to the middle of the map. Benjamin Band's trying to work on the pinch, that's already going to be spotted. Tries to approach it from a different route, but now has to commit on allowing them to extend that game clock. 1 minute and 30 seconds work rate. Brooklyn up by 2 lives. SnD was trying to have a crucial gunfight there to secure that arc control, but they're already on the B point.
Huge fight from Harry to at least give you arc control, because I was a little bit worried that fell in that moment. Probably had already opened you up with 2. SnD finds 2 more, so we're in a moment here. Of course, Killfeed may well be lying to us, ladies and gentlemen, but it is a beautiful set of shots from Harry for sure that will send Brooklyn rolling on back. First tick does not come through. 1 minute and 15 on the clock. Both teams even on lives. So for Brooklyn, it's about seizing up this next wave. For Orchid, it's about not having 2 kills instantly go against you, as we've seen multiple times already.
Yeah, I love how Bance just got aggressive as hell through B Street. He understands if I put myself in this position towards top ammo, I can lock it down for my teammates and give them an extra lifeline to fight their way back on in. But Team Orchid now have turned it up in the slaying. Lucifer and Bance are combining for 3 kills. And every time I'm calling out one of the names, it's the complete opposite player. That was actually Mythics, who finds a double through the middle of the map. So a 5-life lead, only 40 seconds left to rock with for Brooklyn.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, we are doing our absolute best. Of course, it is a case of going with the intel given to us sometimes. Henry finds Yuli there, trying to hop across. This is the thing for Brooklyn. Ever since Harry managed to lock down Art, he hasn't really seen much pressure on it. That being said, you will have Bracknell trying to play in through Waterside. Prolit will find one over towards Lion, so an opportunity sets itself up. Bance on the wrap could be the important player here.
Yeah, no, Bance is going to be their safety net. Again, he's able to find the kill, able to find the double, and now the teammates are going to swarm in towards the B point. Last man standing is going to be Prolute. He's able to win a one-on-one gunfight, but he should be instantly traded. He's doing a great job, though, of at least finessing his life, but now no more respawns. Brookson, last hurrah.
Yuli, he's had so many moments through this tournament that we've stood up and taken note of him, but well, Well, Harry's too wise to that and absolutely deletes the second one. And 4 dead in the feed. Doesn't matter which player individually they fell to, they all are red. They all are Orchid, and that will be round 1 done.
And I absolutely just love the playstyle of Mr. Benjamin Bance. Like, he's not the flashiest guy. He's the guy that's always playing for the W. He's realizing, okay, we're losing some gunfights. I'm spawning on the OE. Instead of me wrapping back to commit on a not angle that I prefer, let me just take my sweet time to work all the way around their spawn, give my team a chance to potentially contest from their side with me opening up with the kill, and he was able to find 2, which allows them to reinforce with their numbers. They gave up that 8 point, but it did not matter. Only 3 segments secured on the side of Brooklyn.
Playstyle that so often doesn't reward you on the scoreboard, but if you know what you're looking for, you know that Benjamin Bance is a hell of a player. That being said, Brooklyn show their respect by sending his squad packing. Harry will continue to be a nuisance here at B, and I love the way that Orchid are playing this, to be honest, just continuing to apply pressure elsewhere so that it's not so simple for Brooklyn to squeeze up and squeeze out. That being said, SnD's managed to get himself into trophy, big gunfight, and it doesn't go the way of Orchid. So spawning down by pool, you do at least have players on A, so Brooklyn have to move. They can't just set themselves up in this. Right now, still a minute on the clock. Feels like we've had a lot of contest time, but not much tick progression.
Yeah, but at least this first segment is going to be locked in. You're just not going to be prepared for all the angles that Brooklyn are going to approach the retake through the middle of the map, because that was from every side. Now you go 2 for 2 in the split fights. Lucifer now in a position to potentially play for a couple of spawners. Going to go for the Ego Child in the Prologue, and he's going to make him pay for it. So not even that first segment gets complete, and time is still ticking.
And manages to get himself around yet again. Forever a thorn in the side. Nuisance to his opponents, and he's just going to get up here and over and in a close gunfight with Prologue, but somehow Byron comes out on top in that one. Pinstripe feed will allow Orchid back into the center of the map. They have 1 tick come on through. They would need 4 to tie Brooklyn up. And what they would do here to gain the extra 60 seconds. And Prologue here in the spawn. Big fight for Bance to win, and he does to allow his squad to push out.
Oh, and now Lucifer is looking for another kill on the opposite side, but he is unfortunately going to lose it. So Brooklyn is still going to be here with the numbers to fly on in and not allow these extra couple of segments to be secured. SnD is able to open up with a double. He's on 3 in a row. Team Orchid, who are a squad that desperately struggled in their series of on this attacking side, are going to show the same case here.
Absolutely hooked on. Orchid managed to get on. 2.9 seconds. Got to be perfect then. Brack tries to find 1. It's not been a good game for him so far. 5 and 10. Going to allow Yuli to activate from top cat. Try and provide the backup here. Second tick does come through. Can Brack? Yes. No. Still struggling to find his way into this map. Will finally step on up alongside SnD and wipe Orchid off the board. So 2 ticks to answer Brooklyn's 4. However, I pose a question to you, my friend, and we've spoken about this with this recent patch. If we get to round 5, do you want defense?
Well, I think in terms of for Team Orchid, you probably do, because that offensive strategy wasn't really the best. We're scattered all around the map. Everyone's trying to win a one-on-one gunfight. And then if you're losing those one-on-one gunfights, you're just forced to consistently hit the reset off of the respawn on your approach towards one of these objectives. We got to have more team-oriented plays on the offensive side for Team Orchid, but Brooklyn do what they need to do. Up by 1 segment now, going back on the attacking side, and SnD is having a phenomenal performance so far here in this control. He has been the X factor for them to try to turn it around in this mode. And with a 16 and 12 start on 3 in a row, he's going to continue to fire.
Okay, they're trying to set up some sort of retake off the back of a series of grenades. Doesn't really work on out. So they change the guns instead. Find themselves 2. Will be at least answered back. But you can see the Orchid here just trying to also prioritize a little bit of B presence. And that being said, Yuli gets himself on out. Finds 1, finds 2. Reads his opponent like a book. Surely not the 3rd. He dips, dives, dodges, finds not all 4. Finally cleaned on up. But Yuli there splits this Orchid squad into pieces. And now his teammates have A and B rolling on forward.
Yeah, and they're also finding every single kill in the feed. So if you're Team Orchid, you got to iron up, put Lucifer in towards the top window. But that is not going to be the scenario, because they're just consistently dying off of the respawn. Brack, unfortunately, is going to take himself down, but that's not going to play a big part unless you're going to hit a route the way that Prologue is. You are giving Orchid a lot of opportunities now with those close spawns in towards Arts to contest this.
Fifth tick will come on through, so Orchid have got to be perfect from here. And there's a long time left in this round. Henry is on the pinch. Bance, well, I don't think it is actually Bance. It might be lying to us, but either way, 3 kills for Orchid. An opportunity then to squeeze out, push up. Again, it's got to be absolutely spot on. Bance here loses to Prolu. And they're going to fight the suited no one. Henry finds one close range, is being surrounded now. Another player coming on in through the middle. At least the AR coverage is there, but you have lost your player top art here, so you've got to just survive on the point.
All right, there's a minute and 50 to work with, too. So if your team Orchid, you were able to set up properly last go around to hold them down, but first 2 kills go in favor of Brack. The stack is going to be in, and Brooklyn are able to secure the attacking ground. It's just perfect. When your break-off works as good as it did, you gain some early segments at the A point. Yuli then overextends over towards B and draws the defense on that side of the map. And then with 2 minutes to work with, you're up by 4 lives. All you're looking is for one situation where kills go your way. Brack finds that double. The stack is good enough to close out the attack. And now they guarantee themselves a defense if they do go to round 5.
We did say from Brooklyn in the break, we wanted you to come back on out swinging. They've certainly done that so far. Great set of rounds, limiting Orchid so heavily as well. But now, we've seen Orchid bounce back multiple times. Resiliency has been the name of their game. What do you have for us here in round 4? And it's got to be a cleaner break-off. And you don't find it as you lose the first. That being said, traded on out and an opportunity to get a couple of kills here. And it's straight to this B that has worked out for them multiple times in the past. They love to play here and try and shift their opponents around.
Yeah, they're already going to be in a position to potentially secure this first segment. Bance has a big one-on-one gunfight, but it's going to set up his teammate for the trade. So that's already 3 dead. You find this one at the standee. Everyone now coming off the respawn. The double stack should be good enough to secure this second segment, potentially the third. But now Brooklyn on their toes are going to start to develop on some of these long routes, potentially put themselves in a position to play for the exit kills because B's already gone.
Incredibly unfortunate there. Yuli does do a great bit of work, but it's going to be too late as B comes on through. Now over to A. Which is usually the opposite way to how things are done, ladies and gentlemen. Bance, unfortunately, he won't read Brack down in below, but you do have a lot of time to work with here if you're Orchid. And obviously, with those new spawns just spawning so close to this, opportunity to set up and send wave after wave, but Yuli will try and shut it down.
And now, if you are Team Orchid, you're going to try to work this OE to potentially open up with the kill. Lucifer's able to find one. You just want to make it mixy if you are Brooklyn on the opposing end. You still have players like SnD roaming behind enemy lines. He's on 3 in a row, gains input as another player pushing his way through poolside. And all you want to do is just play your life. Continuously allow that time to keep on ticking.
And here, clearing up over by poolside. Luke gonna try and get aggressive.
Big win.
Loses a fight that he probably shouldn't. Henry with such an impactful kill there. It's going to allow his teammates to explode out onto the point.
Stack.
First tick. It's moving quickly. So very quickly. Brooklyn have got to go. The full kitchen six got to come over the top rope, and the players are struggling to get over. Yuli Prolu will open up for at least 2. 3 kills, but 2 ticks are in. Lives relatively even, and still quite a bit of time to work here. So this round may well not be done. This map hanging in the balance of seeing round 5.
Hey, you just gotta play your life now if you're SnD. It's the opening kill. Team Orchid are already able to find. The nade is also able to connect, so they're winning the gunfights around the middle of the map. Henry on the outskirts, aka Mr. Lucifer, also finds a second, so it's a 3-stack. Can you get it done before anyone is able to contest it? The pressure from Top Cat is not gonna be quick enough, and Team Orchid able to find success here on the attacking side and force it now to a round 5.
What I will say is I'm pretty certain that then hands you an offense.
100%.
For, yeah, offense for round 5. And as such, that means Orchid with an opportunity to go back to back here. That strategy of playing around B first, catching Brooklyn by surprise, and burning through that. And then that A site is just so much easier to retake. Only need a couple of kills to break into that. Your spawns are so close, you can apply endless pressure. Is that what we see them default on back to? Round 5, Orchid with the opportunity to put themselves into grand finals. Brooklyn to send it on to another map.
And Brooklyn just can't afford to be scamming on the defensive side. When you're getting 4 dead, just camp a corner. Don't give them an opportunity to potentially find one. as soon as they come off the respawn, because defenses now, after the update, every life is so much more valuable. But already off the break off, again, the good B push from Team Orchid is going to allow them to earn some early segments. Bracto, on the other hand, in a great position to contest them there at Art. Is able to line up a double. The team kill is going to potentially play a part, especially now with Lucifer finding that kill. First segment should be locked. Oh my god!
Oh my god! Mythix slides out, finds 3, will now get on the point. The stack is in. There's 2. I don't think Brooklyn can get here in time. They have to invest on into A. They won't get there. Compound at least cleans on up 2, and everyone will fall. Doesn't happen just yet. Ban's here to find and falls to Proloot. Don't know if you needed to take that engagement as much as you did, but Proloot swings wider. But Henry will then answer back with 2 more. You don't have the presence on the point at least. So everybody breathe. But they're coming again, Orchid. They want the remainder.
Yeah, Team Orchid have a 3-life lead right now, and they have a lot of mid-map pressure. So they only need 1 segment at B, but are consistently trying to close this one out to extend time early on. It was easier for them to extend time at this point and then get a clean couple of kills for them to force them to try to break their way through Cat. Time is now extended. You're up by 4 lives. Henry's able to pop a double, and now you have the numbers to transition through mid.
Okay, just have such a read of this new spawn and exactly what they want to do with it. B first every single time. Henry watching for players coming in through the Lion. As the first progress is already through, you need 2 more ticks. And you are up 5 lives. You can slow it down if you wish. 90 seconds to go. Huge win indeed, and an important way for Brooklyn to squeeze on through and put Orchid on the back foot for a moment.
And this is now where Brooklyn just needs to stabilize. Draw a line in the sand and don't allow them to cross it. So every angle is currently being watched, but SnD does drop the top. Cat still, thankfully, you have the pressure through the middle of the map, but you're not winning the gunfight. You go 3 for 1. Brax now banking on this flank.
Second tick's halfway on through. Even in the kill feed, SnD does find 2 at least. Allow his team a moment. Push on forward, but 11 v 6. Minute and 5. And Orchid are slowing this down. They're happy to play TDM.
That's all you want to do. Benjamin Bance doing what he does in Search and Destroy, beating the island player, working on the late pinch, but does get spotted on out, and Brack finds a double. So still Brooklyn with the numbers around the middle of the map are making something out of nothing. They have decreased the life deficit by 3. And they still know where Benjamin Bance is. But he's going to be able to come up behind enemy lines onto Yuli. They only have 5 lives. You cannot afford to trade right now.
31 and 26 for Bance right now. Looking formidable. 2 quick kills in the feed for Brooklyn. 5 v 6. They can do this more than Orchid. You haven't stepped on that point and slowed things down. Forced Brooklyn to come towards you. So slowing it down might not have worked super well for them. 4v4. It is literally TDM. Henry gonna get out after this. Chase. Hunt. Find one. Brack is out of here. Proloot will trade. 3v3. Henry weakened on up. Stays alive for just a half moment. 8 seconds left on the clock. Vance has got a touch. 2v2. Backs Yuli down on the top. Will fall himself. 1v2. Harry, what can you do? You're going to weaken Yuli, but you will be cleaned on up. And despite an 11v6 situation where you just had to drag the opposing team over to A, Brooklyn stand tall and deliver to send us on to map 4.
Oh, and that's one of those victories right there on a map like that, to where it desperately is now going to provide momentum going forward in the rest of this series. It looks like Omen Brooklyn were down and out, digging their own grave 6 feet under, but they started to come alive. Brack with multi-kill after multi-kill, SnD finessing around top Cat. And in situations where Team Orchid just needed to have a team push to close out that game, they could not get anything going. I know it's good when Benjamin Bance is hitting these long routes to potentially open up with a kill. You had a lot of time and a lot of lives to work with, but when that long route doesn't really allow your teammates to get anything done on the opposing end, then you're just stuck in no man's land. Thankfully, Brooklyn were stacked up with each other, playing the trades and not really relying on one-on-one gunfights, and they're able to extend this series a little bit longer.
Looking at the scoreboard as well, Orchid comfortably outslayed in the end. I mean, Harry's going to be up by 2. Henry's down 4. Bance is up by 3, so you're relatively even, but Mythic's a torrid time out there. But I guess it goes back to talking about the impact that Orchid have. They've got this strategy on lock where they go from B to A. But the fact that Brooklyn come out on top there, as you said, it's good to see Bance on those routes and making those kind of plays. But that was perhaps a moment where you just stacked the point. Surely slow it down, force Brooklyn to run at you and take that lives advantage.
Yeah, it's just not necessary to make those big route plays, because we know if we can trade it out effectively, go 2 for 2, or at least 3 for 1, then you're going to stand a pretty good chance at stacking the point and knowing where they're spawning in and prepare for the gunfights after that. But it's just off the approach. When you get to this situation, when you feel like the pressure's starting to hit, and we need to rely on someone clutching up on a one-on-one or hitting an egregious route to potentially find an opening, Brooklyn were able to pick you apart every single time you decided to make that decision. So now you're able to extend the series. SnD almost puts up a 40 bomb there, and he had a lackluster first 2 maps, a couple boneheaded plays where he's just jumping out and getting caught. But he was a spark there for Brooklyn to now force this map number 4 on Rewind, where, again, another map where the ARs need to be felt, but now their guns are a lot more warmed up, and this is their map choice.
Yeah, absolutely. Brooklyn finding their way back in. And again, for all the question marks we have over how Orchid lost that last round, plenty of credit on over to Brooklyn for the composure, the ability to hold on. But SnD as well, as you mentioned there, goes huge in a map. Likely a bit of a redemption tour from him after a struggle of a start to this series. But to keep his team's tournament hopes alive, he puts up an impressive performance. And it felt like he had one of those moments as well where just as Orchid were looking to consider stacking the point, just as they were looking to see the game off, would find one or find two, just nipping around and constantly poking at the team, being the nuisance that we've often spoken of Bance being in this series. And SnD showing why he was once in the league and exactly why and how he wants to get back there.
Now going into this map number 4, fist bumps are already out. Freedom fried chicken. I'm starving, realistically, Andrew. I swear I need some food after this one, because this is a great series from this point on, with Brooklyn starting to come back. But the Rewind is the only thing standing in front of them, again, from forcing a game number 5 versus the same exact squad. Just got to do it through the rotations. We know how impactful the P3 to P4 chain can be, but also P2 can play a big part to your success here.
Orchid's fundamentals have been on top for the vast majority of this series, but Brooklyn now with the momentum. Fly in then, P1. Bance will be the first to fall. SnD finds a kill. It's mostly a feed in favor of Brooklyn. Henry will be alive for Orchid, and we know how impactful he has been through this series and through this entire tournament for the Europeans. That being said, it is of course just P1. You can instantly get back into trade, and Orchid will then find 3 of their own, make it 4, an opportunity to squeeze on up. The thing for Brooklyn is you still get those P2 spawns, and Bance, I don't think, has predicted this, and he's clinged on up.
Yeah, you get the P2 spawns for at least 2 players, so you're going to be naturally set up for a pinch. Get him off for this old time. Brack wins the one-on-one, but his teammates are losing gunfights all around the hard point. Now he's the last man standing, and he is also going to fall. So Team Orchid, not the start that they wanted, but they get the early break, secure 30 seconds at the P1 HP, and now have a fully set up squad over towards P2.
Probably here trying to finesse his way on forward, does just about stay up. That will only be the first checkbox in trying to break this hill. Yuli found deep in the back, and Orchid, of course, just getting this deep spawn. Bance stood in the dumpsters. It's just going to be the play that you want to find and clear on out, but is eventually found. We need to see where those red arrows turn up next. It will be flicked on out. You block the spawns from the Brooklyn pressure. And what you now have, Mythic's just trying to stay alive in the back and allow his teammates to hit from the other side.
Mythic's just trying to do something. He's able to find a double, and now the teammates are here to assist him.
No
Lines
way.
up 3. Last man standing is going to be Yuli, and he's fighting for his life. He doesn't really have ammo on either one of his weapons, but he knows how impactful his position could potentially be. But Team Orchid secure him, secure the remaining time, and now almost find themselves up by 40 going into P3.
Oh, Mythic's has himself a hell of a moment, bouncing back after a poor map 3. Manages to stay alive for so long, but walks away with so many kills. Lets his team activate on the other side, and as such, extend Orchid's lead on out. That said, Brooklyn with a great rotation here over to PE3. Trying to fight for the backside will be Mythic's. And that's just going to distract enough of the attention that the site is weakened on up. Orchid will break on through. Hard to hold from this side, but at least if you're not getting the vast majority of the points here for Orchid, you're taking a chunk away from Brooklyn.
100%. We just don't want to allow them to get the time and still consistently hold the spawns that they want for that P4. But a patient play there from Benjamin Bance secures a one-on-one gunfight through the courtyard while your teammates are still holding on to the hard point. And the flip is already in. Brooklyn now have a tall task ahead of them to try to fight themselves back into this game. Benjamin Bance is going to fall on the OE, so they already have pressure at hold. But this close spawn should still be in here for Orchid for the next wave of fights.
Henry just going to continue contest for the last little bit of scrap time. Sees another one cross, and this boy is having himself a tournament. Onto 2. Make it 3. Surely not a 4th. Does he see Yuli cross? Yes, he does. Henry pops off and delivers a happy meal to his opponents. But right now as well, the setup in hand for Orchid, and Henry having himself a game as Orchid go over the 100-point mark with an 80-point lead.
And you cannot allow them to get all this time here if you're Brooklyn. We need to find a break. We can't go down by 100, banking on a good amount of time there at the Jen's Hill. So thankfully at the right time, they are striking. Find every single kill in the feed and only lose one player in the process. So the break is good enough potentially for the final 30. And if you're Team Orchid, let's give it one last shot at a break attempt.
Orchid, set it on up. Find the first. Henry looks for a different route in for the second and will support his teammates' entry in towards the point. So you break straight on back. And again, another one of those moments where just as Brooklyn look to fight their way back in, Orchid just make it difficult. 50-50 trade-off for the final bits of scrap time. Rotation then onto Gens for Brooklyn. They will get here, but there is a wave of Orchid pressure coming on through the 18-wheeler. Yuli with a big 2-piece at least stems that flow for now.
Yeah, but this is where Brooklyn needs to make up for a lot of time here. Whip out an extra SMG, be prepared to play all the trades that go down in towards Gens, and so far they have done that. SnD, Prolu, and Yuli all rocking the Jackal, lead to a clean 4 dead, so the first wave is already shut down. And now you are preparing for the second and still finding every kill in the feed.
Best period so far for Brooklyn, for sure. Rotation is clean. The hold is there. We're through half of the hill. The 3 in the feed. And just as I start to talk nicely about the boys from North America, they give up far too much. And Orchid will break straight back on in. Even if you only get this, it felt like this hill was largely out of your hands. Best bit of pressure for Brooklyn, but you might get 20 seconds yet still. And of course, an instant transition over to P1. Mythic's trying to hold, and well, he will be cleaned up. It's a bit back and forth. Bance runs out of bullets in the end, and that will spare Yuli his life.
Okay, but now we go into our second set. Well, you're down by 50 if you are Brooklyn. You were able to secure 15 seconds initially off of the P1, but at the end of this P1, everyone dies, and you lose the rotation over towards P2. That was truly the difference maker. Brooklyn need to be thinking about that in the back of their minds, and the SMGs are firing on all cylinders. SnD, unfortunately, is going to get caught, and now you lose the spawns, and Team Orchid can continuously just run up that score and hold down the power positions.
One thing I will say here, for Brooklyn... Well, I was going to say it. I was about to say you've got an opportunity to get yourself back into the game. We saw how you've done it previously, but instantly 3 dead, so never mind. One thing as well, Mythic's still got that Hellstorm in his pocket. For a potential later hill, and Henry just dancing around the bookcases will eventually be found, but it is now an 80-point lead again for Orchid. This time, though, imperatively, it is closer to 200-point markers than 100-point markers.
Yeah, and you gave up way too much time there at the P1. Now you desperately need to make up for it here at the P2. Thankfully, kills going down at the right time. You have the numbers. You just got to locate where the last 2 players are on the side of Team Orchid, but they're able to find 2, so it's not as clean of a break attempt here for Brooklyn. The Hellstorm gets invested. You have the backspell secured if you are Omen, but still, a Team Orchid are here.
Bance was just trying to stay alive for as long as possible. Does fall, but again, Orchid, they're just applying pressure immediately to Brooklyn. There's nothing comfortable about this setup. Rat getting a kill backside will at least let you on out. Prolu here got a lot to do to watch the cross, and he does deliver at least. So potentially, a good 30 seconds being handed on over. Orchid will probably send one last push on into this. They were happy to break P3 late last time. To be fair, if you are Orchid, you could happily just chalk up your losses here, rotate on over, set yourself up.
Yeah, you're definitely going to chalk it up because you invested the Hellstorm there to simply try to flip them out in the spawns, and you don't really get anything off of that P2. Omen were able to withstand everything that was thrown at them. So now only a 40-point difference. You would really love to have that Hellstorm going from the P3 to P4 chain, but now you just got to do it strictly with the gunny. They're already winning the gunfights on the OE. Prolute's able to find a trade, and the break is in for Brooklyn.
Momentum suddenly feels like it's with the boys in white here. Best period that they've had. Every time I've said that so far, Orchid have answered back en masse, but this time it's a bit more of a pinstripe feed, a bit more difficult for the Europeans to break. Mythics trying to stay up. Will slip, slide, and actually just leaves that engagement entirely to support the push on the hill. Bance now with that wrapping through the mid, and does get cleaned on up. Orchid in control of the hill, get themselves
Big
over
time.
200 points, largely on over towards the new, but there is going to be pressure on that backline, so you have to back off and Brooklyn have time, and, well, they're going to leave it. They're going to play straight in for 4.
Yeah, they're insane. I would have definitely played flat 10 seconds because we already have the spawn secured towards the back end, so you're only allowing Team Orchid now some extra time with that junk time to work their way on a couple long routes, but now you are fully set up at the Money Hill in P4. No one wants to die early on. You have a route being developed on the side of Mythics. Looking for the timing on the OE through 18. Wheeler is going to be able to spot Brack, but everybody else is getting gunned down through the mid-street.
Oh, the nade is perfect from Mythics. Do you read that Standy's here? Yes, you do. You don't find the second kill, but you do enough to send him running at least. The problem is, with Standy staying alive, all it means is that more time is getting soaked.
Beautiful.
Omid Brooklyn now closing that gap. It was 80 points. It is down to 10, but 2 kills should allow a pinch to come on through, make it 3, make it 4, and an important amount of scrap time still available here for Orchid, because a 205 to 195, that feels manageable. This gets to 230, suddenly they're right on the cusp.
Oh, and Vance,
God.
a.k.a. Mr. Henry, is able to line up a double, so it's only going to alleviate the pressure for your teammates to secure that final 5 to 10 seconds. You're only going to need about 19 or 18 to close out this series and move on to the grand finals. But Omen Brooklyn now are banking again on a pretty decent setup here at the Gens area. Whip out the extra SMG and just win your fights.
A lazy trophy there out from Bance will just be instantly cleaned up.
Forward
Flurry
ahead.
of nades will send you packing. 4 will be cleaned up. And as such, Orchid will have to figure another hit here. Brooklyn can technically win it here, though it would be incredibly unorthodox in what is typically a very mixy P5. But here come Orchid. Yuli finds one, tries to transfer onto the second. There's nothing there, and it's a flurry of red in the feed. Surge on forward. Unfortunately, part of that is a team kill.
Oh!
And Standy gets back in. You can't win it here if you're Brooklyn. Orchid will full send at this again, but they've been so good as well at P1. So for Brooklyn, it's got to be pretty much perfection.
The stand man is going unbelievably berserk in the last 2 maps. He continuously is finding multi-kill after multi-kill. This hard point has been doing wonders for Brooklyn. They're able to take the lead in this final moments. They're going to secure potentially this final 5 seconds, but it's a race back over towards the P1.
Dayton Henry's trying to hit this through the connector. Should get here in time to support his teammates who find the kills around the point. But Brooklyn are not away when it comes to the pressure. No one decides to dive on into the time. Yuli, Prolu finding kills. Mythics tries to get in through the double doors. Will be shut down by 2-piece from Yuli. And not a chance in hell that we're seeing a game 5 from 2 very winnable situations. Apologies for Orchid. Or instead, cleaned on up by Brooklyn. And that man there, Standy, deserves to stand and get loud after an incredible performance.
Dude, he is doing everything that he possibly can to rally the team's energy and everything they do have in their back pockets to force this map number 5. The stand man was the difference in the control. The stand man is the difference here in the map number 4. His SMG pressure was just way too much to handle, and Gens Hill was his bread and butter. The fact that they were able to bounce back the way that they did is insane to me, because if you're Team Orchid, you had everything in front of you. You had a Hellstorm in your back pocket, but that was a misplay to calling it at the P2, because if you're going to invest the Hellstorm, it has to be for an impactful play. But you don't secure the spawns. You allow Omen Brooklyn to soak away a majority of that time, and where they needed to make up for the difference was the P3 to P4 chain. They synchronized 3 kills at the right time, spawn them all the way across the map, get themselves back into the game, and then get back to the bread and butter at the P5 hardpoint with some extra SMGs in hand. If you are Brack, you were looking on the stage and saying, thank you, God, that I got Standy on my lineup, because a 15 and 28 performance there, he was lackluster with that AR in hand, but with Standy dropping almost 4K damage with 30 non-traded kills, that is an unbelievable performance to rally your team now to a game 5.
Brack absolutely looking along the bench and giving out 10 gifted per teammate, because he's very glad to see a map 5 here. I will say, over on the Orchid lineup, Mythics has himself a hell of a game to bounce back from map 3. From there, it felt like all 3 players had their moments. I don't think there's an underwhelming performance from any of them. I think it's literally just accounting for the fact that Standy called game and went on a tear here. Very much so the difference maker, the X factor. A player that we often talk about. Can you get yourself back into the league? Can you fix up your consistencies? Can you deliver in the big moments and get yourself back into a pro league spot after multiple bites at the cherry in the past? Well, that's one hell of a way to make a statement. But I now come to you, my friend. This, and I say this with a wrench in my heart being a full European. That is two clutches. Two clutches for Omid Brooklyn, but 2 chokes in a row for Orchid. The way the momentum has swung in this series, the mentality shift, that's got to be a bitter pill to swallow right now if you're the boys in red.
Oh, yeah, without question, man. You were thinking we had opportunities to already be up 4-0, basically, in this series. You were outclassing them on that hard point from start to finish until the final 2 minutes of the game. In the control, you were able to make up for what you needed to fix, which is your attacking rounds, and you were finding success there, but just really couldn't close it out. Seemingly in the last, 2 minutes of these games, they ain't got no ice in the moment, but I know if you're Benjamin Bands, there's no need to sweat. You're going into a map 5 on Hacienda, which is his playground. You need to be able to shut him down. Last time he was on it, he dropped chopsticks. If you allow him to be a nuisance, be that island player, be the guy to set up those late pinches and be the difference maker, oh man, your hands are going to be very, very full if you are Omid Brooklyn.
Absolutely. I mean, let's hope so if you are Team Orchid, because that is a difficult thing to bounce back from. That being said, Yumi was sat here before the previous break. Team Orchid with 2-0 up and absolutely outclassing Brooklyn. We asked them to bounce back. Can your leaders get you into a room and talk you through what must be done next? Now, flip opposite situation. Can Orchid restabilize, or is it going to be an Omid show down the grand finals? Find out after this break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome on back here to Challengers at DreamHack. We're in the winners finals, and if you're just about joining us because you're coming on over from the Thieves v Optic game, first of all, I don't blame you. What a series. But also, you've missed a banger here. 2 apiece for Brooklyn, for Orchid, and Study, my friend. This could easily be Orchid 4-0 up. We're looking at them now to clutch up in this game 5. But Brooklyn, they have all the momentum.
Yeah, it's insane, man, because Like you said, Team Orchid could realistically have won this series already in a 4-0 fashion. They choked the control. They had opportunity after opportunity in that final round 5 to try to close it all out, but the teamwork did not make the dream work there. And then when you're almost up by 100 on the rewind, a majority of the game, just some misplays on the second half when you go from the P2, use the Hellstorm, don't secure the spawns, and don't really get a lot of time. And then Omid just capitalize on that moment, realize we stand strong through a Hellstorm and we're able to walk away with the majority of this. All we need is a break for the spawns from P3 to P4. And thankfully, you got a young man in SnD who has been outstanding after the first 2 maps, basically dropping 40 per in both of the respawns. And he, without question, is going to be my guy to watch here in this map number 5 because he's basically does the same thing that Bance does. If you can shut down Bance with the way that he's shooting, oh, you're going to have a field day.
And he had a very difficult map too, if I remember that correctly, giving his life up too easy in certain situations. But it's been a very different story since then, so it's whether or not he can continue that. But part of that will be having to slow his temper down, slow up that pace to counter this Orchid patience that comes on through. Reminder, ladies and gentlemen, the stakes have never been higher for challengers, and I know that I say that, and a couple of you are going, what on earth do you mean? Reminder that from this tournament, the winner will get guaranteed Esports World Cup qualification, but just for getting to grand finals, you will give your region an extra spot at champs. For North America, you already have one. You have Omid waiting in grands. If you don't get through here as Orchid, it is a European spot handed on over to the North Americans. It'll be 7 North American teams and 5 European teams trying to balance that all up here. So not just with their own ambitions at hand, but their region's hopes in their palms. Who can stand up under that pressure? Who's a burst pipe? Who's a diamond? We're about to find out. The fly-throughs are here, ladies and gentlemen. Hacienda search and study. When we talk about that patient play, when we talk about how Orchid like to operate, I feel like this does, at least on this map mode combo, lean towards you.
Yeah, without question, man. That is their go-to. We love to play around that top secret area. We love to allow Benjamin Bance to take mid-fountain and catch timings, working his way through the top side of the hallways. But now that you've already played this squad in the Search and Destroy on the map number 2, you're understanding they like the slow and steady wins the race kind of play style. So if you're Brooklyn, we could potentially just match that energy or increase it with the aggression. That could be your answer. But already into this round number 1, everybody stabilizing on the map. Benjamin Bance taking a lot of space to the middle side. And Brooklyn now rallying their way for potential B push.
Keep an eye on Benjamin Bance, by the way, on the mini-map. He's a player that can easily just get so lost on this Hacienda map and in all the right ways, turning up to surprise opponents. And it looks like he's trying to split here. And he's going to have a lot of company over this B-bomb, but back the players down at least. Bance trying to set up his timing about when to slip on through. Brack going to hold that deep backside. An important player, an anchor for this post plant for Brooklyn. 30 seconds on the clock here, and, well, Brooklyn is still nervous about getting this bomb down.
Yeah, it's tough because you don't have any mid-map control. You know that there was a stun that connected on their side of the B site, but now we need some hallway presence if we want to try to get the objective down. They strike at the right time, and none other than Mr. SnD to find the opening double. Pro loot there for the trade. Final 15 seconds. We're going to get the bomb down in the 3v1. Mythics, you got your hands full.
Just too late to the play, really, if you are Mythics, because this should be a bomb down. This should be... and you don't even get the kill either. Giving up your position then, and the shot's pretty good. They're tagging players up, but it's not a final block. And as such, clock's going to continue to dwindle. Mythic's just not in a happy spot here and will be cleaned on out. And, well, we talked about Omid Brooklyn there being nervous about getting the bomb down. You said that they had a lack of mid-map control. They decided to go and claim it.
Yeah, that was massive, man, because they realized, okay, we have to commit over towards the B site. We don't want to rat back to our teammate who got no information on that D pinch, but is also going to waste a lot of time if we try to rotate over towards A. So we have to commit over towards this B site. And they had information that they used beautifully. They knew that Bance was just playing for the time to potentially take down the OBJ. But SnD commits, finds the one-on-one, also finds the second, and is already off to a great start here on the map number 5.
Okay, then with an opportunity to move the bomb where you wish. Playing in through Secret. I'm not a huge fan, I'll be completely honest with you. And, well, Yuli will open up with the first. Finds Harry. The second one comes on through for Brooklyn.
Oh, my.
And a repeat of round 1. It quickly becomes a 2v4 and then into a 1v4. And Mythics last alive again, but this time the odds are even worse.
Yeah, and he's instantly going to get sniffed on out. Brooklyn are playing with tremendous amount of confidence and momentum. That defense has said, nope, you guys love to play around top secret and bottom connector. We're going to take that immediately away from you. As they find the first blood, do not lose a single player in the process. 4 up, 4 down. Clean round there for Moment Brooklyn to go up 2-0.
We'll get off to an extremely slow start, but we've seen this happen up here on main stage before during this tournament, and they've bounced back, having made adjustments, but it is largely off those first bloods right now that they're just faltering very quickly, losing that numbers advantage. 2-2 split for Brooklyn. Will be matched by at least 2 players over by the rock from Orchid, and actually Bance, he's deciding to hit the swimming route here, trying to play spoiler.
However, realistically, when you gain that information, if you're pro loot, there's no need to commit for a potential rock challenge, so let's just get out of dodge and work our way over towards A. And now it's going to fall into the hands of Lucifer. The only one watching this angle is going to be spotted. And with the top secret control, I would instantly just get this bomb down if you're Brooklyn.
Yeah, lack of confidence potentially around the lack of trophies. These rounds have been over incredibly quickly, but let's go on through. You have got that pinch coming in from Bance. Big fight. Finds Proloot. Opportunity to set this retake up.
Yeah, that's not necessary there from Pro Loot. Just play stacked in towards the site because we don't have any information on where they're going to approach from. But now in a man disadvantage, you are forced to try to clutch on up. SnD's only able to get down 1, and the last player is going to fall. So even though I'm at Brooklyn, we're successfully able to get the bomb plan, turn it into a 4v4. We just get a little bit too antsy on our post plant setup and get caught.
Vance there. We've mentioned him multiple times for how he is the kind of player who can just get lost, play on his own island, basically kind of do his own thing in a way that helps the team, and just sets up so well for that retake. Keeps his head down, starts off with the swimming route, and that long wrap pays off with the first blood. So an opportunity then to get yourself back into this. Again, Orchid have been in this position multiple times, have seen themselves to this position from multiple game 5s. They need to answer back with yet another here to tie this up.
And I love this pacing changeup right here from Team Orchid. Last time they tried to do it through the map, every time they play Hacienda, they get mid-map control early on. And this time, they're just going to send it through well, finding the opening first blood onto Proloot. And now are already reading where the pressure's going to come in. You got the man advantage. No one overcommit. Let's just play our trades.
And you do even better than that. You find one for free if you're Bance. I say for free. You do lose 50 health points, but you'll take that trade all day. Brack looking for a way into this. Not a chance in hell. As clean as you like. And Orchid do something there that is not only a huge thing for this round, but by changing up that pace now, it surely puts a lot of question marks into Brooklyn for what those future strategies will look like later on through this map.
Exactly, man. You're going to have them on their toes because it's been slow and steady win the race all throughout that red card. It was slow and steady to start off this map, but that pace changing now is going to force them to have a defensive change on their setup. All tied up at 2. Back-to-back rounds here from Team Orchid. Spin off of the back of that first blood in these last couple of rounds. Benjamin Bance on 4 in a row. Working his way over towards this B side again, going for the same exact route through the water side. Show early presence here, but this time over Brooklyn taking mid-map away from them.
Oh, but you get that first blood if you're Henry. And you back on off if you're Brooklyn. Got to retrieve this bomb somehow. And the thing is, Bance has slipped on through again. So not only has he got through here to potentially pinch this rock if he needs to, but that's twice he's hit the swim route. No one's seen him. So it's something you can still save for the future rounds. On 4 in a row as well. Has the RC for future plays. And as such, feels like Orchid is stacking a lot of tools in their pocket right now.
Yeah, there's no need to do anything else. Just to hold, because they have to make the play come to you. And Benjamin Bance is going to be your safety net over at this B site. Henry's literally just going to spot for information. The shoulder is good enough to now hit the go button for Benjamin Bance. And he's able to find the kill. I thought he was going to get some bad card timing there. But now the 4v2, make it a 4v1. You're not going to stand a single chance in hell. Brack is going to fall. And Team Orchid, 3 rounds in a row off the back of Benjamin Bance, continuously just making play after play, had the momentum now on their side.
Called to absolute perfection, my friend. Henry does indeed throw a shoulder, lets his teammates know, and as such, Bance comes wrapping back on through from that position he's gained for free through that swimming route. 3 rounds in a row, as you said. And again, all on first bloods currently. Every single round where a team has picked up a first blood, they have seen it out. But it's Orchid with all the momentum, and Orchid with very impressive retakes. For Brooklyn, you've only managed wins from kills. This work around the bomb just hasn't gone for you so far.
It hasn't been working around the objective presence. So you gotta try to figure it out sooner rather than later. But now we're going back to the default strat here for Team Orchid. Slow and steady. Working towards one of these objective points. But Bance already takes a lot of space over towards Rockside. Gets the trophy down. He spots absolutely no one in the vicinity. So let's just get the objective planted.
RCXD goes on out as well. I don't know which player that will be from. I'm going to assume Bance, as he's relatively still. It goes on off. So bomb will come through. One thing I will say here, a little bit turtled up if you are Orchid, but if you get backed off here towards Lambo, you have yourself a safety net and an anchor, and look at Mythics wrapping in through mid.
Oh! Prolude's able to find a kill with an RC, but still, Lucifer is able to line up a double. Bans finds his 6 in a row, and that's just an easy round there from Team Orchid. They're just like, our initial play calls to go to B. It's been like 30 seconds. No one is showing face. No one's essentially throwing a shoulder to gain some information. So what the hell are we waiting for? Let's just get the bomb planted. And instead of backing up to play a Lambo side, I love the commitment to still hold your setup around Rock. Because if you give up that Rock control and they take it away from you, you don't really have an angle to stop the player potentially going for the defuse. So the SnD strategies, these last couple of rounds for Team Orchid have been outstanding. 4 in a row with Bance on 7 in a row. He might be able to drop chopsticks once again here on Hasi.
Also incredibly heads-up play from this man, Mythics. While the RCXD was going on out, he didn't stand still. He went and got aggressive out through a wrap through mid that set up a pinch that allowed him to help his team out, who were being pressured on the bomb. Bomb will, though, go down for Brooklyn.
Call it in, Bance. Call it in.
4v4, Hellstorm comes in. That's going to allow his teammates to push on forward and give all the information. You don't find the third, but you know where he is. You are up in a 1v3, and surely then a clean retake, and that will be another round, an Orchid on the precipice of putting themselves into grand finals.
Oh, they can do no wrong, man. Like the defensive strategy right there. Okay, you're going to show face at B. That's fine. The bomb is literally wide out in the open. And also, I got a Hellstorm in my back pocket. So, love the commitment right there from Benjamin Vance. The experience definitely playing a big part because he knows we put ourselves up 5-2. We stand a pretty good chance of closing out this SnD. You use the Hellstorm to perfection. You find initial kills or at least force them indoors right into the pre-aim of your teammates. And now Team Orchid have an opportunity here to right the wrongs earlier of that winners round 2 matchup and walk away with this time the game 5 victory to force themselves into the grand finals.
Pretty sure Mythic's still holding an RC, by the way, as well. So plenty of tools in the pocket. Plenty of opportunity to counter. He does indeed. Confirmation on a 6. Opportunity to set yourself up for even more here. Bance going to hit that swimming route again that has paid out multiple times already. Brooklyn completely unawares, it seems.
Oh my god, this guy is the best version of Michael Phelps. Like every single time he just loves to live in towards the water side. He's not able to spot anyone over towards this B site, but puts himself towards the backside of Boathouse. He's just giving information to his team. There's no one on this side. They all have to be top mid, especially with Yuli throwing that extra shoulder.
Plenty of patience again here from Orchid. Bance looking to be the player to potentially activate here and tell his teammates where they should be. Bance is seeing nothing. That's the problem here. You've kind of got yourself into a spot, and you're a little bit ring a rose. You're going to check right. Surely sees one, does. Finds the blood, gets out. Can you stay up? That will then send the alarm bells on out. Orchid, can you get the plant on through? The only problem is you're down to 20 seconds. Brooklyn, are you going to try an instant retake here? Well, if Bance gets into office and does that to you,
oh my
three
god,
for 11 in a row. Doesn't need the gunship. He's just going to use his AR instead. Beautiful work from Bance on the wrap. And calls game to close it up. Send his team on through to grand finals for that ultimate matchup. And claim the champ spot for the European region.
Oh my god, what's the lingo in the Breaking Bad show? He just can't keep getting away with this. Benjamin Vance is making so many plays again on Hasi. You have to be one of those squads now that doesn't want to play him on this map. He's consistently just so confident in his routes. Like, you're going 3 out of the... How many rounds did we just play? 9? 3 out of the 9 rounds, you're going into the water and putting yourself in a position to consistently be behind enemy lines. That is just unreal. That you can't account for that. If you're Brooklyn, you're thinking, all right, we're fully set up. They haven't shown nothing. We have presence at A. We have presence at B. There's no way in hell they should be able to sneak by us. But the long route, the patience, the experience there from Mr. Benjamin Vance to end that SnD on 11 in a row. That is unbelievable out of the vet. He's able to rally the troops from potentially throwing away a series that they could have walked away with in a clean 5-0 fashion. He ices up in the game 5, gets the redemption versus Omid Brooklyn, and now has a final dance versus Omid.
That's exactly where I wanted to bring things to. We went away in that break, and we thought to ourselves, Orchid could easily be 4-0 up here. How do you mentally recover from that? Well, it's leaning so often. We talk about leaders. We talk about veterancy. We talk about cool, calm, collected heads. And Vance steps up and delivers for his roster in a moment when they needed it the most, pushing his team into grand finals. And despite how good Omid look in grands, despite the fact that they have been final boss all the way through, Orchid with 3 game 5s in a row are a team that refused to die, refused to go away. Incredible resiliency, and that sets us up for a fantastic final showdown.
Oh, man, and if you're Omid, you got to be highlighting those search and destroys. Hopefully your respawns are firing on all cylinders the same way it was yesterday, because they basically have that mode locked down. They just have way too many playmakers, and the most specific one is what Benjamin Vance is doing. It's unbelievable the fact that he's continuously finding opening after opening, and no one is contesting him. Like, you know his playstyle, but still, we're not prepared for it. And he's just able to get the better of multiple teams now in so many different game 5s. You can even look at the winners round 1. You go game 5 versus P7, you ice up. You lose the game 5 versus Omid Brooklyn, but you make up for it here in elimination finals. Then you go to elimination round 2, another game 5. Elimination round 3, another game 5. These guys have truly just been battle tested ever since they stepped into the DreamHack building. And now they're going to be relying on that search and destroy again versus a squad in Omid, because yesterday their respawns were literally lights out. But the strategies right now for Team Orchid, they can do no wrong, especially if they're down. If they feel like they're down and out, no, we still got a Benjamin Vance.
That's the thing. Like, I mean, statisticians out there, please do let me know. But 5 game 5s in a row is insanity. It's truly just the ice factor that you have for this team, the ability to clutch on up. And despite the mental blows that you were given through this series, as you said, we have a Benjamin Vance. Outrageously impressive stuff that will see them on through to that grand finals. So many players, of course, to talk about through that. Incredible stuff from all the players. Commiserations, of course, to Omid Brooklyn, who had themselves an incredible tournament. Just came out a little bit slow here and will pick up 3rd place. But, of course, we will see them at Champs. And, of course, we will then see not only Orchid and this Omid team in Champs as well, but also in the grand finals, my friend. But we are going to go away, get a sip of water. I need to lie down as well. I'm going to enjoy this one because it's going to be you and Bryce to cover it on over. But an absolute pleasure, my friend. But ladies and gentlemen, we'll set all that up now, and we'll get it all ready for you. Come back after this break.
know.
Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome. It is time for the grand finals here at Challengers at the Dallas Major. My name is Bryce. Joining me here, Stud.
Hey, bud. How you doing, Brycey? You know, I'm excited to get into this one, my friend. We got the EU going up against the NA, one of the best squads that we had throughout the EU side, which won the most recent Elite, going up against the same thing on the other hand with Craze being the most recent Elite winner. So this is going to be a battle, and I can't wait to get it started.
It certainly is, and this is how we've got here so far. For Omid, pretty plain sailing. 3-1s, a lot of 3-0s all across the board into the grand final. But for Team Orchid, a little bit more of a difficult journey. 3-2s in abundance. The only one they've lost was against Omid Brooklyn, who they've just beaten, but they've played about 8,000 maps and made a lot of haters mad.
Oh, yeah, you're definitely making haters mad because every single time you're thinking you can count these guys out, no, we get to a Game 5 Search and Destroy, especially if it's on a map like Hacienda. You're going to stand a pretty good chance at closing it out. They have been battle tested every single time they have stepped up on the main stage, but now the biggest test is right in front of them. These are the maps and modes that we have throughout the series, and I love the strategy already from Omid, Bryce, because we get rid of basically Hacienda everything. The only thing that's going to be Hacienda is going to be that game number 7, and they are banking on them not really getting to that position.
Well, yeah, that's the kind of the key here. They've been so good, Team Orchid, on Hacienda that you don't want to see it if you can help it, and how does that shake this one out for them as well? Obviously, they've had some really big performances out of some of the players to stay alive. For Omid, it's been a bit more of a plain sailing. This begs the question. One team has struggled every step of the way to get here. The other has cruised. Does this mean it'll be a one-sided final?
It potentially might be if Orchid don't have an answer in the respawns, because when I look at this Omid lineup, they simply do not lose respawns. They lost that opening map 1 in the winners finals yesterday, but that's because they were waiting around all day. They weren't warmed up. You had players have lackluster performances. Mamba was the only shining light early on into that series, but I just think if you're Team Orchid, the only way you're going to be able to take down this team, because you pretty much got Search and Destroys locked on down, is by stealing a respawn here and there. And if you can start off with the early momentum, especially on a map like Skyline, that can do wonders for the rest of the series.
We're going to find out. Everyone gets into it. The only benefit really for Team Orchid is they do have the hot hand. They've been playing non-stop games and maps and everything else, and we'll have to find out if that gives them a bit of an advantage. Mythics has been blowing a little bit hot and cold. Some of these series he's been fantastic. Some he's taken a bit of a back seat, but we'll find out, as right now both teams just pressuring around the P1.
Oh, that's good stuff right there for Mythics. Also, already off to a fantastic start at 4-0. You're soaking up a majority of this time here at P1. You're not really focused on flipping those spawns for the time being. We're more focused on getting the kills around this mid-map and soaking up as much time as we possibly can here at the P1 HP. Now, this is where Omid need to be able to evaluate this situation. You're able to find a break for that final couple of seconds. You also win a majority of the gunfight, so you're fully set up here at the P2, but we got to take care of Henry.
Still trying to fight for it as well. You can see it's about to pop, and there are bodies looking to make a bit of a push here, and Lucifer could be the first one in, but there's no one to trade him if he makes this play, so he's hoping for a kill and to get out. The rest of the team not really making their way across. Omid doing a great job of just whittling down the numbers of Team Orchid before they get close.
Yeah, and Craze is already off to a fantastic start as well on the opposite side. It's 6-1 on 4 in a row. Start off this Skyline HP, trying to line up number 5, but Mythic is going to be there for the trade. Still, the numbers in favor of Omid. The spawns in favor of Omid. They've been able to withstand the pressure coming in on the first setup, but now they're prepared for the second.
They're just holding this fantastically, Omid, not letting them even get a peek at this point, and they don't have the bodies or the spawns to do anything more. They do drop 3 here, but with 15 seconds left to play, it's a bit of a consolation scrap time, and even then, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, they just want to keep them away from it as long as they possibly can and set up properly at that next hard point. But you can already see Mac being blessed with a spawn over towards the bottom side of bed. Has an opportunity here to have a natural pinch. You're not going to be fully set up as you want it to be. If you're Team Orchid at this P3 HP, Craze already whips out an extra AR, puts down shots, and simply runs out of ammo. But Omid have the numbers for the break.
And so far, so good for Omid. Still holding into this point as well. They are basically dictating the tempo of this game. Orchid seem ever so slightly off of the pace. A decent P1 has not progressed into P2 or P3, and Henry just looking to try and make some wonderful plays, but hero plays won't run the day if you can't make the trades.
And Omen already did the dirty work of flipping those spawns on its head. Now we can go back into the old HP and contest it. And that's why you got a former pro player on the lineup in Mackenzie Melts. He's able to line up a double. Now it's about picking up this player, working on the rotation in Benjamin Bands over towards the cobble steps. He's able to find a second kill and is giving his team an opportunity to win this rotation anew.
Feel good, though. Omen holding everything they need to. And Mamba has been a force to be reckoned with and will just keep pushing them back. And one thing that Omen are doing so well is meaning that Team Orchid are staggered. They are never getting bodies in the right position for these trades, and it is costing them without the spawn.
Yeah, but this situation right here, Omen need to iron on up because they're trapped between a rock and a hard place. There's pressure from every single angle, and you go 2 for 2 in the battle, so a couple spawns are going to be all the way across the map. Team Orchid need this break, and they already did a great job of finding a majority of the kills to get it. Now it's all about soaking up this remaining 30 seconds to get yourself back into the game.
Mamba just waiting for more kills, and this is something they're doing quite well. Play for the kills first before doing anything else. Mamba will dive straight into this one, and, well, that's easy for them in the end here, and Mac cleans up Bance. Scrap time going towards Omi as they extend their lead by quite some way as we head into this second set of rotations.
Yeah, I'm not going to lie, Bryce. If you're Team Orchid, you need to be able to match this aggression on the side of Omen because they are just running all over you. I think you hit it right on the head when they're trying to set up these breaks or their setups on new HPs. They are just getting isolated by the pressure. So you got to be able to match it and slow them down. But almost an 80-point difference as we end the first set of hard points. Omen are able to fly on in, not with the preferred spawns that they want for 3, make it all 4 in the feed. The break is in. Now let's continuously run up that score.
He's trying to do something here and just keep them at bay once again, and it is becoming more and more one-sided as this game progresses. Slaying, obviously, on the side of Omit, but all the positioning they want as well. And they are bleeding them dry. We're about to hit a 100-point difference as we head towards P2. And that does mean that realistically Team Orchid will need a miracle hold. They have to get the money hill. They have to lock it down for 60. And they have to now start hoping for something better.
Yeah, and if you're Benjamin Bass now, the only player off the rotation towards P2, what can you get done? He's just trying to finesse with his life and does good enough for at least the first kill and the second. So Bass making big-time plays for his team to win the rotation over towards the P2, but you're down by so much. You need a full 60 here.
They're certainly going to try, and this is just continuously difficult to watch if you're an Orchid fan, because even with this full hold, it's still a way back. They will need to find a different gear. Is this the case of a slow start for Orchid again, and then a triumphant return into the hard point? But it is the hard way to do things.
But so far, they have been able to withstand all the pressure after P2. 30 seconds uncontested. You soak up at least 22 of it. Now you have an opportunity to breach that 100-point mark, but the second wave for Omen gonna overwhelm you through the backside. They're instantly able to win the numbers out. Now find that break for the final 15. And you can consistently play like this, Bryce, when you have such a lead that you do.
Well, they're still managing to try to go back for the scrap time, and I think they know at this point that, well, they need everything. And there is only 5 seconds left for this, but they're setting up for P3 as well. Cray still going for it at the same time. This will split the attention of Team Orchid just for a few more seconds, and Mac will take advantage of that as he finds a second and almost a third, but Vance is alive. Mamba jumps in, cut down by Mythics, and so far, so good. Team Orchid still massively on the back foot. They will need another 60 here just to be somewhere near.
Yeah, they're starting to find some trades, though, at the right time. Starts to build some momentum. If you can get a good chunk of time here at the P3 and potentially flip them out at the very end, that is your way back in the game. But Mamba is able to line up a double. The break is good enough for Omen to not really soak up time, but to just keep them away from it.
Almost gets another huge 2-piece there onto this point. It was on a 5 streak, but it's just allowing them to keep slaying back into this point. Team Orchid trying to soak this as hard as they can. They know they need the points, but they're also now going to be worried about this rotation. It went disastrously for them last time around. It has to go better this time. Omen have been in the driving seat all the way through this hard point.
Oh, your first break attempt needs to be good, and already it's going to be shut on down. Now Omen fully set up at the money hill to potentially close out the game. The pressure early on from Team Orchid is going to be over towards kitchen side. You do find the opening kill. You find the second one as well, so you have the numbers, but still the spawns here for Omen to still contest.
I managed to get into this point for a few seconds, but with 2:14 or 1:20, this game is over in all but name. It would have to be a ridiculous comeback, and with P1 up next, they had a good flurry to begin with, and then no more since. I do wonder, is the dream still alive for Team Orchid, or Omid already showed enough?
Yeah, you just want to keep on fighting if you are Team Orchid, because you never know what's going to happen, especially at this event so far here at DreamHack. We have had so many insane games, not only here in Challenges, but also in the CDL. But Omid, stabilize in the moment. Find the final couple of kills to secure that final 15 seconds. You're only going to need about 20 to close out this map number 1, and it has to be picture perfect from this point on for Team Orchid.
Vance looking to try and maybe make a bit of a play here, but it almost feels like they're chasing their own tails. Mac will get 2. And with 17 seconds, or not even 17 seconds, 12 seconds to go. 10 seconds now. Team Orchid have not really showed up to this map number 1 in the way that they have in the previous 2 series.
Yeah, it's tough, man, because the way that the Omid squad like to play is with pure aggression, and to start off a series on an opening Skyline to where your SMGs can get activated, that is the biggest key to success for this organization. You only need 4 seconds. If you are Team Orchid, you're soaking up all the P1 time that you can get, but 3 kills go in favor of Omid, and that's going to be the game.
And it certainly will, and what a statement to be made by Omid. They have watched Team Orchid take down 2 teams already today. The third themselves is looking like maybe just a bridge too far. Dominant showing. Fortunately, though, if you're an Orchid fan, their SnD has been very, very good, so maybe a chance to get back in the series.
No, yeah, they definitely need the search and destroy to get back into the series, because I think when I look at this Omid lineup, they just have a star-studded, talented squad. Like, you got 2 former pro players, you got a guy who won basically every single elite throughout this entire season, and Mamba, who has been a standout AR, even though he really doesn't have the placements to show for it. It's going to be a lot to handle, especially in the respawn game modes, because it's not like someone is drastically going insane. Everyone's around even. It's just the teamwork aspect of the game. The little things about pushing out in certain areas, finding trades that you need to, has been the difference maker here in the map number 1. Team Orchid could not keep up with everything that Omid were going to throw at them. But now they're down 0-1 in the series. They're going to go into a red card search and destroy, where they have played it so many times. I feel like that's the most played SnD map that we have down here in Challengers. Omid had the same amount of reps on it, so this is going to be a battle here in map 2.
Really is. And just looking over those scoreboards there, I mean, the slaying wasn't that deep on the side of Omid, but they were first to the rotations. They were holding the rotations. And when the fundamentals are as solid as that, there's just not an awful lot you can do about it.
Yeah, it's just tough, man. So now you're banking on a red card SnD, where earlier on today, it was Henry having a lot of success in towards the B site. But one thing that you have to account for is that I know that you have a Benjamin Vance on your team who loves to get behind enemy lines, but on the opposite side, Craze is playing with the utmost confidence, even on a map like Red Card. If you allow that guy to dictate the game, gain information early on, and apply pressure to already be behind you, he's just going to set up his ARs to catch a couple freebies. So this is, in my opinion, Bryce, a must-win map here for Team Orchid.
We're going to find out if a must-win map works out for them. Their control as well, before we even get to that point, I want to say Team Orchid's control, it was very good at one point. It has fallen off in recent memory. It could be to do with some of the patches we've seen kind of hit the scene in some time. And it does kind of beg the question, is Orchid good enough to take down Omid in Omid's current form? They have walked through winners. They have barely dropped a map. Do we think a team like Orchid, that has admittedly made their way here as well, you cannot take that away from them, but they've done so in much more scrappy fashion?
Yeah, much more scrappy fashion. Basically every single series they played throughout this weekend has went all the way to the distance. But now we need a situation where we need to stand our ground, especially in the SnD. If you allow Omid to go up 2-0 in the series, it might be a 4-0 sweep here in a DreamHack final for Challengers. But already into the round number 1, Team Orchid love this offensive strategy of just slowing down the game, allowing the play to come to them.
And here we go. Mythics dancing about. Oh, almost catches a bit of timing on Mac. Isn't going to be so. Again, sees Mac will have to back off here. He's giving his position away. Caught a little bit. Bance is going to try and back him off, but Bance gets caught instead. Players in depth. Too many ways to look.
Oh, yeah, that's way too easy there for Mac to realize, okay, they're trying to set up some kind of a push here, but catches the island player in Benjamin Vance. And now there's only 40 seconds remaining on the game clock. Craze is yet to move from his position over at the B side, but Henry's able to make it a 3v3.
Time has been burnt. The candle is almost guttering out. And they want to get onto this point, extend it with it as well. The problem they're going to have, Orchid, even if they can get this down, and that's a big if right now because they have no time, is they don't have map control. They will be pounced on as soon as they can be. Nade's already going to go out. Bomb will go down. 3 versus 3. Craze is going for it as well, and this is the issue. Nowhere to watch over it, and he's going to go down to a 2 versus 2, but they know where the players are, and Mamba strikes from the shadows, grabs it, and tears that round into the hands of Omit.
Yeah, beautifully played there from Omit. Craze definitely overheats after he gets that first kill to try to find the second. But you have your teammate in Mamba, who's always in a position to play the trade. Finds the first kill, turns it into a 2v1, and is prepared for the second gunfight as well. He's been a standout player throughout this weekend in Challengers. Definitely making a better reputation for his career. But a massive trade scenario there to allow Omit to secure the first round.
This is where it gets a bit dangerous. Confidence was the key to that round. Omit struck as soon as they could, and it may have caught Orchid a little bit flat. Here comes the push. And we're just making a little bit of noise here. Puts a little bit of a love tap in. Decent map control taken up here by Team Orchid, though, Study.
Yeah, definitely some decent map control, Brycey. You don't really have an avenue of approach if you are all of Omit. But they're slowly working up their way through Hedge. They're banking on Craze, potentially slipping by, and he's able to get some information and find the first blood onto Bance. 3v3, though.
The lucky Mythics was there for that trade, and well, that's ambitious. Mythics has jumped straight down into Mac's face.
What?
Mac should now be able to get a free plan off for this one, and the number advantage.
Yeah, now you know that you're going to gain some information as well. You spot 2 players crossing the backside of that B2 area. Your bomb carrier is going to be isolated on the site, so Henry's able to catch a freebie. 2v2, 35 to go.
Going to be deep as well here. This is going to be some long-range gunfights. Vivid trying to get over the top. They are very, very close to it. They're not confident to go for this defuse because realistically, Omen aren't really given time of day. Mamba will now have to back off. Henry, that's a huge kill onto him as well. Mamba's still going to be weak. Will he try and take this gunfight? They're looking for him, and Mamba gets caught onto the stairs. Could have made that one very, very close, but pinned in. And Orchid committed.
Yeah, beautiful retake there in the 2v3 scenario. Shout out to Henry and Lucifer. We're ready to turn the numbers advantage to their favor because Team Omit decided to commit on a bunch of one-on-one chows. You isolate onto the player over towards stage. Thing is, if Mamba would have found that kill onto Lucifer, he could have just played the game clock beautifully, but thankfully Lucifer clutches up on the one-on-one and allows a massive round to be secured there for Team Orchid to tie the game.
And you just never know what's going to happen in these rounds. I suppose that's what you're to expect towards the end of the season. Everybody's so well practiced, it comes down to the micro decisions. And they're down to a 3 versus 3. That's going to be huge on the other side of it. But Mac being so aggressive, catches them offline. But the trades flowing like water onto this. Bomb's going to be down over towards B. It's going to be Mamba in a 1 versus 2.
Oh!
1 versus 1.
He gunned Benjamin Bance out of his socks right there. There was only 13 HP in a dream left to try to clutch on up. And now Mamba almost gets the better of him on the Godheady. But in the power spot, able to clutch up the round there for Team Orchid. Great plays again out of Lucifer. Never going to shy away from a one-on-one chow. He's not going to allow Mamba this time to ice up. Orchid take the advantage.
It was very close as well. I think he just caught the eye or the leg or the knee of Mamba as he went across that gap. And that gave him the confidence to go for the chow. For Orchid, they are really trying to nail down on getting these trades more effectively. Obviously, Bance dropping very, very quickly there. Put them in a bad position. A little bit of luck sometimes carries the round. This time, though, we'll be Omen on the attack. And again, Team Orchid seem determined to take space around A.
Oh, yeah, they just don't want to give up this A bomb plant. Let's force you to go over towards B because so far Omen have yet to show presence on that side of the map. And now Lucifer is going to line up a freebie onto Craze. I don't know if he was looking at the wall, but he gets caught. Now in a man advantage for Orchid. No need to do anything extra. Just allow them to plant the bomb or play our trades correctly.
Bant's in a little bit of a precarious position. They might try and isolate him here. He'll be relying on his teammates to help him out, but already one's gone down. Are they going to try and work this stage? They might know roughly where he's going to be. Mac is dancing around here. Bant's hugging the curtain about as tight as he can. And time is burnt away here for Omit. They're going to have to commit, and there's the first one.
And now Bance is the safety net. You know that you're in a man disadvantage. You know that the play's going to be developing on A. What route do you decide to approach? You're able to spot the play towards top window, but now they're instantly going to hop off the bomb to isolate the 1-on-3. And now it's a 1v3 for Henry with him already being spotted.
Yeah, a little bit of trouble here, and trying to gun Vivid isn't going to work, and Bance may have overcooked that one a little bit. I think he second-guessed himself going underneath. And that player up top just saw him out the corner of his eye, and that was all they needed, all they had to do.
Yeah, Pants just decides to go from not the backside of the stage, but through the front. You could potentially make a big-time play to secure that round. But out the rotation from that underground of stage, you're able to spot him from the long-distance top window, give the comm, don't commit on the bomb plant to find that kill before you do. And Omen able to tie the game.
It was just, I mean, Omit had to commit. A little bit of luck may have gone Omit's way, but may have gone Orchid's way, but Omit did manage to get it out here. They're going for this push here, and Bance is going to find another player. Craze. I mean, a few issues here with just getting caught off the rip.
Yeah, he's playing some terrible angles right now. Like yesterday, Craze on red card was not afraid to make confidence plays, but right now, he shoots some very, very questionable positionings. He's consistently putting his team at a man disadvantage. Now the bomb is going to get planted. You are banking on the nades to connect before you decide to send it on in. But Mac was the only one to do so. 4v2, easy round here for Team Orchid.
Mamba hoping to thread a needle here, but every single gunfight in this B bomb site from this angle is not a fun one. And will eventually be taken down as Orchid get another round back onto the board here. And I think you are right. I mean, Omit, they're going to need to not give away these first bloods. It's making these rounds harder for them than it needs to be.
Yeah, especially if you're the player playing over towards the B side, Bryce. He was the only one in that position, so your life is way more valuable to just simply gain the information and get out rather than you just dying in the first 15 seconds. Because now your teammates on the defensive setup are out of positioning, and by the time they get into the play, the bomb is already planted, and you're forced to fight in through the double doors with not the preferred spots. So Craze has to drastically change his playstyle here on the red card. See, it's costed his team a couple of rounds here. They're down by one. Going back on the attacking side. They're going to go for the 2-2 split, and the stun is able to connect to gain early info on the OE.
Bit of noise here for Mythics. He's going to catch somebody as well, and how on earth has he got away? Bance is going to try and get a nade into it at the same time, but they are moving towards Bance very, very quickly. He might be in trouble. Bomb's going down. They have no idea. I don't know whether or not Mac will get out of this. He will have an advantage if he stands up. There's the advantage. There's the gunfight.
The camera way too strong there from Mackenzie Melts. Finds the first blood onto Bance. Now you're banking on your post-plant setup, but Mamba's in a very crucial position. The only thing is he potentially is now going to get isolated by two players on the side of Team Orchid. Does not matter. The repositioning good enough to make it a 4v2, and time is ticking. I don't know if Orchid are going to be even remotely close to sticking this defuse.
I mean, they're going to have to make some unbelievable gunfights to get to it in time. Henry can snap out a little bit. That was wonderful. Completely meaningless, but wonderful.
And also what was wonderful was Omit's offensive strategy there. Just show a little bit of presence around that mid-map. That's been their go-to. Take away head control. But the fact that Crazy is able to get out with his life when I thought he was, again, going to get first-blooded is massive, because at that point, you're keeping Benjamin Bance on his toes. He tries to invest in age to try to get that kill, and gives up the cross towards the site, so they go uncontested on the bomb plant. And Mr. Melts always knows that most likely as soon as this bomb goes down, there's going to be someone at soccer. So he strikes for the first kill, and eventually everybody falls after that. Tie game.
This is aggressive. They're going for the mid-map control. Very, very aggressive as well. Mythics will find Mac first. But Craze is also pushed forward. It's a bold call. Unfortunately, it does not go well at all. Team Orchid went, oh, okay then. If you're just going to run at us when we're sitting on a heli, we'll take that every single day. Mamba now has to have a 1 versus 4 to have a chance.
Yeah, and he's not going to stand a chance here. Like, the bomb is already getting planted at B. You're going to be able to isolate this one-on-one over towards Edge, but you're already going to be spotted. So now it's just finesse, finesse, finesse. Lucifer not able to win the gunfight, but the bomb's all the way across the map. It's about to take like 10 to 50 seconds before you even get yourself back into the play.
We've seen clutches before, but this is... Essentially, Orchid would have to lose this round. That's basically how this works. They would have to maybe get a team kill, really mess up the communication, and be gunned in an unbelievable fashion. Hey, the dream is always alive until it's not.
Yeah, well, it wasn't alive when, as soon as that bomb gets planted. You turn it into a 1v4. Mamba just simply not in a position to contest it or read what the setup is looking like. But that played right into the cards of what Team Orchid do in Search and Destroy. Slow and steady wins the race. Allow them to run into you. And that time it's just a bad play call there from Omen to try to be the aggressors through the map. You lose your first 3 teammates in the first 10 seconds. You're going to stand no chance.
Well, we're going to see. Omen makes some adjustments here. Probably won't go for that bold push again. Try to throw something a little bit different into the mix. So far, distribution means it'll be an A push.
And Omen again don't want to get caught by the stuns or the nades. So we're just consistently taking what's given to them. And that has been hedge control. Every single attacking round. But this time you're going to change up your defensive look with Mythics holding that SMG close and personal over towards A.
And it's going to be one of the key players here for information. And it's absolutely critical. Omen are slowly but surely getting into this bomb side again. They've been able to work this very, very efficiently every single time. Mac will get it down one more time. And he's throwing bullets towards it as well. And Mythics will get that first one down. It brings it down to a 3 versus 3. But now they know where the bomb is.
Yeah, and if you're crazy, let's just instantly pick it up and put it right back down. We have our AR set up in the spots that we need them to be in for the clutch. But now he's put in a situation where you have to play a kill now. You cannot commit on the OBJ, and Orchid are ready for this push.
Almost turns and burns it. And
wait a minute!
Alone 1 versus 3. 2 of them line up for him as well. He's looking for the third. They're down low. And he almost makes another clutch Mamba. He's almost pulling off the impossible over and over again.
And it's Lucifer again there, Bryce. Able to get the better of him. Doesn't allow the 1v3 to happen. And now that puts Team Orchid at game point. Omen just have to have more commitment on their plays. I would love to see a pace change up on their offenses. Like, we consistently are going over towards A. We found success twice. But let's switch up the pacing. Let's overwhelm them at the B point. We got SMGs who are just dying to get into a gunfight.
Oh, something will have to change for Omen. Again, they're being a bit aggressive over towards A here. They might catch them unawares. They have numbers in a very tight formation. Should be a good trade. Vivid taking a couple of love taps off Henry. Stun checks going out as well. Team Orchid not cooking this too hot.
They'd like to slow it down, force them to change their defensive look. You're still getting information onto Vivid, but your go-to player is going to be Mac in this corner. He has a crossover towards stage, and Mama's able to find the first blood. Now, if you're Team Orchid, you got to try to make up for it, but you don't check the corner, and Mackenzie Melts makes it a 4v2.
And that's what they played for. That entire formation, that entire setup was all about Mac getting that kill. Now they've got it, though. They've managed to bring it back to a 2 versus 2. This should not have happened. Still a little bit of time here for Team Orchid to make. Omen scrambling a bit. They're not entirely sure where the players are.
And Henry with that bomb in hand knows that we don't have time to rotate it out. Have to just try to work our way over towards A. And you're banking again on a Benjamin Bance on the pinch. But Henry's able to win the one-on-one. That's all left up to Craze. Oh, timing.
Well, he's going to go for it as well. But Bance just has the better position. And Orchid, a slow start, but their SnD has been their savior over and over again this weekend. Adjustments made, adjustments paid. And they bring this series back to 1-1.
That is a massive map right there for them to tie the series up at 1-1, but a massive round out of Benjamin Banton Henry. That is a 2v4. Like, if you're Omid, I understand that you have the utmost confidence to be one of the best teams that are here, currently still in the tournament in respawns. But SNDs, we can't be taking that many risks there, Bryce. We found the first blood. We found the second. We put ourselves in a 4v2, and then people just get antsy. They're just like, I want to get into a gunfight. So Vivid tried to take some space over towards Sage. He loses his one-on-one. At that point, you're scattered on your defensive setup because you're thinking we had the numbers, everything was covered, but now we have to shift a little bit, and that's what allows Bance to do what Bance does. Get behind enemy lines, climbs up the ladder, finds that one-on-one, makes it a 2v2, and then Henry with a big one-on-one gunfight onto Mac over towards the site. Just insanely icy right there out of Team Orchid, and they have been doing it all tournament long, especially in Search and Destroy. A couple of rounds where Omid simply just let them get away from them, or Craze just not choosing the proper angles. 3 first Fs is not the way you wanted to come out here on a championship Sunday, but Team Orchid, they tie the series up in a much-needed S&D.
Right as well. I mean, realistically, you saw Omid. They played that entire round around Mac. That was their entire strategy. Mac, tuck in that corner. Do not come out until we bait them into you. And once they've done it, it worked out perfectly, right? The entire play worked for them. 4 versus 2. But it's the micro decisions after that that all fell down. Once you have numbers, use the numbers. You can trade so effectively at that point that even if they get a 2-piece, you make it a 2 versus 1. Over and over again, that formula repeats. But Orchid pulled out the fire. They clutched up. And now they've tied the series. It's their respawns that are Orchid's problem. They will have to overcome that, and Omid will have to overcome the S&D from Orchid.
Yeah, that's going to be a struggle, man, because Orchid just have way too much strategies. And the way that Omid likes to play their Search and Destroy is with aggression. They just never had an opportunity to play with aggression because Orchid was just ready and waiting for them to run into them. So now that you were able to take this Search and Destroy, you're going into a vault control. We have watched all weekend long Team Orchid giving themselves opportunity after opportunity, but just fall short at the very end. I can tell you right now, though, Bryce, if they cannot bring it into sling on a map like Fall, yeah, you're down 2-1.
Well, let's find out. Vault has been a little bit chaotic, I would say, from the games that we've seen from Orchid. I mean, they really do push B before A most games, and they're using it as a kind of a strategy to try to make this after the spawn change. It's difficult to explain. The map has changed a little bit fundamentally for it, but
yeah,
we'll find out because their vault control, it blows hot, it blows cold. It is not consistent with winning it over and over again, but it could be a big decider in how this final goes down.
Oh, 100%, man, because if you can take a respawn versus an Omid squad, then you're going to do wonders because you're guaranteeing yourself another Search and Destroy in this best of 7, but it just has to be with the slaying. We were able to watch Omid on this map yesterday. They're just way too much to handle. SMG's continuously getting lost. AR's locking down the power lanes. If you can't gun them, you're not going to win this map.
You certainly are not. All right, well, that control is coming up after this break. Don't go anywhere. More action here at the Dallas Challengers Champs. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to the Challengers Championship game at Dallas, and it is going to be a good one. Already Omid and Orchid have been throwing down a great hard point from Omid, a great SnD from Orchid.
Oh, man, and now this is where we get into the barn burner part of the series, man. We expected it to be 1-1 tally at the end of our first two maps, but for Team Orchid to stand a chance versus the Omid squad, you're gonna be needing a respawn in your back pocket. And we're going into a vault control where they have been tested so many times throughout this weekend. I don't think we've seen a single Hacienda control here, but Vault and Protocol have been the go-tos, and that's what's gonna be here in the best of 7. Just gonna talk about our strategies a little bit. Cray's gonna make sure his hands are ready and waiting, because the young man who I have a lot of faith in. I've been able to teach him Call of Duty since he was 13 years old, Bryce. He's right there at the door knocking on his pro career. He's watched every single one of his teammates throughout this entire season get picked up into the CDL, and he is just waiting for his opportunity. And if he can get this W here at DreamHack, he's definitely the next man up.
Well, that's what they want. Everybody looking to increase their stock, everybody vying for a position in the CDL, and we're telling the truth, should be a fair number of slots opening up in the next couple of months. Certainly some players that we expect to see depart, and realistically, if we're being honest while we wait for this one to load, people not taking a chance on rookies quite enough for my liking. It is, I know that there are known quantities, but some of the known quantities you can pick up, quite frankly, aren't going to win you championships.
No,
that's the simple way to put it. Like, if you're not going to win any more games or compete for number one, then what are you picking up players for?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense sometimes. Some people are just happy with being mediocre. If you're not trying to play for a W and you don't want to take a risk of potentially bringing in a rookie to be a difference maker, and that sometimes can come back to bite you. But we've seen it throughout this entire season so far. So many Challengers players have made a difference to the professional rosters. Neptune, who was knocked down, even though he isn't a rookie, completely changed the face of what Vancouver looked like. And now you got Mercury's doing the same exact thing for the Green Wall. We're just looking for the next talent here down here in the pit. And the more that you consistently are finding yourself in good positions to either win elites, win events, your name is only going to be able to ring bells more and more throughout the streets.
Yeah, it's one of the things that kind of gets looked at. Obviously, players will talk and find out what kind of player you are and whether you're not any good. They'll watch your VOD, but the first thing that anybody will notice is that W next to the name. That's how you get across somebody's desk. That's how you even get them to watch your VOD. Is to get these W's, to consistently place well and do well in these competitions. That is the next step. Well, for some players, it doesn't work. I'll be honest with you. some players, it doesn't work. Just never go up. I expect to see Benjamin Bantz back in the league at some point, but who knows?
Hey, that's your guy right there, Bryce. I know how ride or die you are for Mr. Benjamin Bantz. And obviously, he's definitely capable of still causing mayhem in the pro scene, especially with his level of play throughout this entire weekend. But now, job not finished on either end. We're loading into a Vault Control. A big difference maker potentially to how this series is going to turn on out. SMG is on the side of Team Orchid. Need to be prepared for the pressure. They weren't in map number 1, but we're already 2 maps into this series. You know what they're going to be capable of now.
Well, we will find out. Let's see exactly how this all goes down. Mythic's making a move straight into it, and they've done this pretty consistently here, going for this B push to kind of cause chaos, and they've been doing it very, very efficiently. Bant will now try and get into the key position.
Ah! It's a big kill right there from Vivid to take care of Bance. First segment does get locked, though. It's just now Omen have the numbers to reinforce their way back through the B street. They're able to shut down everyone else on this side of the map. Now it forces Team Orchid to work their way to A.
Comes more pressure onto B, and they just continue to tick that up for as long as they can. Vivid looking for a little bit of a road into this, trying to watch the different angles as well. Henry taking down Craze. And Vivid dives out into the point. The fact that he even got a kill there is superb. He was heavily damaged by the time he got into the gunfight.
If you're Omen, you're completely on your toes right now because you're not expecting this much commitment over towards this B point. But now time is already being extended and you're down by 5 lives. We need to ice on up, but Mythics is able to line up a double. That's already 3 dead, and the stack is good enough for the first segment.
And they're getting onto it as well. They've got bodies on.
Gotta go.
Trophy's going to be for it as well as Mac flies into the point for a brief second, but they don't have the numbers for this, and that is round over. A huge start from Team Orchid. And that is one of the better starts they've had on respawns this weekend.
Does not get any better than that, Bryce. We're talking about commitments early on over towards B. You win the break off, go 3 for 1 in the trade fights. And then just a commitment over towards that B point. Like I said earlier, it just doesn't really allow Omen to fully set up on their defenses. You're expecting, when you shut down that pressure at B, for them to rotate over towards A. But no, that's not the case. Team Orchid consistently are just going back to what has worked for them. Pressure through the B street. AR's holding down the power lanes, and everyone currently streaking. That's 10 in a row on the side of Orchid.
Well, here it goes. Hands back and forth. Oh, he's not sending the player off to his left-hand side, and he's going to give him an opportunity to push the street already. Mythics knows this, backpedaling a little bit. Last one alive. A terrible, terrible start for Orchid as Omid strike while the iron is hot.
And they're doing the same thing Orchid just did. Let's get early pressure over towards this B point. Vivid this time around was able to line up 3. First segment already going to be locked. And Orchid are all now trapped over towards the backside of Art because it's still one player roam behind enemy lines. You're able to take care of Craze, but B might be gone.
Henry back and forth and just trying to stay alive. This is huge if he can find a second kill, but maybe damage Vivid enough for a player to get it. And it will be Henry. And that could have been much, much worse there, Studdy. Realistically, Orchid have got a little bit lucky to get away with it.
Oh, without question. And thankfully also, you have 2 players from Omen who have combined 1 and 12 start, making 1 and 13. Craze also an 0 and 7. That's not what you want to do, especially in the grand finals. But you still have time to make up for it. You only need 1 life, make it no life deficit in the kill feed. It all lights up in white, so you go 3 for 1. Just get this trade on B, and we can extend time.
Mythics finds 1. Looking for the second, but that is a tricky player to shut down. I'm trying to get in there for the trades as well. And it's just been completely bamboozled. Ankles snapped by Mamba.
Oh, now Mamba's continuously frying with that SMG in hand. Called him out for having a slow start, but he's now on 4 in a row. Second segment is going to be locked in at A, and I don't know if Orchid are going to have an opportunity or an angle to still approach this. So time has been extended. You're all tied up in lives, and now if you're Omi, you're just looking for one way to kill to get this done.
Mac having a good time, and this should be the end. They've got just enough here as well, but Vivid having to go deep for it. But just absolutely drilling players. Henry running now back into this point. They know they have to get into it. The trophy's working overtime as well. Craze in the corner, just putting all the bullets down at this same time, and Omen will get their attack as well.
Yeah, it's not as clean as the way that Orchid did it, but at least it's still the same results at the end. All tied up at 1. 6 segments to both squads' names. And it was Vivid, the guy with the AR in hand, the experienced vet in the lineup, taking taking all this space away from B Street, catching multi-kill after multi-kill with that AR in hand, and provides a spark there to tie the game.
Here goes. Who breaks the deadlock? Who gets away with it? Right now, it's about as even as it could be.
That's insane, too. Because you got Craze at 1-9, and it's even. The guys got to start shooting. They're playing 3v4 right now.
Really good objective. Straight to the point. There we go. 2-9. 3-9.
There you go.
Easy couple of confidence kills. 4-9.
Okay.
I heard you personally. And this is really shut down Team Orchid. They are all the way back into spawn. This is a timing push. Craze not able to get one more.
Yeah, he knows he has to try to make his Codfather proud, and he was letting me down in the first 2 rounds, but at least gives his team a little bit of an opportunity to hold on the defensive setup. You're finding every trade in the middle of the map. Vivid is sliding left and right, cannot lose a one-on-one gunfight, and now you got the teammates here to help him reinforce.
They are shutting it down completely. This is exactly what you want to do if you manage to pin them in. Just keep being a nuisance. Keep them staggered. Don't allow them to make a good push at all. They're still hunting the player back into the spawn and losing this slaying game heavy now.
Oh, yeah, this is the element that I was expecting when we talk about respawns, because now they are not allowing Orchid to have as much success or free roam over towards that B point, because they're consistently pushing out over towards ammo. But Bance and Henry already combined for 2. It's on Vivid, who at least takes down 1 before falling to alleviate the pressure at the B point. Tries to set up Mac on the pinch, but he instantly gets red. So time is being paused with 16 seconds on the game clock, and already 1 segment locked in.
It's just very little they can do here. They would need a full wipe and a bit of magic here. But Vivid cuts everyone to ribbons, and Omit locked this down without too much of a fight. They started off, they got the good break, they punished them back into the spawn and never really let go. And Mac feeling it, pistol flying out again.
Yeah, it's so much cleaner there from Omen on the defensive approach. And Vivid continuously being their saving grace. He's finding multi-kill after multi-kill, and even off the respawn, a Kobe over the top is able to find a double on towards B. He's just doing whatever the hell he wants right now with A, but I love that approach there from Omit to just not allow them to go to B off the rip. I want you to go A, so we'll consistently show presence on the left side of the minimap. And that only proved that Orchid were only able to secure 1 segment there. Now they have a lot to make up for. They need this defense.
Here we go. For Omit, they'll be looking to just shut this down right here and now, and a good break. That's all they could really need, but that is about as bad as it could have gone. The team kill has cost them, but Cray staying alive. Door remains open.
Yeah, he was 1-9 to start this game. Now he's sitting at 18-13. The utmost confidence to always go for the ego child, but Henry in that position has the better head glitch. All tied up in lives. And the last player that you have to look for is still going to be Henry. Vivid in a position to potentially play spawners. Not going to fully commit on that engagement. Just draw the attention to open up a lane for his team.
Mac just trying to play both angles here as he can, and they're doing a very good job. This feels heavily in favor of Omid at the moment. Making the right plays. Continuing to put the pressure on. And not feeling it themselves either, although that was a crazy gunfight to lose. Back here, going to see 2 come through as well. Ankle's broken just a bit here, but already 2 ticks to the good. Still in a position to hold down 8.
Ah, but they lose the gunfights in towards the A point, and now they're all 3 spawn. Got to take your time working out of your base. Max trying to commit on this one-on-one, knowing that the players has simply ran out of ammo, but now he's just going to get out of dodge. Work his way back over toward the A objective because it's so close to extended time.
Going to get through as well, Vivid. Great job there to try and catch them down. Everyone gets them out, and that allows Mamba to strike here. The only problem we currently have is they don't have the surplus of lives. Trading is bad for them in this scenario.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to be trading. Down by 6 lives, make it 5. But a lot of mid-map control. in their favor. You're going to have Mambo, who's wrapping his way back over towards ammo. If he can potentially spot this player towards out of palms, that could play a big part to this push, and that goes 2 for 2 in the fights, and you also take care of the player at palms area, so you have the presence on B. You can stop the time.
Henry looking to see if he can make a kill out the back of this. Trevor's already going down. Omit are committing. They've lost the player, though. Trying to get onto this point, trying to stop the time as well. That's a big couple of kills. Henry coming in for the trade that they so desperately need. But Quok will be stopped. It's 11 versus 6, and Vivid just drills Bance from behind. Craze gets another one. It's falling here for Team Orchid a bit, and they've got to shut down Craze. You've got to get the kill as well. But no, they are getting wiped. And that B-Tick is now coming in. They are stacking it. Team Orchid will have to throw every single nade. I don't even know if they have the time to get anywhere near to this point. They shouldn't do as well. And Omit are contested. How on earth has this happened? Mamba from behind finds one. And that'll lock it down eventually. Omit take the control. What an ending for them.
Unbelievable. That is icy right there to Omit. You were getting outslayed heavily in that round. But once you were able to complete that A segment with all of the players from Orchid in your spawn basically doing nothing, all you were looking for was one opportunity after that, and it all starts with Vivid finding that open and kill through Lion. Mama taking his sweet time to wrap back over towards ammo to locate the player who was pushed out to be the safety net over towards Auto Palms. Once you clear the front side of the street, you know the spawns are all the way in the opposite side of the map, so we can approach forward. We can take extra space, and I love that even when they were losing gun sights at the very end, the last 2 players standing was Mama on the point and Craze pushed out towards Art. Craze takes that power positioning away, watches his cross for his teammate, just relies on him to win a one-on-one gunfight, and then was able to line up a double to set up a stack there. Team Orchid played it beautifully, at least in round number 1, but after that, it was all Omit from start to finish.
Well, there's another respawn that goes against Orchid. The same story told 1,000 times. Just not really able to get the slaying going, and that may be the thing that cost them. Craze had such a bad start that it felt a bit even, but once he got onto the board even a little bit, it changed.
Yeah, you need your SMGs to get activated, Bryce. And at least Vivid gave them so many opportunities with the AR for them to eventually start to get their feet underneath them. Because he was having so many massive moments. Not only with his guns, but even with nades. Finessing his life beautifully, stalling out time, clutching up over towards this B street. Just never really allowed Orchid to have ground to stand on. Now you lose another respawn here to Omit. Down 2-1 in the series. And still, it's going to rely on if they really want to make this something. You're going to need to steal one of these away.
Can they do it, though? It's easy to say so, but they've had inconsistencies in the respawns at least. Sometimes they look really, really good, and other times faltering heavily. Against Omit, they can afford to not be that faltering team. They really need to lock it forward, especially considering we've got another hardpoint coming up on Rewind. It's going to be difficult. If they can take this, there is a chance.
Oh, without question, because that protocol search and destroy, we expect them to be the better SnD team. So you have an opportunity, if you can steal this hardpoint away, to potentially go up 3-2. And then guarantee yourself a Hacienda in that game number 7, which has been their everything in every single series that they have been battle tested and going all the way to the distance. If they can manage to put themselves in position to rely on that map. But you're going to need a respawn. You're going to need to potentially take this Rewind HP earlier on versus Omid Brooklyn. They were dominating. They were up by 100 a majority of the game. It just came to the second half where they've invested a Hellstorm at the P2. Don't get any kills with it. You invest the Hellstorm to think, okay, we should be able to secure the spawns and definitely secure a majority of this time, and that would have been a GG. But no, Omid Brooklyn were able to withstand that. So this is going to be different. Because Omid on the opposite side, not Brooklyn, they're a lot better at the respawn game, so you're not going to be able to win every single rotation the way that you did earlier on today.
Let's see. For Orchid, it feels a little bit do or die. And well, that's not what you want to see off the break here if you're an Orchid fan. Omid doing what they do best at getting the respawn.
That's a dominant 4 up, 4 down. Right off the break of this game. They still have the preferred spawns that they want, at least for now, by soaking up all of this hell time. They have been uncontested. Another clean 4 dead in defeat. Still the spawns in favor of Team Orchid. And now, realistically, you got to cut your losses. We don't want to go fight this once again and spawn all the way across the map.
And surely, Orchid have not run out of steam completely in this grand final. Because Omit are only getting better, it seems, as time goes on. And Mac and Mamba combining, dropping even more players. As we go into this rotation, 45 onto P1 for Omit. Orchid will be desperately trying to hold on for as long as possible.
Oh, now Lucifer in a position to maintain the spawns for his team, but Mamba's able to find 3 in a row. He's still contesting for these spawns. You are trapped in towards this little box area if you are Team Orchid, but you're making the most of it. You're able to come find the initial 2 kills. We still looking for the trade onto Mamba. You're able to manage that situation. So Orchid soak on the spawns, and now they're continuously soaking up the time.
And this is what they wanted. They're trying to stay alive here. Still going to be Omit. Starting the circle through, trying to pinch every single angle. You can tell they're feeling the pressure as that bomb goes off, as Craze gets his 2. And Lucifer furiously trying to backpedal to stay alive. They're going to lose that scrap time, but it could have been a lot worse. This rotation could be the big difference, though. Again, Omit have rebuilt their lead a little bit.
Yeah, just don't let them slip on by. You were able to already account for where Mac has gone right through mid-courtyard. You find that initial kill. But look what it does to the spawns. You have a player who spawns over towards Burger, and Lucifer and Mac was in a crucial position to potentially blow this game wide open. But Bance with the heads-up play wins the one-on-one, secures the good spawns for his team, but they do not have the hill. We got to get in.
They're trying to get it from every single angle. Henry's got 2 towards the back here, and Crazy is looking for the player coming through. He's not going to be here. It's Henry who ends up making the play. There's not Henry. It's going to be Lucifer. Gets those kills from both directions. Gives them a little bit of an angle back into this game. Again, Lucifer looking for the kills. Finds another one. A 4 streak for him now when they need it the most. Eventually will go down. Too many players, too many gunfights, not enough support.
And now this is where you got to iron up if you're Team Orchid. Because there's already pressure potentially for the spawns on the backside. Mac is the only one here, though. So he's going to fall. Mamba walks into a car bomb. That's going to be tough. And with all the pressure that you had on the map to potentially flip them all the way across, there's only one player standing. So Vivid's got to decompress, back on out, wait for the teammates to come back in.
Mac trying to stay alive. He can't really do it. And got to give this credit to Orchid. Fundamentals of getting these rotations is helping them in this game a little bit. But Mamba, electric with the AMAs in hand, and you can see the pressure and the tempo is actually starting to increase. Both teams looking to put pedal to the metal.
We're going to have a lead change here. It's only 25 seconds remaining here at the Money Hill of P4, and Omid don't want to give this all up for free. This has basically been a flawless hold here from Team Orchid. To take the advantage by a little bit. Mythics still slaying on the HP on 3 in a row. But now you're going to give yourselves almost a 30-point lead going over towards Gens.
Every check in the corners. He knows somebody's here, just doesn't know where they are. Will eventually find them. Does manage to get through for a brief second, giving them some presence as they talk about this rotation. At the moment, it will be Omid who are in here first. And again, more slaying from them. It's keeping Orchid on the back foot. They're going to be staggered now. Keep an eye on that minimap. Mythics looking for a bit of a pinch. Can he find some kills? Because at the moment, nobody's finding anything for Orchid. And Bats, last alive, will have to wait for reinforcements. No, he's going to find a flank and does find the first kill, but no more.
And now this is where Omid can potentially find a lead change of their own. They got to love themselves a P5 on this map because you can whip out an extra SMG. They have the aggressors to match that pacing. You're up by 4. Now you're trying to set up a pinch. If you're Orchid, you go 2 for 2 in the split fights. You still got to work in.
Vivid just holding this point. See the trophies working overtime. Keeping them away here, Orchid. They try and push through. There's going to be a flank coming at the same time as well. You can see a couple of kills actually going towards Team Orchid. They will get in for some scrap time. Not a lot, but every penny counts into this. And as we go back towards P1, it's only going to be a 12-point game. Barely any daylight between them.
Yeah, but this is where Omid soaked up a majority of their hill time on that scoreboard. They got 45 uncontested seconds last go around here at the P1, and it's looking like already off to a great start to potentially do it again. All of Orchid spawning over towards the 18-wheeler. Need to find an avenue to approach towards the mid-map. They lose the first initial gunfight. You turn it into a 3v3, but now you're going to simply be outnumbered, and Omid still hold.
P1 is superb from Omid. They just won't let it go. The dog with a toy in its mouth, they absolutely refuse to let their teeth move an inch from it as they soak continuously. And for Orchid, it must be frustrating. They just cannot get much going here. They are losing in the slaying battle as well.
Oh, man. It's just tough. You're not winning gunfights. You haven't won a single one to potentially influence the spawns for the next HP. So now Omid have an opportunity to potentially put a finishing touches here on this map. You're fully set up here at the P2. You're reading where the early pressure's coming in. You're trading out effectively. Now all your focus is on the front.
Mac finds an easy kill. For Orchid, they need a big hold at some point. They have to find some points back into this as Omid. Just dominant, flowing, confident, and fundamentals all on their side. And we'll find two, but he's very, very weak as he moves forward into this one as Vivid continues to get the trades regardless. Mamba gets another one, and this is the problem Orchid keep having. Maybe they get 2 kills, but that's it.
Yeah, break attempts have not been a key to success here for Team Orchid. You're consistently playing on the back foot. Omen are going to be able to breach that 200-point mark. And they're not really focused now for the rotation. They don't want the back spawns. They just want to put themselves early on into the hard point. And with Mamba finding 2, both of those players from Orchid spawn at the old HP. We got the numbers, and we also have the hill, and we might be able to get the spawns as well.
That's trying to get to this point, and it's getting bad to worse.
Yeah.
This feels, again, like that first hard point. There's so little they can do. They have the numbers to try and make a bit of a play here, and again, big kills going through the cafe. Is a big hold here enough, though? They would have to go perfect. A bounce and bounce from the rotations. Or could still have a mountain to climb.
Yeah, they had a full 60 the last go-around, though, at the P4. So if you are Omid, we need to put more focus on the spawns or potentially for this final 20. Vivid, again, finds a double. Bomba finds a third. Now you have pressure on the back line for Mac playing for those spawns. He is going to lose the one-on-one gunfight, but your teammates are going to be able to soak this final 10.
Well, here goes nothing. Very little remains for Omid to take this hard point. It will be Team Orchid here first. Now, if you believe in anything, Orchid will need a flawless hold here and then an incredible rotation to do it. Here comes the reinforcements from the sky, though. Omid trying to get someone. Does manage to find Henry at the back here. Now the pressure's going to mount. Omid moving forward in numbers and threading the needle.
GG.
And again, the kill feed turns to Omid. And everybody's going to go down. And, well, Orchid have to run into the gunfights.
Yeah, they got to haul ass all the way across the map to get themselves back into the game, potentially in towards the hard point to not lose it here, but the close spawn still in for Omid. They're going to be able to put the finishing touches here on the rewind and take a commanding 3-1 lead in the series.
And that's exactly what we were expecting. Omid just better on the respawns. They have not been challenged that hard at all this tournament. And Orchid, while their SnD is superb, unfortunately that is just one game mode.
SnD wins you championships, Bryce. But in order to have both SnDs in the best of 5 series, you need to be able to seal away a respawn. And just right now for Team Orchid, it seems like Omid are just way too much to handle. Right, Vivid is playing out of his mind so far here in the grand finals. Almost puts up 30 in the control. Almost puts up another 30 here. He was able to earn himself a Hellstorm. The AR dominance on the side of Omid is just a lot. You cannot figure it out if you're Team Orchid. You couldn't find breaks when you needed to. You're giving up so much time at the P1 HP. It just wasn't their go-to map. Now you're down 3-1. Relying on the Search and Destroy to potentially extend the series. But again, in order for you to win this series, you're going to need that next that next control to go your way.
Well, we'll see. Still got to win that SnD. I mean, Omid aren't any slouches when it comes to it. It's just that we've been so impressed by Orchid's SnD all weekend long that we're almost giving it to them already. This will be a turn-up. Is there any way for Orchid to stretch this series all the way to that map 7? Because that's what we think is going to be their win condition. But can they get the control? Can they even win the SnDs? This has been a showing by Omid. You have to give them credit. Vivid has been superb. Mamba has been unstoppable. The slaying is paying the bills. They are very, very close now to taking this series. One more map will do it.
And it's insane, man, because my guy Raph, the owner of Omit, has been, without question, the best owner that there is in Challengers. And he shot me with a DM last night saying that this is going to be Omit's last showing here in Call of Duty. When they have been able to dominate all season long, he wants to be able to end out on top. And now they only need one more map to do so. Going into a protocol search or destroy, realistically, I think that this is one that's going to be tight for Team Orchid, because there's not really a lot of openings that Benjamin Vance can find himself in. We know where the pressure is going to be, through the bottom side of that A site. If you're giving up that site in favor of Omen, and they're fully set up with the bomb being planted, your retakes are going to be very difficult to find success in. So you need to answer the game early. You need to be able to shut down their playmakers and the aggressors, because that's how they're going to try to play this map.
They certainly are. We will, of course, find out, because who knows what happens in the final game of this major, but we will see what happens in the next map after this break. Don't go anywhere. We'll see you in just a few minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, hello and welcome back to Challengers here at the Major. We are in the final, where Omit have been running respawns for fun. Team Orchid will need to find another gear. Fortunately for them, though, Study, the SnD is up next.
Yeah, Protocol Search and Destroy is right up next, and we saw in the map number 2 that they simply outclassed them in this mode. Didn't matter what the map was going to be, but now it's a little bit different of a playstyle on a map like Protocol, because it can go from being aggressive to really, really slow very quickly. So you have to be prepared for those mid-round adjustments that need to come on in. You got the experience on the side of Team Orchid to always try to bounce on back. And a Benjamin Bance who consistently has made so many plays throughout this weekend in SnD. But now, again, another situation where their backs are against the wall is usually when Team Orchid start to come alive, and they need it here to stay alive in this series.
Well, they are relying heavily on this SnD, because they happen all the time. The question is, Omit have got to have so much confidence. They're going to be playing with aggression. They're going to be playing like they can do no wrong, because in the respawns, they haven't. How do you think the other side of the stage is feeling? How do you think Orchid are feeling that they're 3-1 down?
It's got to be a tough feeling, man, because you have played 3 different respawn maps, and not a single one of them have been close. That just tells you there's a little bit of a skill difference in those modes. But you can't really control what's already been behind you. You get through all the maps. If you've now down 3-1 in the series, you need to bank on this search and destroy. You just got to focus on this one at a time, one round at a time, and everything can start to click in to build some momentum potentially to go forward in the rest of the series.
Well, here we go. Thumbs up across the stage. Everybody ready to load into it as well. Fist bumps in abundance. For Omit, one more map secures them as champions of challenges at Major 4 in DreamHack. For Orchid, a win here prolongs the series and gives them maybe just a small glimmer of hope.
And you got to also remember, Brycey, that the winner of this series guarantees themselves a spot at EWC. So there's a lot on the line for these young up-and-comers. If you are Team Omit, and no more specifically Craze, you have been overwhelmed with all of the support throughout the stud fam. They're all sitting in the front row there on the Bravo side, and they are looking for this young man to be the finishing touches on this one.
Gotta be careful. First initial flurry here, of course. No trophies. The nades almost worth double, really. If it's going to a great spot. Not great enough. Double chow.
Yeah, it was a great spot initially to get into the site, but there's not the numbers to help you in the engagements. Team Orchid with the aggression don't really have to worry about the trophy systems in their back pocket. They send it in towards the A site, find that first blood, back down Craze from Spiral, then able to trade it out at the very end. A very, very good round right there from Team Orchid to set the tone early on.
That's what they wanted. Just get straight into the groove that they have needed. It's going to be a very tense SnD. Orchid will want to play their game, but well, they have been so good on SnD. It has been one of the only things they've been consistently good at.
Yeah, but so far, at least on this defensive round, showing good strategies of taking away this A site. Omit love to always work their way through top mid. You can already see Craze edging his way on out. The VODs are up on the YouTube. You're going to understand what the playstyle of this young man is to try to always get behind enemy lines, but he already goes accounted for, and that's already been 35 seconds gone on the game clock.
Mythic's waiting for him as well. They do get a bit of a trade. Henry's going to go down, though, and this bomb is going down. He's going to lose his gunfight at the same time, and it's a 1 versus 3. Bomb down. Lucifer alone. He's going to know where the players are, but there's just too many to shoot.
Mamba, again, just having a big-time play over towards tower. It's the same exact positioning that he played yesterday to have a massive round in this series versus Brooklyn. And this time you make up for it to tie the game 1-1. Playing it super patient over towards the tower side allows Orchid to think that, all right, the play's developing at B. We can start to work this late pinch. But Mamba in the perfect position to not only find 1, but to find 2 and secure the round there for his squad.
Well, here we go. 1-1. A little bit of a lock-in. Initial nades go out. There's a bit of a bottom hit here for Orchid. No stun check for them yet. They've got bodies in towards the bottom here. Already worried about the flank, and that's a first blood. Vivid taking down Mythics.
Yeah, that's a massive first kill now. Because if you are Team Orchid, let's just get the bomb planted. There's 3 entrances in towards the site. Everyone just focus on their own. But it's going to take someone to individually make a big-time play here. And Bance is going to go for the late wrap.
I think he might be found. It's all timing here, and well, there's one. Not going to be enough. Instant trade. Now 2 versus 3 onto the point here. They cannot afford to hold these choke points. It's going to be difficult for them as well. Max does go down first of all as well. Somehow they get the trades good. Mamba left again in the same scenario we've seen him in a million times in the SnD. And Orchid hold that 2 versus 3.
That's beautifully played right there from Orchid. They know how difficult of a retake it is in towards the bottom side of comms. But it just came down to, obviously, Benjamin Bance making it a 3v3 before getting traded, giving the information to his teammates on where the pressure was going to come on in. And then regrouping at the right time. I thought the player in sight potentially was going to get isolated, but the other guy who was roaming up towards Spiral gets back into the mix, keep his teammates alive, and then at that point, it's a 2v2 with a crossfire setup. Easy round win right there from Orchid, even in the man down.
Let's see if this continues. Crazy is going aggressive. Very, very aggressive, and he should be able to find something here as well. Finds the first. Knows where the second's going to be, but Mamba will clean it up for him. And that is the aggression we expect to see out of Craze over and over again. Vivid now dropping low. That bomb's going to go down at 2 versus 3 again, but it's a disadvantage for Orchid.
Oh, but Mamba gets caught over towards Tower, so now in a 2v2. Mac just has to choose the 50-50 correctly. The stun is going to be able to keep him at bay. Mythic's starting to work a long route through the bottom side of Zip. And this might work out as long as Lucifer can continue to stall the game clock out.
Trying to get it as well, and well, Vivid just drills him at the same time and just kind of wanders through the door there a little bit, actually, looking a little bit lost. Good round there for Omit. You got to say, that aggression is something that will need to be adapted to if you're an Orchid player.
Yeah, but you still had an opportunity to clutch this round. Like, I don't know what the hell Lucifer thought he was doing walking into the site thinking, okay, I'm going to be able to win a one-on-one. They have the crossfires being set up. You got to allow your teammate and Mythics to develop on that pinch before you fully commit in towards the opposite side. But once he dies, instantly Vivid's just going to turn around. He said, all right, there's no pressure through Spiral. That was the guy that was going through Big Door, and the instant child hasn't come in, so he has to be flanking me and is able to line up the double to close out the round and tie the game.
Henry, big push, but not able to get anything from it. Puts them at a disadvantage. There'll be the trade already at 3 versus 3. Bance trying to get forward at the same time. Down to a 2 versus 2. Bance keeping on moving. They go for the quick plant here. I think he's just making that decision, but could be caught out. Timing could be disastrous. Fortunately, his teammate watching over him. Mythics will be there this time around. An advantage to Orchid.
And now Mamba left in a 1v2. He knows that the pressure was going to be on the bottom side of comms, but you don't want to get bad timing here. You want to gain some info before you commit on the OBJ, but Mamba's just going to send it on in. Not able to line up the first, but walks away with his life. It's a 1v1, Bryce. I don't know how the hell he just did that.
And he's gone for the chow as well, and Mamba clutches up. And the huge celebration coming out of Omit. They know that was massive for them. And I tell you something, they are going to be devastated across that side of the stage. Orchid felt like they had it in the palm of their hands.
Mamba fell so short so many times throughout that map at number 2 in clutch scenarios. And that's one that was basically like a 20 to 80% chance of him winning it. And the fact that he's able to put down shots on the first player, keep him at bay. You try to go for the bait and switch, but the beamer was on point. He's able to win the first, get out of dodge, force the reposition, and with the AR, get the better of that final player. So now all the momentum in favor of Omit. Vivid strikes for the first blood. Craze instantly is going to fall, but now Mac makes up for it. Numbers in favor of Omit.
Almost gets caught there. Mac takes a couple more bullets than he would like. It looks like they might try and strike to this one, but all they're really doing is delaying this bomb plant. Mac will now go for it. He has reinforcements. A 2 versus 3 for Orchid, and this is a round they would really like to get. 3-3 is way better than 4-2, and somehow that bomb already catches one. Mythic's now in a great position, waiting. There's a bit of a shoulder. He single angle. Mythic's is trying to make this happen by himself, and Mythic's gets everything he needs to there in the end. A 2 versus 3 clutch for them. Outrageous.
And the only reason why they're able to stand a chance in that round is because Omid don't have a trophy system to keep alive from the nades inside of bottom comms. The double nade from Mythics and his teammate to work their way in towards the site to find that opening first kill. And then you know at that point, there's no one else inside. They have to be playing from Spiral side or Big Door because we already have the opposing end. And Mythics is able to line up two to close out the round. What was heavily momentum in favor of Omid. And a post plant that should have been a lockdown. Orchid strip it right back away to tie the game.
Still back and forth between these two teams. Emery going down very, very quickly, looking for the information. Goes back up as well. Do they try and work B in here a little bit, Orchid? They haven't done an awful lot of it. Back trying to get through. Oh! That's a huge gunfight to win.
It's a massive gunfight to win. Now you have the man advantage if you are Team Orchid, and you're already showing a lot of presence over towards his helipad side. It's going to be on Mamba, giving the information to his teammates, but they need someone to strike right here, right now to potentially stop the bomb plant.
He's already on the flank there as well, and that is a complete breakdown. Did not have Craze, did not lock down that top of the map. And now Lucifer jumps into a gunfight he should never be able to win, and well, that's gone about as bad as it could have done.
Yeah, I don't even understand how Craze finds that opening. The setup on that pinch, just flies through top mid, finds a one-on-one, puts himself in towards the heli, and at that point, you weren't expecting him to break your post-plant setup, even with the bomb not being down. He finds the opening. He matches the aggression, gets the first kill, and also finesses for the final one. But even in the man disadvantage, Obids are able to clutch on up. Now up 4-3. Just need 2 rounds away to be victorious as your champions.
Difficult for them. And it's tiny moments like that, you got to remember. Orchid have felt like they've had some advantages and have thrown them away. Even though Craze is doing it again. He's trying to make his way across. I think he's crawling, he is. This all relies on him now.
He just doesn't want to get spotted, Bryce. He knows that he potentially is going to have an opening. But every single doorway is going to be closed over towards the Trips window. He's banking on his teammates to give him some information, but that information is taking way too damn long. Bance is now on the repinch.
He's now going for it as well. They're not going to expect him here. Easy kill for him at the same time. Bance will get his kill, but it might not be enough. And, well, you can see Mythics has found 2. But a 1 versus 2 for him. It'll be 1 versus 3 if he makes it. He's been great so far, but can he fight 2 players? He fights 1. It's not going to be enough. A double chow comes in. And now Omid are 1 round away from taking this map and the championship at Dallas, Texas.
And the slow and steady strategy right there wins the race there for Omid. You just want to make sure that everything is accounted for on the map. You know that Craze is working on his late island play on the pinch. But the fact that he's able to sneak on through, flank through Spiral, find that kill, and they also read the late pinch coming in from Bance was massive. Now puts Omid at game point with Craze on 4 in a row.
Craze. Aggression again. Might be able to hit this backfield very, very quickly. I'm going down here. 4v4 retake.
Gotta look for the opening kill, Bryce. If you're Omid, you have a lot of presence over towards Big Door. Hopefully you got stuns and nades to make your approach easier.
Waiting for them. Time burning down a little bit. This is all going to kick off at once. You can see them now. Getting the sack. Craze is already in. Looking for it. Dives through. Finds the hole again. And this is all falling.
Oh!
Craze! A 6 streak. And he may have just put the button into this to end it as well. It will be. It is over. Omid will be your champions at DreamHack Dallas, Texas for the Challengers time. They go number 1. They win every single respawn and then an SnD to get it. What a performance.
Just way too easy there for Omid. Congratulations to the organization again for being victorious again with a different lineup. Just way too much to handle in the respawns, way too much aggression, way too much consistency in the slaying department. And when you add a couple players who were just in the big leagues down to a challengers lineup, that is what it's going to look like. There's a difference between being a pro and being an amateur. And those guys really came out and showed out today. But wow, what a performance, my friend. The fact that they were able to make easy work of not only this matchup, but every single matchup that they had throughout this entire weekend is chef's kiss. Omid are victorious and your DreamHack Challengers champions.
The class speaks for itself. Only dropped a couple of maps over this weekend. Only dropped one in the final. Unassailable in the respawns. And Craze able to make some incredible kills there. Mamba, clutch ability at the same time, and that's when it started to go wrong. You have to give them credit. They just played brilliantly.
Just allowing Mamba to clutch up this 1v2 right here. Cannot happen. Like, if you are, whoever the hell that was, I think it was Henry, just flying out, committing on that gunfight, which was truly not necessary. It comes back to bite you. And then we said it before the map started. Protocol is way different than every other Search and Destroy map because you can switch up the pacing immediately. Vance could not get anything going working on his late pinches. They were accounting for him because he was a difference maker in that map number 2. But Omid are going to be victorious, and that's gotta feel so damn good. You got EWC locked in, you got your champ spot locked in, and your reputations as players continuously are growing. You can even see it when we jumped into player camps at the end of this final round. Look how happy Mamba is. It's gotta feel so damn good for that young man who's consistently always placed around the top 6, was playing with similar players every single time he went across the pond or anywhere to play at an event. But it's gotta feel so damn good that at the end of your season, all the hard work pays off at the right time to give you so many opportunities to close this one out.
And well, they've done it. Mamba was certainly a force to be reckoned with, as well as the rest of this Omid squad. Proved beyond a doubt this tournament they are the #1 challengers team. And this has been their run. Just to recap it, Ligers 3-1, Five Fears 3-0, Omid Brooklyn 3-1. And finally, Team Orchid 4-1. Only 3 dropped here as they hit that winner's round, but it has been beautiful from Omid to win that run.
And I'm a proud godfather right now, Brycey. Like I said earlier, I've been able to teach Craze Call of Duty since he was 13 years old, man. You know, he's been knocking on that door to become a pro player for quite some time, especially in the last 2 years. But finally, he's going to get over that hump here. He's watched all of his teammates throughout the season get picked up to pro teams, and he was just waiting for his opportunity to strike. It was like, all right, you can do everything online, but what can you do on land? And finally, he's able to make everyone proud, who has been supporting him for quite some time. Puts this one underneath his belt, and that's just cakewalk for my boy. I'm happy for you, buddy.
Well, certainly found some gaps that I just couldn't believe, and that's the kind of thing you can't teach. Just find the hole that you need to get into an SnD and punish the other team for making that mistake. And consistently doing it means it isn't a fluke. It means it is part of his skill set, and one I look forward to seeing him develop.
Yeah, I'm excited to see what he's able to do eventually when he gets the call-up, man, because I'm just waiting for his opportunity. The guy has nothing but raw talent. You could see it with his SMG. He's not afraid of a chow. He doesn't care what the gamer tag looks like on the opposing end. He's just ready and waiting for his moment to strike. But there's also a big shout out to his teammates, man. The fact that Mamba, like I keep on saying, has always consistently throughout this entire season placed top 6, placed top 4, could not ever get to a championship Sunday. He's able to do it today alongside some vets. You got to give a big shout out to Vivid and Mac, man. These guys were in the pro scene a couple weeks ago. They get knocked down to challengers, and they make it realizing that there's a difference between amateurs and pros, and they dominated today.
Wow, dominated is definitely the right word I would use. Every single step just looked like the team to beat, and, well, nobody could do it. That is the real question here, and coming into a grand final and having the respawns being so one-sided, it speaks volumes. A team to watch out, and I think you're right as well. Maybe these players need to get bumped back up into the league, and they'll have a chance to prove themselves. Not only have we got Challenger Champs coming up, but we also got EWC, and we'll see how they stack up against the big teams then.
Oh, yeah, I can't wait to get to that point, man. Obviously, we got to go through Challenger Champs first. You're not going to get an opportunity to play against the pros until you get to EWC, but wow. What a fantastic weekend here in Challengers. Every single match was a barn burner, and I cannot wait to see how their careers continue to develop, man, because these guys are just getting started, and it's good to watch.
It certainly is, of course. And, well, not the only action you're going to see this weekend. I believe the main broadcast is still ongoing as well. But just to recap, of course, champions here are going to be Omid at DreamHack, Texas. They will win the last major tournament for challengers of this year. And as my friend Study said, locked in for champs, locked in for EWC as well. And it has been one incredible tournament.
I don't even know what to say. I love.